Chapter 35:14. The surrounding people felt that it was unreal, on Gold Planet, who dared to be disrespectful to the two young masters of the Nine Netherbird race. But now, someone actually did it, and no one dared to refute. It was a rare sight that happened once in 1,000 years. Brother, you're awesome. Really eye-opening. Didn't you see the sullen faces of Boss and Old Three? Haha, I probably won't forget it in my life. Too satisfying. Fatty was incomparably excited. He had been bullied by these two since he was young. Now that he saw their sullen faces, he really felt too good. He looked at Lin Xian with stars in his eyes. Brother, I'll follow you in the future. You're my boss. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Aren't you afraid that your Nine Netherbird race will fight it out with me? Fatty also laughed awkwardly. Indeed, in their Nine Netherbird race's territory, he was still the young master of the Nine Netherbird race. Now, he actually had to acknowledge a boss in front of everyone. If their elders knew, they would probably slap him to death. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, "You don't have to acknowledge me as your boss. Let me ask you, do you want to be the boss of the younger generation of the Nine Netherbird race?" Hearing that, Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother, what do you mean? Lin Xian laughed and then transmitted his voice. What I mean is that I don't like Old Three and Boss. He was indeed right. He didn't like these two because they colluded with those people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. And with today's situation, those people definitely wouldn't let it go. Perhaps they might do something. You're saying that they will attack us? It can't be. Fatty's face was full of shock. Although such a thing happened today, Fatty felt that it wasn't very likely that it would be an assassination. Then let's wait and see. Next, Lin Xian and the rest changed back. After returning, Lin Xian set up a formation. Then they hid in another formation. In the latter half of the night, suddenly, a few dark shadows appeared in the void and charged towards them. The formation that Lin Xian set up was an illusion formation. There were illusions of him, Meng Meng, and Fatty inside. At this moment, the assassins charged towards the phantom. The strength of these people was extremely terrifying. They were all saints. Their attacks were all fatal. Moreover, their weapons were smeared with poison. Pung pung pung. The three assassins charged towards Fatty and the others. When the daggers cut through their bodies, the three assassins quickly retreated. They were incomparably confident because this poison was extremely terrifying. As long as one touched it, no one would be able to survive. What? Am I right? Hidden in another array formation, Lin Xian said faintly. Fatty's face turned extremely ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he would have already been silently killed. Damn it! Damn it! Fatty gritted his teeth. Bro, tell me what you want me to do. I'll listen to you. Previously, the Fatty didn't think much of it. At most, he would be bullied. But now, Big Brother and Third Brother actually wanted to kill him. Fatty couldn't stand it. Since the other party has attacked us, we naturally have to fight back. However, killing the first and third young masters is too big of a target and will easily cause a commotion. This matter can wait. You can slowly deal with them in the future. What I can do now is to weaken the forces around them as much as possible. You want to make a move on the people around them? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. At least half of this matter was because of the people around them. Therefore, making a move on them can be considered as revenge. But we don't have enough manpower. Can you handle it alone? Lin Xian said. No problem. However, I still need your help. Fantasy, and I will create a clone. Then you will bring our clones to visit Nine Nether Yenran. Dream's true body, and I will go kill those people. This way, even if those people suspect us in the future, Nine Nether Yenran will be our alibi, and we will be safe. All right. Fatty's eyes lit up. This time, he was going to do something big. Next, Lin Xian and Fantasy each created a clone. Fatty brought the two clones to 9 Nether Yenron's residence. Lin, Xian, and Fantasy's true bodies were hidden in the void. They were going to carry out an assassination. Fantasy would go to 3rd Young Master's residence and assassinate the Vermilion Bird Palace experts around him. As for Lin Xian, he was going to make a move on 1st Young Master's side. This time, it was an assassination. Therefore, they would take action very quickly. If they failed, they would retreat far away. In the hall, 9 Nether, Yenran held a jade slip in her hand. Her exquisite face was filled with seriousness. Outside, a maid quickly walked in. Miss, 6th Young Master is outside. He wants to see you. 6th Young Master? 9 Nether, Yenran stopped what she was doing and looked up. She asked, just him? The maid said, no, other than 6th Young Master. His 2 companions are also with him. Quickly ask them to come in. 9 Nether, Yenran stood up. She was originally very interested in Lin Xian and wanted to find a chance to probe him. She didn't expect 6th Young Master to bring people here. This would save her a lot of trouble. She had to meet this mysterious young genius. 6th Young Master, please come with me. Sister Yenran wants to see you. The maid outside smiled. Good. Fatty also smiled. He quickly walked in with Lin Xian and Fantasy's clone. On the other side, in 1st Young Master's residence. 1st Young Master had originally prepared a banquet to celebrate. However, everyone was no longer in the mood. After Lei Qianzhong returned, he went into seclusion and didn't come out. He looked very angry. 1st Young Master went to invite him a few times, but to no avail. He could only give up. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley experts all had ugly expressions. Damn it, it's all because of that despicable brat. Not only did he dare to offend young Master Lei, he even dared to provoke us. I really want to find a chance to kill him. Don't worry, we've already returned and said that we succeeded. That kind of poison can definitely kill them. That's natural. This poison was brought from the 2nd astral realm. Even a 3rd heaven saint wouldn't be able to resist it. Everyone sneered. 1st Young Master said, all right, there are many things to do today. Everyone, rest early. With that, he left. Those people also returned to their own rooms, either to cultivate or rest. The night gradually quieted down. However, they didn't know that in the sky, a figure stood there like a demon, coldly looking down. Poison from the 2nd astral realm. Humph. So it was you who did it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. A cold, murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He already had a grudge with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the other major forces. Now that they attacked him again, Lin Xian's heart was filled with killing intent. Whoosh! A black aura rose from his body. It was demonic qi. At this moment, Lin Xian directly transformed into a demon. He also pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. His face was covered. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Chapter 35:15. The palace below was filled with a fire array. Countless flames formed a vermilion bird that coiled around a man. It was extremely mysterious. This was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was currently cultivating. Buzz. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a trace of fear. He then looked around, but there was no one. He did not detect anything, but his heart was trembling uneasily. It was as if some danger was approaching. Was it an illusion? The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned and carefully sensed for a while, but he did not sense anything. He stared at his eyes again and turned his palms towards the sky, preparing to cultivate. Poof! Suddenly, a black spear came out of his heart, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace opened his eyes wide in disbelief. There was someone. There was indeed someone. But who was it? Why did he not sense it? He wanted to turn his head, but He did not even have the strength to do so. This attack caused his strength and vitality to rapidly drain away. His head only managed to turn halfway before he fell to the ground. His soul was instantly stared to death. The first one, the demonic figure, withdrew the great destruction spear. His eyes flashed with a golden light, and a cold aura tore through the void and disappeared. This was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Lin Xian was like a ghost, appearing in every palace. Every time he attacked, it was a fatal blow. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything. And the heavenly secret god, I destroyed the opponent's soul. He was like the Grim Reaper in the darkness. In the end, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Palace, Dragon Valley, and other experts around the eldest young master were all killed. Throughout the entire process, these people did not resist at all. Buzz, after dealing with the last one, Lin Xian left completely. On the other side, Fantasy had also returned. How was it? Lin Xian asked. Fantasy nodded. It was all settled without anyone knowing. All right, let's go back. Lin Xian and Fantasy God, I turned around and returned. In another palace, the fatty looked at the time and felt that it was about time. So he returned from 9 Nether Yenron's place. Who was this guy? 9 Nether Yenron's little face was a little gloomy. Until now, she still hadn't found out the other party's identity. She planned to wait for 2 days and find an opportunity to try again. The next day, there was only 1 day left before the living fossil's birthday banquet. The eldest young lord opened his eyes, recovering from his cultivation. He was going to look for Lei Qianzhong again, as he would need to rely on him in the future. This time, he didn't plan to go alone. He planned to bring the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace with him. Thinking about it, Lei Qianzhong shouldn't be able to refuse to meet them. Someone, please invite the geniuses out. His subordinates hurried over, but soon they heard screams. Eldest young master, this is bad. These people were scared shitless. The eldest young master's face sank. What was going on that made him so flustered? He was already in a bad mood, and the way his subordinates were behaving made him even more dissatisfied. He had to calm himself down first. The eldest young master took a sip of spirit tea. After a while, he asked, "Speak, what is it?" That subordinate was sweating profusely from anxiety, but in front of the eldest young master, he did not dare to be impudent at all. After the eldest young master spoke, he said, "Young master, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead." What? The eldest young master stood up abruptly. The spirit tea in his hand shattered. Not only that, the ground under his feet and the space behind him were also crumbling. It was a scene of apocalypse. The subordinate was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling. The eldest young master lifted him up. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead. Moreover, the experts from the 8-Wind Palace and Dragon Valley were all killed. How is this possible?" The eldest young master's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe his ears. The geniuses he recruited were all dead? Impossible. He threw his subordinate to the side, turned into a streak of light, and rushed into the distance. Greetings to the eldest young master. In the distant palace, there were already many guards waiting. When they saw the streak of light, the guards bowed respectfully. The eldest young master ignored them and walked straight into the palace. In the next moment, he felt like he was struck by lightning. The person lying on the ground in front of him was a man. The vermilion bird totem on his body had dimmed, but he could recognize him at a glance. He was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Was he really dead? That was a saint. It was not an easy task to kill a saint completely. He went forward to check carefully. Then his body turned even colder. He was indeed dead. And he was thoroughly dead. There was no possibility of him being revived. There was only one fatal wound. The person's heart was pierced by a sharp weapon. The eldest young master sensed carefully. He felt a trace of extremely terrifying aura. Was that demonic chi? He frowned, turned around, and ran toward the second palace. In the end, he found the same scene. An expert from the Eight-Wind Palace had his heart pierced, leaving behind a trace of demonic chi. The third, the fourth, all of them died in the same way. Their hearts were pierced in an instant. But how was this possible? Their hearts were pierced. They could be revived even if they were killed. But now, these saints were all killed. Then, this attack wasn't an ordinary one that pierced the heart. It was a killing blow that wiped out all of their vitality, soul, and blood essence. What kind of attack was this? The eldest young master felt his scalp go numb. Ordinary saints couldn't do it, unless it was a minor saint who attacked. The eldest young master felt a lingering fear. If that person wanted to attack him, would he be able to survive? He didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of something. Lei Qianzhong. He didn't care about anything else, and quickly rushed to where Lei Qianzhong was. When he found out that Lei Qianzhong was fine and was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. Someone, investigate this matter for me. Investigate thoroughly. Who dared to attack him here? He must be torn into pieces. The eldest young master was furious. His subordinates quickly went to investigate. The news spread out. The third young master was the first to receive the news. When he received this news, he instantly became happy. Someone was going to target Boss. Then, was this his chance? He needed to find someone to discuss this matter. However, when he found those geniuses, he was stunned. Those geniuses under him were all dead. Corpses from the Eight-Wind Palace, Vermilion Bird Palace, and Dragon Valley all had their foreheads split open. Arg! The third young master roared like a wild beast. Damn it, check it out for me. He no longer had the mood to laugh because he suffered the same fate as the eldest young master. So many geniuses died here. They were killed in an instant. This was like an earthquake. Chapter 35:16. This was no longer a matter between the two young masters, but the elders of the Paul Netherbird clan. The powerhouses moved out one after another, completely sealing off the Golden Fire Plains. Someone dared to make a move in their territory, regardless of who it was. Once they found the culprit, they would kill him. For a moment, the undercurrents in Alchemy Valley surged, and the powerhouses inside went crazy. They were all guessing which ruthless person dared to do such a thing under the nose of the Paul Netherbird clan. Was he not afraid of being found out? However, after searching for a long time, they did not find the culprit, not even a suspicious person. That was even more shocking. That was impossible. Could it be that he had already left? Everyone guessed. First young master, third young master. And the others gritted their teeth because they thought of someone. Damn it, it can't be that kid, right? I'll go find sixth young master. They moved out one after another, heading towards the palace where the fatty was. Soon, they arrived at the palace where the fatty was and surrounded it. What was going on? The others also followed. When they saw this scene, they did not understand what was going on. Someone immediately guessed that it could not be that kid who did it, right? Are you talking about the young prodigy who shouted at Lei Qianzhong? They sucked in a breath of cold air and thought of Lin Xian. That was impossible. However, some people did not dare to believe it. Was the other party really that bold? Humph, we'll know when we see it. The truth will come out soon. Sixth young master, get out here. First young master roared, shaking heaven and earth. In the palace, the fatty's expression was anxious. It's over. They still came to find us. Could it be that we've been exposed? Lin Xian said, Don't worry. We definitely won't be exposed. Don't be nervous. The fatty nodded, took a deep breath, and then deactivated the array formation. Big brother, why are there so many of you here? What happened? What happened? First young master was furious when he heard that. How dare you play dumb in front of me? Tell that kid beside you to come out. Come out. Yes, that's right. Tell him to come out and die. Third young master also shouted coldly, his eyes filled with incomparable killing intent. What? Why are you looking for me? Before the fatty could say anything, Lin Xian walked out and looked around coldly. I embarrassed you yesterday, and you're here to take revenge? This is in front of everyone. Don't you care about your family's reputation at all? Brat, stop pretending. It's not because of yesterday's provocation. It's because someone went to my palace last night and killed all the geniuses I invited. That's right, I invited the geniuses, but they were all killed. They're all geniuses from top forces. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Third young master gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me that the person you invited was killed? You dare to say that you didn't kill him? What a joke. Do you have any evidence? Lin Xian's face darkened as he knew that he couldn't speak carelessly. You too have lost experts, but why are you looking for me? Is it just because I've gone against you? What a joke. Then let me ask you, who are the people who died? Naturally, they were the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolation Palace. The eldest young master harumphed coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed even harder. You should know that these are all top geniuses. Those forces aren't any weaker than the Jiuyou family, right? I'm out of my mind. Go kill them. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I killed them? Could it be that you think my strength is so terrifying that I can kill so many experts silently? As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd started to discuss. Indeed, in a one-on-one fight, those people might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, it was also impossible for Lin Xian to kill them silently with one move. What was even more strange was that among them, they were all killed with one move. They didn't even have a chance to resist or call for help. This wasn't something a first heaven saint could do. It was at least a small saint, or very likely a holy venerable. Who knows if it's you? Your cultivation is so low, but your combat strength is so strong. It's very suspicious. That's right. Although there's no concrete evidence now. As long as we capture you and interrogate you, we'll definitely find out. I think it's better to collect your soul. The first and third young masters walked up, their eyes filled with killing intent. Soul search. Everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. Fatty was also unhappy. Big brother. Third brother, aren't you going too far? Old Six, do you have the right to speak? Get lost. The first and third young masters roared. Fatty was so angry that his whole body trembled. Fuck. I'm going all out. I have to support Lin Xian now. He shouted coldly. When did your people die? Of course, it was last night. Be more specific. After midnight. Old Six, you can't protect him at all. Don't try to cover up the murderer. Otherwise, you'll end up very badly. The first young master's face was incomparably cold. Fatty clenched his teeth and said, if it happened last night, then it wasn't my brother who did it, because at that time, my brother and I were chatting with Sister Yanran. What? As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The first and third young masters were also stunned. Chatting with Yanran of 9 Nether? How could it be? Old Six, if you want to talk nonsense, don't blame me for breaking your legs. How can I talk nonsense about such an important matter? Fatty gritted his teeth and said to the servant beside him, quickly go and invite Sister Yanran over. No need, I'm already here. A cold voice came from afar. Then a beauty in purple walked over. Sister Yanran, you have to help me, Fatty said with an aggrieved face. 9 Nether Yanran looked at Fatty, then looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Then she turned around and stared at the first and third young masters. She frowned and said, I've heard about what happened between the two of you, but this time you're too arbitrary. You're arresting people without concrete evidence. This isn't the style of our 9 Nether clan. Yanran, Are you going to protect him? The first young master asked coldly. Nine nether, Yenran said. I'm not protecting him. I'm just telling everyone the truth. Last night, I was indeed chatting with sixth young master Xian, and Miss Meng. I can guarantee this with my status. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the other party to have such an obvious alibi. But thinking about it, a first heaven sage wouldn't be able to do this, no matter how powerful he was. The first and third young masters were obviously trying to find someone to take the blame. Sure enough, when the first and third young masters heard Nine Nether Yenron's words, their faces became extremely ugly. They weren't sure that the other party was the culprit, but they couldn't do so anymore. They had to find someone to give the Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace an explanation. Otherwise, when those experts came, they wouldn't be able to explain. Now that it was impossible to make Old Six and Lin Xian take the blame, they had to find another way. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. However, Lin Xian spoke up at that moment. Everyone froze and turned around. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. Chapter 35:17. You're so aggressive, using your status to oppress me. And you want to leave just like that? It can't be that simple. What is this kid talking about? Everyone was stunned. Even Fatty was stunned. Fuck, it wasn't easy to send his two brothers away. But now, he dared to make a request? Fatty felt like he was going crazy. Even Yenran of Nine Nether was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so bold. What do you want? Do you want us to apologize? Eldest young master said coldly, That's right, they should apologize. You did something wrong, so shouldn't you apologize? Moreover, you should apologize. Both of you give me a sage artifact each, and then sincerely apologize. I can forgive you this once. Fuck, what is he talking about? Asking the two young masters to apologize and give them two sage artifacts? Fuck, is this kid crazy? The surrounding people felt like they were going crazy. Third young master and eldest young master couldn't believe their ears. They were so angry that they laughed. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Now all the experts and geniuses from all over the universe were here. This was a great opportunity for the Nine Nether tribe. But now, someone actually dared to ruin the reputation of the Nine Nether tribe. If this spread to all over the universe, the loss wouldn't just be an apology. How simple would that be? Fuck, kid. How dare you threaten me? Third young master roared. Eldest young master's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Yenran frowned. The other party was right. If this continued, the Nine Nether tribe would be the one losing face. So she looked at eldest young master and third young master. You two did wrong. You framed others before getting the evidence. I also think you should apologize. What? Eldest young master and third young master were stunned. Yenran also wanted them to apologize. What was going on? Yenran, who are we? Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of our apology? The two companies were proud. Yenran said, It's because of our special status that we should apologize. We should be humble. Only by being flexible can we lead the Nine Nether tribe in the future. This was what the ancestor said. Are you not going to listen to the old ancestor's lesson? Once this was said, the first and third young masters couldn't remain calm. They could ignore other people, but they couldn't ignore the old ancestor. The reason for that was because they had put forth a great deal of effort in order to gain the favor of their old ancestor. If they were to go against their old ancestor now, they would not be able to do anything. In that case, their fates would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, in order to please the old ancestor, the two of them had to apologize. They took a deep breath and said with great reluctance. The two of them cupped their fists and said, This time, we were rash and did not investigate thoroughly. Please forgive us. The surrounding people couldn't believe their eyes. Tianya, these two young masters actually apologized. Lin Xian crossed his arms and nodded slightly. For the sake of your ancestor, I won't pursue the matter this time. However, he couldn't afford to lose two saint artifacts. He even wanted a saint artifact. The faces of the two young masters turned green. Damn it, they didn't even have a saint artifact in their hands, and they were going to give it to the other party? What a joke. At this time, 9 Nether Yenren also said, "Young master, saint artifacts are too unusual." And this was just a misunderstanding. It didn't cause much damage. How about this? I'll let the two of them compensate you with a half-saint artifact each. How about that? All right, for the sake of the fairy, I'll reluctantly agree. Lin Xian nodded again. However, he smiled in his heart. 2 half-saint artifacts were not bad. Moreover, they were refined by the 9 Nether clan, so their power was extraordinary. Damn it, the two young masters took out 2 half-saint artifacts reluctantly and threw them over. Then they left with dark faces and murderous auras. Lin Xian smiled and put away the 2 half-saint artifacts. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he invited 9 Nether Yenren in. The disturbance outside continued, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian anymore. Now, no one dared to suspect him. Moreover, the disturbance quickly subsided because the birthday of the living fossil had finally arrived. This day was incomparably lively. It was probably the busiest day in the entire Alchemy Valley in the past 1,000 years. On the plain, a huge sky palace floated up and down. It was a saint artifact refined by the old ancestor. At this moment, the birthday banquet was going on inside. Of course, those who could enter were not ordinary people. Those who were weaker could only stay outside. They didn't even have the right to enter the sky palace. The seats inside were also carefully arranged. There would not be any mistakes. Among them, there were the older generation. Among the younger generation, Lei Qianzhong's position was the highest. The first young master accompanied him. Originally, there were seats for the Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace's geniuses. However, there was no need for them now. Under the first young master was the third young master and the geniuses around him. The fatty was further away, even closer to the main hall's entrance. One could imagine that his position in the family was not very high. Why didn't I see 9 Nether Yenren? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He thought that 9 Nether Yenren's position should be higher than the first young master's. The fatty explained, "Sister, Yenren must be with the old ancestor." Sure enough, after everyone sat down, a group of people walked out of the main hall. At the front was an old man. His white hair reached his ankles. He wore a loose red robe. At first glance, he gave off an immortal aura. He was the living fossil of the 9 Nether clan. To the left of the 9 Nether clan's old ancestor stood a beautiful woman. She was 9 Nether Yenren. At this moment, she was supporting the old ancestor as they slowly walked over. 9 Nether Yenren was even more beautiful today. She was still wearing a purple dress, but it was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. She gave off an otherworldly aura. Behind her was a group of elders and experts. They were all important figures of the 9 Nether clan. Normally, they were also people of high status. However, this time, no one looked at them. Instead, they were all looking at the figure at the front. It was the 9 Nether clan's old ancestor. The 9 Nether clan's old ancestor was very calm. It was as if he didn't care about anyone present. He walked slowly, but every step he took was very steady. Finally, he came to the north and sat down slowly. After seeing the old ancestor, the 9 Nether clan's martial artists bowed respectfully. The other experts also congratulated the old ancestor. "Good, good, good. You don't have to be so polite." The old ancestor of the 9 Nether clan waited for everyone to finish bowing before he smiled. With a wave of his hand, Everyone felt an invisible force holding their bodies back. Thank you for traveling thousands of miles and crossing worlds to come here. Yenran is here to toast everyone on behalf of the old ancestor. Nine Nether Yenran was the first to stand up. She took the spiritual wine and bowed slightly to everyone. Then she drank it in one gulp. Fairy Yenran is too polite. It is our fortune to be able to attend the old ancestor's birthday banquet. Chapter 35:18. The birthday banquet began, and everyone was ready to present their treasures. Everyone's faces were glowing. The Nine Netherbird clan hoped to be valued by the Grand Elder. That way, they might be able to take over the Nine Netherbird clan in the future. As for the outsiders, they hoped to have a chance to meet the Grand Elder alone. It was said that this way they could ask the Grand Elder a question. Everyone was excited, especially the first prince and third prince. They were the two most likely candidates to compete. Among the outsiders, Lei Qianzhong was probably the most powerful. Lin Xian looked at the living fossil curiously. He was very confident in presenting his treasures. This was because he felt that no one could make a living fossil more excited than him when he saw a treasure. Buzz, as if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the living fossil in front of him turned his eyes and looked over. It was a short meeting. Lin Xian felt that the other party's eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of time. Those eyes were like the sun, moon, and stars. His soul was almost lost in them. However, they returned to normal in an instant. The Nine Netherbird clan's Grand Elder was stunned and quickly retracted his gaze. He was still expressionless, but in his heart he was very surprised. Who was this young man? It was hard to believe that he wasn't affected by him. That person was standing next to the fatty. If he was standing next to the first prince or third prince, the living fossil wouldn't be surprised, because those two were the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Nine Netherbird clan. However, the fatty wasn't considered outstanding in the clan. How did he manage to recruit such a person? He was very curious. He looked at Lin Xian again and saw that Lin Xian was very calm. It was as if he wasn't affected by the atmosphere at all. On the other hand, the saints around them were all excited. What a strange young man. The great Supreme Elder was astonished. The fatty didn't know that Lin Xian was being watched by their Grand Elder. He said anxiously, "Brother, do you think my 3,000 ancestral green gold will work?" Lin Xian smiled. "Sure, no problem. Even if it can't be compared to your two brothers, it won't fall behind." "That's right." Fatty nodded. Indeed, this was a material for crafting saint artifacts. At this moment, the eldest young master stood up. Everyone looked over. It seemed like the eldest young master wanted to see the treasure. What kind of treasure is this young master going to find? With eldest young master status and wealth, that treasure definitely wouldn't be bad. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. They were all very curious. The eldest young master said with a smile, "Grandson wishes old ancestor good fortune as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. Thanks to the great fortune of the old ancestor, I managed to obtain a bunch of treasures by chance." It was a blue sky painting. Someone had found it on the stone wall of the ancient cavern. It was said that an ancient holy venerate left it behind while cultivating. It was very useful for comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. This grandson is willing to offer it to the old ancestor. The crowd was in an uproar. The blue sky picture was left behind by the holy sage. This was a heaven-shaking treasure. Everyone was going crazy. They didn't expect that the eldest young master would take out such a precious treasure right off the bat. The faces of the 9 Nether Tribes youngsters instantly darkened. Damn it, they were suppressed by their boss again. They reckoned that no one could compete with him. Initially, they were full of confidence and thought that their treasures were very good. However, when their boss took out the blue sky picture, everyone gave up. Who could compete with the treasure left behind by the holy sage? The fatty also sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy shit, was he on steroids? Where did he get such a thing? The eldest young master revealed a satisfied smile. Not to mention the old ancestor's attitude, just the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding people made him very happy. He wanted to be the center of attention. Humph, a bunch of trash. How dare you compete with me? Looking at the people in the tribe, the eldest young master was even more disdainful. This time, he would definitely be able to secure his position as the young clan leader. The third young master's face also changed. Initially, he was quite confident in his own gift. However, he didn't expect the eldest young master's gift to be so precious. In this case, he wasn't very confident anymore. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Therefore, the third young master also stood up and said quickly, "Old ancestor, I also got a treasure." Buzz. He flipped his palm, and an apple-sized gem appeared. The gem was crystal clear. It was red for a while, then blue for a while. When it was red, it had a scorching aura. When it was blue, it had a cold aura. What a magical gem! It must be a mutated divine crystal. The surrounding people were surprised. However, some of the older generation exclaimed, "What is this? Could it be that thing?" They were extremely excited. That's right. I think some of the elders and seniors have already guessed it. The third young master smiled. It was that thing. It wasn't an immortal state, but a monster core. It was the inner core of a monster saint. This monster saint's cultivation was only at the second heaven of the sage realm. However, he was an extremely rare ice-fire beast. What? The inner core of an ice-fire beast? Everyone exclaimed again. The ice-fire beast was a monster beast of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was extremely rare and was almost extinct. Its inner core was very magical. It contained both the great Tao of ice and fire. Moreover, it wasn't the ordinary great Tao of ice and fire. It was a great Tao that could perfectly merge. It could be said that the inner core of an ice-fire beast was extremely precious, especially a sage level one. This treasure was also extremely amazing. The third young master smiled when he saw the crowd exclaim in admiration. The first young master frowned slightly. The item that the third young master took out was also not simple. However, he was more confident in his blue sky painting. The other members of the 9 Netherbird clan became very bitter. Damn. Is the first young master and third young master on steroids? The treasures they took out are so powerful. Next, the others began to take out their treasures. However, those treasures would definitely be dazzling if they were taken out on a normal day. However, compared to the blue sky painting and the ice fire beast's inner core, they were much weaker. For a moment, no one was talking about it. The first young master and the third young master had stolen the limelight. Sixth young master. Why haven't you taken action yet? Don't tell me you're not prepared? The third young master glanced at the fatty. The first young master also said coldly, "Don't you care about the ancestor's birthday banquet? How is that possible? I have been meticulously preparing for the ancestor's birthday banquet." The fatty stood up and took out 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. Immediately, there was another round of exclamations. This was a material for refining divine artifacts. It was very precious. Although it was not as precious as the blue sky painting and the ice fire beast's inner core, it was definitely ranked third. It surpassed the others' treasures. For a moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. The sixth young master was usually at the bottom. How could he be in the top 3 now? Damn it, where did he get such precious metal? He could not afford it even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 35:19. The item that the fatty took out was suspicious because 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold was extremely precious. Even some saints could not afford it. Now that the fatty took it out, everyone could not help but be suspicious. Even 9 Nether Yenran was surprised. She did not expect her sixth brother to be able to take out such a treasure. It was really surprising. The third young master's expression also darkened. He had long heard that the fatty had something good, but he did not expect it to be true. He had tried to snatch it before, but failed. Now that the fatty took it out, he had stolen the limelight. Humph! He sneered. He really couldn't tell that number 6 wasn't much on normal days. He didn't expect him to be able to take out such a treasure. I'm just curious about the origin of the treasure. Can you afford it with your wealth? Sure enough, many people looked at the fatty suspiciously. The fatty's expression changed, but he soon calmed down. He sneered. Third brother did not need to worry about whether he could afford it or not. But if you have doubts, you can investigate it. I have a very honorable background. I'm not afraid of you investigating. Humph! The third young master snorted. The others did not say anything. Since the fatty acted like this, there should be no problem. Many people from the 9 Nether tribe were shocked, and their faces were filled with jealousy. It was fine if they could not compete with the eldest and third young masters, but now they could not even compete with the sixth brother? Once the people of the 9 Underworlds clan offered up their treasures, they would become outsiders. Many of them offered many treasures, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, the most eye-catching one was Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong took out a jade bottle and said loudly, "This is an elixir, an ancient elixir. I got it from an ancient cavern. I don't know the name of the elixir, but I named it the longevity elixir because this elixir can increase one's lifespan by 50 years. What? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. The living fossil Supreme Elder opened his eyes abruptly, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. Previously, neither the blue sky illustration nor the ice fire inner core attracted the living fossil's attention. Although these treasures were good, the living fossil had seen too many treasures in his life, especially at his status. Treasures were no longer what he pursued. What he pursued was power and life. However, at his level of cultivation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to advance any further. It was very common for him to be trapped for hundreds or thousands of years without being able to advance any further. And there was another thing that made him very anxious because he didn't have much time left. If he still couldn't make a breakthrough, he would most likely die. By then, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. But now, someone actually took out a pill that could increase his lifespan by 50 years, which made him go wild with joy. The others were even more envious. Medicinal pills that could increase one's life were the most precious. They could only be envious because they knew that this pill was for living fossils. As expected, Lei Qianzhong smiled and looked at the living fossil. This is a small gift from Junior. I hope Senior will accept it. Good, good, good. Lei Qianzhong finally laughed. He said, Yanran, if that's the case, then take it. Yanran of 9 Nether's face was also filled with excitement. She carefully received the elixir pills from young Master Lei and bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Then he turned around and came to the living fossil's side and took the jade bottle. The living fossil's hands were trembling. After receiving it, he immediately probed with his soul. Then he laughed excitedly. It was indeed a miraculous elixir. There were even more screams in the surroundings. They knew that there was probably no other item that could be more valuable than this. It seemed that Lei Qianzhong could make a request to the living fossil. As for what it was, they were even more curious. With Lei Qianzhong's status and strength, what kind of request could he make? The eldest young master also revealed a proud smile because he was the one who invited Lei Qianzhong. The third young master's face darkened. They also took out many treasures, but none of them could compare to this life elixir. Wow. The fatty's eyes widened. Damn, this is really an eye-opener. He was already very satisfied with his performance this time. Although he didn't get first place, he was still in the top 3. Thinking about it, after this birthday banquet, his identity and status would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian gratefully. "Brother, I really have to thank you this time. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. If I don't do anything, I'm not human. Don't say that. I really do have something. Didn't you guys say that someone could make a request to the living flower stone? I'm going to make a request to your old ancestor." "What?" The fatty was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. He said, "Brother, stop joking." Although the rumor was true, this opportunity was too rare. Everyone wanted to fight for it, especially now that Lei Qianzhong took out a life elixir. No one could compare to it. Why don't you just give something casually? In the fatty's opinion, it was useless no matter what Lin Xian gave. Since that was the case, he shouldn't waste the treasure. That might not be the case. I'm determined to get this spot. Just watch. After saying that, he stood up. "I also have a treasure to give to the Grand Elder." Lin Xian's voice echoed in the hall. Countless people looked over. "It's him. It's actually this kid." They recognized Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the one who provoked Lei Qianzhong. In the end, he forced the first and third young masters to leave. It could be said that he won the attention of countless people. This guy's identity was definitely not ordinary. What kind of treasure could he give? It's useless. No matter how good his gift was, could it be better than the life elixir? That's right. This guy must be here for the spot. But now, it seems impossible. Humph! Lei Qianzhong also glanced at Lin Xian, revealing a cold smile. Competing with him in terms of treasures? The difference was too great. Previously, during the competition, he was suppressed by Lin Xian. Now, he could finally get back at Lin Xian. His companion beside him sneered. "Kid, I advise you not to waste your energy. No matter what you take out, it won't be able to compare to my young master's elixir. That's right, this spot will definitely belong to my young master." The first young master also laughed. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. "What does this fellow cultivator want to give? Why don't you open our eyes?" Previously, when he saw Lin Xian's performance, he was also gnashing his teeth. Now that he could suppress Lin Xian, he was naturally willing. Chapter 35:20. Unless it was also a longevity pill, and one with an even longer lifespan. However, this kind of longevity pill wasn't a cabbage. It was extremely precious. A single longevity pill was enough to make countless saints go crazy with envy. It wasn't easy for one to appear. How could there be a second one? They wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. The Supreme Elder didn't raise his head. He didn't even look at Lin Xian, because his gaze was locked onto the jade bottle in his hand. His attention was completely attracted by the longevity pill in his hand. Lin Xian didn't care about it at all. He said, "This treasure of mine is incredible. As long as I take it out, no one can compare to it. No one can compare to it. What a joke. Can you compare to the longevity pill? Kid, stop bragging. Take out whatever you have." The first and third young masters mocked him. Lin Xian smiled. "What I took out is really a longevity pill, and it's a 100-year longevity pill." "What?" Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian's voice reverberated throughout the hall. Furthermore, it was a medicinal pill that could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. How is that possible? They had thought of countless possibilities. They thought that Lin Xian was bragging, but they didn't expect him to have a longevity pill. Moreover, it was twice as old as Lei Qianzhong's. Impossible. Lei Qianzhong shook his head. How could he have a 100-year longevity pill? He had spent a lot of effort to get it because he had two goals in coming to the first astral boundary. Firstly, he wanted to announce a big piece of news, and secondly, he had his own selfish motives. He knew that the Netherworld tribe was a family of blacksmiths, and he had a weapon crafting blueprint in his hand. He wanted the living fossil to help him craft a weapon. This weapon was extremely important to him, so he had to take out the longevity pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out such a precious pill even if he was beaten to death. Now, someone had taken out the same pill, and it was twice as effective as his. This was absolutely impossible. The first and third young master's expressions were extremely interesting. Soon, the first young master snorted. "Are you kidding me? What do you think the Netherworld tribe is? Do you think you can play around with us? Men, throw this unreasonable person out." Immediately, someone walked over to them. This change was too sudden. Everyone didn't even have time to react. Lin Xian sneered. "What? You want to throw me out? Sure, go ahead. However, you old men will lose 100 years of your lifespan. Can you bear the consequences?" The first young master of the young zest, impossibles the longevity pill zest, TS impossibles the young masters, chooses the young masters, young master, shouted the martial artists in front hesitated. But at this time, Nine Nether sweetly shouted out, "Stop! What is this? The High Ancestor is still here. What right do you have to be so impudent?" Young Lin, the young master to S9 Nether Yenran looked at Lin Xian. "Sir, is what you said true?" The patriarch beside her also raised his head with a look of disbelief in his eyes. A 50-year-old pill had already made him extremely excited. Now, there's an extra 100 years? He felt like he was in a dream. "Of course it's true." Lin Xian asked, "I heard that whoever takes out the best treasure can make a request of the living fossil. I wonder if that's true. So this kid is planning to do that." The crowd was shocked. "If your gift is the best, I'll agree to any of your requests." At that moment, the living fossil spoke personally. "Any request." Personally agreed. The young masters, the crowd went crazy. Lei Qianzhong's lips curled into a smile. "That's the same as saying to me." Moreover, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could take out something better than his longevity pill. "All right, Grand Elder, take a look at this." Lin Xian flipped his hand and took out a jade box. The jade box was half the size of a palm and emitted a dim light. Lin Xian slowly opened the jade box. Inside the jade box was a pill the size of a longan, surrounded by countless runes of the great Tao. A rich pill fragrance quickly wafted out. The people around them were immediately intoxicated when they smelled it. Their eyes widened as they felt an incredible change in their bodies. I call it the super longevity pill. It can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Another longevity pill, and it's a super longevity pill. Enough to increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Doesn't that mean it's twice as effective as the pill Lei Qianzhong gave me? Oh my heavens! Where did this kid get such a good thing? The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to grab the longan pill and carefully compare it with the pill in the jade bottle in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up. A terrifying holy aura emanated from his body. That was the energy he couldn't suppress due to his excitement. There really is such a pill in this world. The Grand Elder was too excited again. He raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Young master, where did you get this pill? Do you have more? I want as many as you have." The crowd was in an uproar, looking at the reaction of the living fossil. Could it be true? Could it increase one's lifespan by 100 years? This old guy is quite greedy. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in his heart, but he didn't show any expression on his face. He said, "I only have one of this in my hand, and I got it from an ancient ruin." Was there only one living fossil Sai? But it makes sense. It's such a precious item. How could there be more? Now that two of them appeared at once, it's already heaven-defying. How is that possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. Lei Qianzhong's eyes widened. He couldn't accept it. The first and third young masters were also horrified. Does he really have such a heaven-defying treasure? This time, The ninth underworld clan had really struck it rich. Yes, no matter who comes first, the living fossil is equivalent to an extra 150 years of lifespan. The surrounding elders were also extremely envious. This kind of pill that could increase one's lifespan was incomparably tempting to anyone. It was impossible to increase one's lifespan by 150 years. Lin Xian said, "This kind of thing can only be eaten once. It won't have any effect if you eat it again." The meaning of his words was obvious. The living fossil could only choose one of the two, and it was impossible to get two of these pills at the same time. The other's eyes turned red. If the living fossil chooses the 100-year pill, then Lei Qianzhong's pill will be empty. Doesn't that mean we have a chance? Thinking of this, their eyes flickered. I must find a chance to get this pill. Chapter 35:21. Ha 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 ha. Of course it's your pill that's better. The living fossil looked at Lin Xian. However, he did not hand over the 50-year lifespan pill. Even if he couldn't consume it, it would still be a great fortune for him. Lei Qianzhong's expression instantly turned ugly. Damn it, he had lost the right to enter, and it seemed like the other party wanted to take his pill. Humph. He stood up and harumphed coldly. If that's the case, please return the pill to me, Grand Elder. If he couldn't get a spot, it would be meaningless for him to give the pill. The crowd was in an uproar. Some of the Nine Nether tribe were dissatisfied and whispered, "What kind of stingy Mr. Lei was? How could he take back the pill he gave away? Wasn't this too laughable? What did you say?" Lei Qianzhong's eyes lit up. "Do you know what it means to increase my lifespan? Does the Nine Nether tribe dare to touch my things? Let me tell you, I'm from the second astral realm. The second astral realm." Many people were shocked. They had already guessed the other party's identity, but they didn't expect him to be from the second astral realm. Of course, there were also some who were confused. They didn't know what the second astral realm was, but soon their faces were filled with fear. "I'm from the second astral realm, Sky Thunder City, the disciple of the Sky Thunder Sacred King." What? The Sacred King's disciple? The person in front of them was the Sacred King's disciple. The surrounding people went crazy. No wonder he was so powerful and could reach the third sky of the Sage Realm at such a young age. He was the Sacred King's disciple. Even Lin Xian was shocked. The second astral realm. The Sacred King. The second astral realm is the second part of the ancient star path. You will go there in the future. The geniuses and experts in the second astral realm are even more terrifying. It's far more powerful than the world you're in now. He Shan transmitted his voice. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that it was necessary for him to learn more about the two-star realm. Lei Qianzhong sneered when he saw the terrified gazes of the crowd. "Now, do you still dare to covet my treasure?" The Nine Nether tribes members felt their scalps going numb. The Sacred King? How terrifying was that? A living Sacred King could sweep everything away. They didn't dare to provoke him. The Grand Elder also frowned and faintly said, "Young Master, you're thinking too much. I know you came to the Nine Netherbird clan with a purpose. We can discuss this matter in private. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Lei Qianzhong snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He knew that after he revealed his identity, the other party would probably cooperate with him. At this time, eldest young master also went forward to comfort them, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down. "Senior living fossil, can you fulfill my request now?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't expect Lei Qianzhong to be so noble that he dared to talk back to a living fossil. However, the living fossils and the Nine Hells race didn't seem to dare to resist. This was not good for him. He was afraid that this living fossil would go back on his word. The living fossil was also rather impatient. "Young master, follow me." The birthday banquet continued. but the two of them had already left and were walking towards the depths of the main hall. After entering a secret chamber in the depths of the sky, the living fossil said, "All right, what request does young master have? Feel free to state them." Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony and said, "My request is very simple. Help me upgrade this spirit boat to the level of a sacred artifact." Sacred artifact? The Grand Elder was stunned. He glanced at the black earth and then frowned. Do you know what level a sacred artifact is? It's not an ordinary item. It's too precious. I can promise to help you upgrade it to the level of a half-sacred artifact. Damn, old fox. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He sneered, "I don't need to come to you for a half-sacred artifact. Although a sacred artifact is precious, it can't be compared to the pills I gave you. What, you want to go back on your word? You only know that Lei Qianzhong came from the second astral realm and didn't dare to provoke him. But do you know my identity? Let me tell you, I also came from the second astral realm. I don't even care about Lei Qianzhong. If you want to go back on your word, you can imagine the consequences." The living fossil's expression changed. "You also came from the second astral realm." He was too shocked. He had already investigated Lei Qianzhong's identity, but he didn't find out Lin Xian's identity. Now that Lin Xian said that he also came from the second astral realm, he was shocked. Seeing that the other party was still doubting him, Lin Xian secretly transmitted his voice. "Hey, Shan, release some of your aura." In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a token. It was a very ordinary token without any deterrence, but He Shan's great sage aura was emitted from it, making it extremely mysterious. It was as if it could crush the entire world. The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression instantly changed. This aura was too terrifying. Could it be that this person really came from the terrifying holy city? Thinking of this, he no longer dared to act presumptuously. "Young master, please forgive me. I've already upgraded your grade." It was true that forging a sacred artifact cost a lot, but compared to 100 years of life, the great elder couldn't care less. 100 years was nothing to a young person, but to him, it was more precious than any sacred artifact. In addition, he had just obtained countless treasures, so he didn't have to worry about the lack of materials. Immediately, he used the 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold and other materials to forge the sacred artifact. Before forging, Lin Xian asked how long it would take to completely forge the sacred artifact. The living fossil told him that it would take a very long time, at least 100 years. Lin Xian couldn't wait that long, and the living fossil was obviously unwilling to spend so much time forging the sacred artifact. Therefore, he thought of another method. That was, the great elder would arrange all the materials and even carve all the great Taoists of heaven and earth. Then it would absorb the power of heaven and earth and refine it. Although it would still take a long time to refine the sacred artifact, it would be more convenient for Lin Xian and the living fossil. That was because the living fossil didn't need to be stared at for a long time, and Lin Xian could also put it away and wait slowly. Of course, the great elder only dared to do this because his attainments in refining had reached the peak. Otherwise, no other refiner would be able to do it. Good. Lin Xian gladly agreed to this proposal. In the next year, the great elder began to modify the black earth. Outside, the birthday banquet had long since ended. Not only that, but there were also earth-shattering changes. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Hall, and Dragon Valley's young geniuses had been killed. Chapter 35:22. The first and third young masters felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't find the culprit, but the culprit was killed by them. Therefore, one could imagine the pressure they were facing. Even the Nine Nether tribe, felt the pressure, and had a headache. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong made his move. He showed his identity as the Saint King's disciple and attracted the attention of the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley. The Nine Nether Tribe was also willing to compensate for the loss of the geniuses and give out a large number of weapons. This way, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Hall did not pursue the matter. Instead, they banded together and formed a new alliance with Lei Qianzhong as their leader. The reason for this alliance was simple. The Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight Wind Hall came to the Nine Nether Tribe to get a batch of weapons. They wanted to attack the Langus Star. However, they also wanted a special saint artifact to lock onto Lin Xian's location. This way, they could hunt him down. Lei Qianzhong's appearance made them ecstatic. He was a genius from the second astral realm. With his leadership, they could gather a large number of experts. This way, it would be easier to deal with the Langus Star. Lei Qianzhong had his own plans. He wouldn't be used as a tool, but when he heard that there was a great emperor's inheritance on the Langus Star, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He knew that the Hanwu great emperor's inheritance was not in Yan Nanshan's hands, but in the hands of someone else. This made him extremely jealous. He must obtain the great emperor's inheritance. Therefore, everyone joined forces. Deep in the hall, Lin Xian didn't know about this. He didn't know that he and the Langus Star were in a huge crisis. He was ecstatic because as time passed, the Black Tycoon had completed the initial transformation. Next, it only needed time to refine and use the Tao of heaven and earth to refine it into a saint artifact. This process took a year. All right, the basic transformation is complete. Next, you can put it away and wait patiently. Under normal circumstances, with the Tao of heaven and earth that I engraved, it can completely transform into a saint artifact in 100 years. Of course, if you can shorten the time, it's not impossible if you can find the terrifying golden fire energy of heaven and earth. Then it will greatly shorten the time. However, this kind of golden fire power of heaven and earth was not so easy to find. The Supreme Elder said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the Black Earth became a sacred artifact. Our transaction is complete. Young master, please leave. The Grand Elder said in a low voice. This old man also needs to go into seclusion for a while. At this point, his eyes were burning with passion. Okay. Lin Xian didn't tarry and quickly walked outside. When he came out, he frowned because he found that there were people guarding the exit. And from the looks of it, his expression was unusually cold. Lin Xian was a little more cautious. With a flash of his body, he quietly hid in the void, avoiding the guards of these people. When he arrived outside the Heavenly Palace, he discovered that the aura of planet alchemy was very unusual. He wanted to return to Fatty's original palace, but he realized that Fatty's palace was also guarded by many people, and Fatty had a gloomy look on his face. What's going on? What happened? Where's Dream? And from the looks of it, Fatty seemed to be imprisoned. Lin Xian set up a formation to cover Fatty, then sent a voice transmission. Brother Yun, what's wrong with you? And where's Dream? Fatty jumped in fright. He thought that he had encountered a ghost, but soon he heard a voice transmission. Don't be agitated. Answer me with a voice transmission. Fatty sent a voice transmission saying, Good brother, you're out. You're finally out. That's great. Fatty was about to cry. Damn, he had been on tenterhooks for the past year. Dream was in another place, so she should be safe. As for the matter, after you and the old ancestor went in, those people from Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley came. They forced our Netherworld tribe to compensate with a large number of weapons. Then, these people actually joined forces and formed a new alliance with that Lei Qianzhong. They seemed to want to make a move against the legendary Lin Wudi and Langus Star. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Make a move against him and Langistar. Damn it, those people from Vermilion Bird Palace really didn't give up. But that Lei Qianzhong was also involved. It couldn't be helped. Those people from Vermilion Bird Palace had revealed the great emperor's inheritance, forcing Lei Qianzhong to join them. They had already waited for a year. In another month or two, they would leave this place and make a move against Langistar. Because I opposed eldest brother and third brother in the past, I've been imprisoned. Your friend Fantasy has also left, but they haven't caught us yet. They don't dare to make a move because you and the old ancestor have yet to come out. But with their personalities, I'm afraid they will punish us before they leave. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Punish them? Damn it. These people had thoroughly infuriated him. First, these people wanted to make a move against him now. Second, these people had formed an alliance for him and Langistar. They deserved to die 1,000 times over. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being merciless. Fortunately, he came out early. If he came out a month or two later, these people would have already made a move. After calming down the fatty, Lin Xian asked about Dream's general location and then left. Sure enough, he found Dream in the mountain range. Palace Master, you're out. Dream was overjoyed and said anxiously, Oh no, they want to make a move against you. And Langistar, I already know. I won't let them succeed. Where are they now? Bring me there. The two turned into streams of light, hiding in the void and moving forward quietly. Lin Xian and Meng Meng also changed their appearances. No one knew that he was Lin Xian, and no one knew that he was the former young Master Xian. When they arrived at their destination, Lin Xian was stunned. These people weren't too far away from the Heavenly Palace. Instead, they had set up camp tens of thousands of miles away. This was also a place with abundant spiritual qi. At this moment, the alliance was quite spectacular. Not only were there Vermilion Bird Palace, but the original major forces were also there. Many experts and clans from all over the universe who had come to offer their blessings had also joined in. Firstly, the great emperor's inheritance was too tempting. Secondly, Lei Qianzhong had also sent a message. That was his purpose for coming here. The Sky Thunder City in the second astral realm was recruiting a new batch of genius disciples. Therefore, the other party's purpose in coming to the first astral realm was to recruit people. They wanted to recruit geniuses from the ancient road of the stars to go to the second astral realm. The news caused the geniuses to be extremely excited. The great emperor's inheritance was too elusive. If they could go to the second astral realm, join the legendary sacred city, and become the disciple of the Sage King. Chapter 35:23. A bunch of idiots. You're being used as cannon fodder, yet you're still feeling smug. You're courting death. Just as those people were getting excited, a cold voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble here? The surrounding people turned their heads. Among them, those from Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley roared madly. Their terrifying roars shook the 9 heavens. What? Did I say something wrong? Or are you feeling guilty and don't want others to know the truth? The voice in the sky floated out again. Who told you that the great emperor's inheritance is in Lin Wudi's hands? It's obviously in Yan Nanshan's hands. This is all part of Vermilion Bird Palace's scheme. They want you to kill each other. Once your strength is greatly damaged, he and Yan Nantian will attack and kill all of you. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. What? Is this true? It's possible. Yan Nantian can't be dead. How can the great emperor's inheritance be leaked? Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Vermilion Bird Palace's people roared madly. Lei Qianzhong also walked over from afar. His expression darkened as terrifying lightning surged from his body and spewed out in all directions. He was now the leader of the new alliance. Was someone provoking him by behaving atrociously in front of him? Buzz. He formed a hand seal. Above his head, countless bolts of lightning formed the eye of the thunder god. Looking down, it completely enveloped the entire space. I want to see who dares to play tricks in front of me. Playing tricks? You're the one who's guilty, aren't you? You want to kill all the prodigies in the universe. Then let Vermilion Bird Palace's people enter the second astral realm. It was really a good plan. Damn it, this can't be real, right? Is this really an alliance between Vermilion Bird Palace and Lei Qianzhong? Are we really going to become cannon fodder? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Lei Qianzhong shouted coldly, "Get out here!" The eye of thunder emitted a terrifying light that pierced through the void. However, there was nothing there. There was only a pitch-black hole that was rapidly shattering. No one. How is this possible? Lei Qianzhong's pupils shrank. His eye of the thunder god was an extremely powerful soul detection ability that could easily lock onto a saint. But now he couldn't find out where that person was? Who was it? The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolation Hall all searched for that person, but it was as if that person had never appeared. This scene left them dumbfounded. Could it be that they were hallucinating? In the air, Meng Meng and Lin Xian were constantly dodging. Hallmaster, what should we do next? Words alone probably wouldn't be able to disturb them. It seemed that he had no choice but to act. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. At this point, he had no choice but to act. However, at this moment, Black Mountain said, "Kid, don't panic. This place doesn't seem normal." Not searching? What did that mean? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain carefully sensed the surroundings and realized that the golden fire plane wasn't as simple as it seemed. I didn't notice it before, but this time I discovered that there seems to be another world beneath the golden fire plane. There was another world. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Black Mountain sensed carefully. That's right, I felt an extremely unusual aura beneath my feet. It's just that I haven't found the exact location yet. Why don't I go out to investigate while you intercept them and delay them for a while? All right. Lin Xian nodded and secretly let Black Mountain out. Then he had Meng Meng continue to hide in the air, ready to provide support at any time. Meanwhile, he stealthily revealed himself and blended into the crowd. The people in the crowd were paranoid. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "Is this true or not? You have to give us an explanation." This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. So his voice was immediately heard by those from Vermilion Bird Palace. Lei Qianzhong also abruptly turned his head and stared in their direction. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the area began to shatter. The surrounding people all paled and retreated. What a terrifying gaze. "Kid, were you the one who provoked us just now?" Many people stared at Lin Xian, as if wanting to tear him apart. They didn't recognize Lin Xian now because Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura. What happened before? I don't know. I only know that you have to give us an explanation. Are you really treating us as cannon fodder? Is Vermilion Bird Palace really in cahoots with the second astral realm? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. He looked at the surrounding people. Do you really want to be cannon fodder and be used as a tool by others? The surrounding people also had ugly expressions. Indeed, there were people who said, "We don't want to be cannon fodder. Give us an explanation." More and more voices rang out. Those from Vermilion Bird Palace had ugly expressions. "Damn it, they're rebelling. You want to die." An expert from Vermilion Bird Palace roared. Terrifying flames surged from his body and swept across the 9 heavens. No one dared to make a sound under the pressure. Lin Xian sneered. "You want to suppress us now that your scheme has been seen through? Are you really that daring to make an enemy out of our families and sects? Although we're not as good as Vermilion Bird Palace, we're not afraid of you. Yes, that's right. Let's join forces too. We definitely can't be their cannon fodder. Kid, you're courting death. That sage stared at Lin Xian. Although these people were doubtful before, no one dared to refute them. Now that there was a leader, the surrounding martial artists seemed to have a leader and dared to resist. Therefore, they felt that they had to get rid of this person first. The others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Go to hell. An expert from Vermilion Bird Palace attacked. The flames on his body formed a Vermilion Bird divine blade. The blade slashed down. Run. The martial artists in that area fled frantically. Lin Xian didn't run. Humph, you want to silence me? Flames also surged from his body, forming a large palm and slapping forward. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert was forced back. Lin Xian laughed loudly. You want to lead us like this? We're not convinced. If you want us to attack, let us lead you in battle. We won't be controlled by others. Lin Xian didn't stop talking. He was trying to intensify the conflict. As expected, other than Vermilion Bird Palace and the other large sects, the others were all furious. They let out a tsunami of voices. They increasingly felt that this was a trap. Oh no, there's something wrong with this kid. Hurry up and kill him. The experts from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Hall roared crazily. The sage who was forced back roared at the sky. His eyes instantly turned red, and monstrous killing intent swept out. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palm, forming an immortal phoenix that charged over with boundless flames. It directly sent that sage flying. He had changed his appearance and didn't look like a young man. Therefore, he didn't hold back. He forced the sage back. Chapter 35:24. I'm just a wandering cultivator. I only came here because I admire Senior Living Fossil. Now, it seems that you can't even defeat me. What right does Vermilion Bird Palace have to lead us? Why don't you let me lead you instead? Lin Xian's voice rang out clearly. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Let the second heaven sage attack him. Boom. The second heaven sage of Eight Wind Palace attacked, but he was pushed back again after a few moves. He's too strong. Could it be that even a second heaven sage can't suppress him? The crowd was in an uproar. They now felt that Eight Wind Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace were nothing special. Any wandering cultivator could defeat them. Were they really going to be led by such a person? They were unwilling to accept it. Lin Xian laughed. Eight Wind Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace? If they can't do it, then what about Lei Qianzhong? Why don't we teach you a lesson? If you lose to me, then you'll have to admit that I'm your boss. You're courting death. Countless people roared. Lei Qianzhong's face turned cold, but he didn't attack because someone else had already attacked. This time, it was an elder of Dragon Valley who stepped forward. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? You're courting death. His aura was incomparably strong. A late third heaven sage. Not only that, but he also held a sacred weapon in his hand. It wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat a fourth heaven sage. As expected, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all laughed coldly. Let's see how he's going to die. Not good. Dreamy's expression changed. This battle strength was too strong. She was worried that Lin Xian would be injured. Before she could make a move, another voice came from the crowd. A dignified third firmament sage elder, wielding a sage artifact to bully an ordinary rogue cultivator, was truly shameless. Why don't I fight you? Another figure walked out. This figure had a terrifying aura. The Tao of heaven and earth rumbled around him. Who is this person? The crowd was in an uproar. Even Lin Xian was shocked. However, at this moment, a voice came into his ears. Hall Master Lin, it's me, Mubai. Elder Mubai. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Elder Mubai was actually here. But thinking about it, even the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley's experts were here. It was normal for the Wolf Fong Star to send 1 or 2 people to investigate. With Elder Mubai's help, Lin Xian was relieved. He retreated slightly. Elder Mubai started fighting with the other party, and a huge battle broke out. At first, everyone was disdainful. A level 3 sage with a sacred artifact could definitely destroy everything. However, they quickly discovered that the situation was not like that, because the 2 sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor. How could this be? The people of the Dragon Valley were going crazy. How could a 3rd heaven saint with a holy weapon not be able to defeat him? Who was this person? Lin Xian laughed heartily at the side. So, this is your elder? Your strength is really nothing much. People like you want to lead us? What a joke. The surrounding people were getting more and more shaken, and they also wanted to resist. Kill him. The experts of the 8 Desolate Hall also rushed over. Fantasy also came out and clashed with the experts of the 8 Emperor's Palace. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, soaring into the sky. Another person tried to attack Lin Xian, but he was sent flying by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed towards Lei Qianzhong. Let me see how you lead these heroes. As he spoke, he grabbed at Lei Qianzhong with his huge hand covered in flames. You're courting death. Lei Qianzhong's companions roared. The 2 of them attacked, and a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth swept towards Lin Xian. Pung pung. The terrifying power of the flaming palm shattered the 2 Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 who attacked also had their palms smashed and were sent flying. The people at the side felt their hair stand on end. Isn't this person too strong? Injuring them with just a wave of his hand. Who is this person? Who are you? Lei Qianzhong's eyes emitted a cold light, as if he wanted to pierce through the other party. The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The flames on his body turned into a fire qilin and roared as it charged forward. Get lost! Lei Qianzhong roared crazily. Lightning surged from his body, turning into thousands of thunderbolts that attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The power of thunder and fire collided. The 2 Tao of heaven and earth clashed. Wang! Lin Xian's palm turned into 100,000 feet tall mountain and slammed onto Lei Qianzhong's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Lei Qianzhong continued to roll on the ground. His body was charred black, and the people around him went crazy. Lei Qianzhong was forced to retreat. This was too unbelievable. Damned brat, go to hell! Lei Qianzhong roared. Countless lightning runes appeared on his body, especially on his forehead, where a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth appeared. That was a seal. At this moment, the seal was quickly dissolved. His aura also erupted like 100,000 thunderbolts, causing the void to explode. Countless people were sent flying. In the next moment, a figure could be seen floating in the sea of lightning. It was Lei Qianzhong. Although his appearance didn't change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong was like a thunder god, roaring towards the sky. 3rd heavenly layer, venerable. Many people felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with fear. They had heard that Lei Qianzhong had sealed his cultivation. They thought it was just a legend, but now it seemed that it was true. Now that Lei Qianzhong had broken the seal, his cultivation had reached the 3rd heavenly layer. There was definitely an earth-shattering change compared to before. Die for me. A fist of thunder carrying boundless law of thunder blasted over. Everything in its path collapsed. Nothing could withstand the violent power. Whoa! Many people were affected, and their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng movement technique to dodge. He was also surprised when he was hit by the energy shockwave on his back. Such a violent aura. As expected of the Saint King's disciple, his strength was truly terrifying. All right, I'll play with him. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light, and the sword intent in his body also spread out. A terrifying aura was about to erupt. However, at this moment, He Shan transmitted a message to him. Kid, don't attack. I've found them. You go first and lead them to a place. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart shook. He withdrew the violent sword intent and turned to leave. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Mu, Bai, and Meng Meng, telling them to quickly retreat as well, although Mu, Bai, and Meng Meng didn't understand what was going on. They immediately retreated after receiving the message. Where do you think you're going? Lei Qianzhong roared. Now that he had broken the seal, how could he allow them to escape? Endless lightning formed, and 8 lightning dragons crawled under his feet, carrying him as he flew. On the other side, the 8-Wind Palace's experts also roared and charged over. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders roared, "Stop them! Don't let them escape!" Chapter 35:25. Countless experts chased after him, and the surrounding people also followed suit. Between heaven and earth, it was as if dark clouds were gathering, causing the entire world to tremble. Lin Xian was flying ahead. He asked, "Black Mountain, what's going on?" "Kid, there's another space under the Golden Fire Plains, but it's covered by a peerless formation. Ordinary people can't find it at all. If it weren't for my incredible abilities, I wouldn't have noticed it either. There's a peerless formation here." Lin Xian was shocked. To be honest, he didn't notice it at all. His formation skills were much stronger than ordinary sages, but he didn't notice it. Moreover, this was the Netherworld tribe's territory. How could the Netherworld tribe not notice it at all? However, when he thought about how Black Mountain was a great sage in the past, he realized that it was impossible for anyone who wasn't a great sage to detect him. "Can you break it?" he asked. "If I was at my peak, I could break it with a single slap. Unfortunately, I'm only at the first layer. I can't break it. Of course, I'll be able to break it if you give me 8 to 10 years. Are you kidding me?" They were being chased by countless sages. "Is there no other way?" "Of course there is. Who do you think I am?" Black Mountain smiled. "I asked you to lure those people here so that I can borrow their strength to break the formation. With so many sages attacking together, they can definitely break the formation." "I understand." Lin Xian nodded, then sent the news to Mu Bai and Meng Meng. The two of them were shocked when they heard that there was a peerless formation here. They didn't notice it at all. However, they believed in Lin Xian's words. He definitely wouldn't be wrong. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the place Black Mountain mentioned. The surroundings were desolate and quiet. There weren't many people, and there weren't even many demon beasts. It was hard to imagine that there was a peerless formation here. "You can't escape." Lei Qianzhong took the lead. He was very fast, so he caught up to Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. A lightning blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Kaboom! The fearsome power of thunder shook the 9 heavens. Lin Xian leaned to the side and dodged the saber. The nomological powers on the saber struck his body with a resounding sound, causing his lifeblood to churn. Countless flames jumped out from his body and formed a shield blocking the terrifying thunder. At the same time, he flashed and flew to the left. At the same time, the army of experts behind them charged over and surrounded them. "You won't be able to escape. Since you dared to break our alliance, you will definitely die today." Cold voices rang out one after another. A powerful force sealed the entire world. Kill. With Lei Qianzhong as the leader and so many saints attacking at the same time, the power of this attack was simply too terrifying. The area in front of him was directly destroyed. "Let's go too." Lin Xian bellowed, and Mu Bai and Fantasy instantly came to his side. Mu Bai took out a scroll. The scroll flickered with unparalleled power of the stars. It directly enveloped the three of them and tore open the void. Not good. They are too strong. Especially that Lei Qianzhong, he is the Saint King's disciple. His current attack can affect us. Mu Bai's face paled. Originally, they could hide in the void and dodge it. However, this time around, they discovered that they were actually unable to completely dodge it. The berserk lightning was closely following them. At this moment, Lin Xian's body suddenly emitted a terrifying power of space, enveloping the three of them. Their bodies disappeared from the space in an instant. As soon as they disappeared, the thunder pierced through the void, but it didn't hit them at all. Buzz. They appeared from another space. They dodged it. Fantasy let out a sigh of relief, but Sage Mu Bai's eyes widened. This was a spatial ability. Hall Master Lin, you actually know spatial ability? He was simply too shocked. Spatial ability was an extremely powerful and strange ability. Very few people could comprehend it. After all, space was king. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously, but didn't explain anything. Spatial ability was taught to him by Gu Santong, because he helped Gu Santong, and the Gu family. Gu Santong taught him a spatial ability. It was called the spatial escape technique. He was currently using the spatial escape technique. Did he kill them? On Lei Qianzhong's side, countless people looked around. Humph, they are definitely going to die. Lei Qianzhong also revealed a cold smile. He had already released the seal. In addition to the killing blow just now, how could they have dodged it? What is this? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The space in front of them had already shattered due to their previous attack. The ground also sank and a bottomless black hole appeared. Within the black hole, countless lights flickered. Soon, a formation appeared in front of everyone. This formation was simple and unadorned. It was engraved with the Tao of heaven and earth, filling the entire space. A formation, and an ancient one at that. How exquisite! Screams rang out. How could there be a formation here? Not good. Could this be a trap set up by the three of them? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people's faces changed in fright. They quickly defended themselves, and many saint realms rushed into the sky. At the same time, the Tao of heaven and earth filled the space. These people were on high alert. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see any attacks. What's going on? These people were even more puzzled. No, the Vermilion Bird Palace master shook his head. It wasn't set up by the three of them. There was already a grand formation here. There was already one. How could this be? The Golden Alchemy sect's people went crazy. Nine Nether's group was also stunned. This was their territory. How could they not know there was a formation here? Looking at how exquisite the formation was, it definitely wasn't set up by an ordinary person. Could it be that there was something hidden here? Lei Qianzhong's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, endless amounts of lightning flew out, striking the formation. The formation shook violently, but it soon calmed down. An attack from a third firmament saint. It couldn't harm the formation at all. Seeing this scene, Lei Qianzhong was enraged. Instead of being angry, he revealed a smug smile. Great, my guess was right. There must be a treasure trove below. A treasure trove. Could there be something good sealed here? The surrounding people's eyes lit up. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Don't move. We're from the same alliance. Of course, we have to listen to the alliance leader. The Vermilion Bird Palace master stepped forward, looking at Lei Qianzhong. Alliance Master, it's up to you to lead us in breaking the formation. Good. Lei Qianzhong was very satisfied with the Vermilion Bird Palace master's attitude. Chapter 35-26. Those people began to break the array. Watching this scene from the void, Meng Meng frowned. How could the Vermilion Bird Palace lower themselves so much? Elder Mubai coldly snorted. Yen Nantian was dead, and the Vermilion Bird Palace had lost their greatest hope. Naturally, they would need to find a replacement. Lei Qianzhong's talent and strength were both top-notch. Moreover, he was the Sage King's disciple. If they could establish a good relationship with him, then the Vermilion Bird Palace would have another layer of protection. Indeed, it wasn't just the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Dragon Valley, and the 8 Desolate Hall that wanted to curry favor with Lei Qianzhong. When those people attacked together, it was a terrifying force that caused the entire world to tremble violently. In the end, under Lei Qianzhong's guidance and the violent bombardment, a crack finally appeared on the peerless array. Below, there was a layer of hazy light that looked like a dream. When the sages saw it, they cried out in surprise. A space of its own. Lei Qianzhong's lips curled into a smile. As expected, there was another world below. His figure flickered and he couldn't wait to descend. His companions quickly followed behind him. Next was the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Dragonbone Palace, and the 9 Nether Tribe. The others also followed behind, afraid that they would be left behind. Let's move too. On the other side, Lin Xian, Meng Meng, and Elder Mubai quietly followed behind, and also entered the space below. After entering, the scene inside was shocking. The space below was bigger than they had imagined. Moreover, there were many mountains with monstrous flames on top of them, accompanied by a terrifying, chaotic aura. Within the mountains, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Various kinds of thunder danced wildly like demonic beasts. Those flames constantly turned into stars, blooming between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura caused the hair of those who entered to stand on end. What a powerful fire energy! Lin Xian's eyes widened when he entered. He was wild with joy. Wasn't this the fire he needed? One had to know that the Black Earth had already completed its initial construction. In order to completely evolve into a saint artifact, it would take around 100 years under normal circumstances. However, the 9 Nether Tribes living fossil had said that under special circumstances, this time would be greatly shortened. For example, finding an extremely terrifying flame between heaven and earth. With the power of that flame, it could quickly evolve. Lin Xian noted this down. When he had time, he would search for it or wait until he returned to the Langya star. He started searching with the star's information. However, he didn't expect there was another world under the Golden Fire Plains. Furthermore, there was actually such a strange and terrifying flame in this world. This was the flame he needed. If he obtained it, the Black Earth wouldn't need 100 years to evolve, would take form in a short time. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a fiery light. The heavens are really helping me. Not only him, but the people around him also became ecstatic after the initial panic. The power of fire here was too terrifying. If they could obtain it, it would be a supreme treasure for them. The people of the 9 Netherbird clan laughed wildly. They were blacksmiths, and this kind of flame was a great temptation to them. Needless to say, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace were all fire elemental saints. The powerful beings from the Dragon Valley also had flickering eyes. Lei Qianzhong's eyes glowed even brighter. Although he cultivated the Tao of lightning, it didn't stop him from comprehending another Tao. Moreover, this Tao of fire was definitely not weaker than his lightning. Everyone had their eyes on the flame. That thing is mine now. Lei Qianzhong took the lead and walked forward. The others were stunned. Should they give such a precious flame to him? Yours? You're not worthy. At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Who was it? Everyone's scalps went numb. Although they were dissatisfied, no one dared to openly oppose Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong was also stunned. Lightning surged from his body in all directions. Who dares to stop me? It's me. A figure descended from the sky. He stopped Lei Qianzhong. It's you? Lei Qianzhong frowned. Many people exclaimed when they realized that the person in front of them was Black Cloak. He was the one who provoked Lei Qianzhong before. Lei Qianzhong didn't fight him back then. Everyone guessed that Black Cloak was also a genius from the second astral realm. Yuan Mo, you dare to stop me? Lei Qianzhong was also enraged. He sneered. I've already broken the seal. You're courting death if you try to stop me. So what if you've broken the seal? We're in the same realm. I'm not afraid of you. Yuan Mo sneered. Also, if you want to live, I advise you to get lost. You don't have the right to take anything here. He was incomparably domineering. A terrifying saber light rushed out from his body. Countless large cracks appeared in the space, causing everyone's heart to go cold. Boom. Lei Qianzhong didn't hesitate to attack. His fist was like rolling heavenly lightning as it blasted forward. On the other side, Yuan Mo also attacked. He pulled out a dark green short saber and slashed forward. It was like a rainbow in autumn, cutting off the sky and earth. Boom. The battle between two-third heavenly layer geniuses was extremely powerful. The power blasted open. Countless great path laws permeated the space, forming a state of chaos. No one dared to approach. Everyone frantically retreated. A top genius, the experts of the older generation sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing this. The strength of these two clearly surpassed the experts of the stellar realm, as expected of the second astral realm's geniuses. What a good opportunity! A joyful voice sounded. Immediately after, a sword light streaked across the sky, bypassing the chaotic great Tao of the heavens and earth. It flew out from another direction and flew forward rapidly. Who was it? It was the little sword saint. He was also a top genius. Someone recognized him. He was a genius from their first astral realm. He had comprehended the Tao of sword and was very strong. He was called the little sword saint. Damn it, we can't let them get there first. Let's go too. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. They attacked one after another. Each of them turned into a stream of light and flew forward. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic, but soon, those people screamed and flew out. Some of them were ablaze. They were abnormally ferocious and were trying their best to put out the fire. Some were miserable. Half of their bodies were burned. They rolled in the sky. Most of the people retreated, their faces full of fear. Their bodies were injured. In short, they were in an incomparably sorry state. The flames were too terrifying. We couldn't get close at all. A first heavenly layer sage had an extremely ugly expression. Sages were considered existences that transcended the heavens and earth. They were usually supreme overlords, but now they couldn't stop the flames. Chapter 35:27. How could this be? Why were their faces so ugly? The little sword saint also felt the monstrous fire. The sword chi on his body was unparalleled, forming a sword domain to defend himself. However, he couldn't get close and could only move forward slowly. Seeing the scene, everyone gasped. Even the little sword saint was in such a state. It seemed that the fire in front was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The third heaven saint of the Dragon Valley rushed forward with a saint weapon in his hand. He looked at the flickering fire in front of him and was shocked. It was the cosmic starry sky fire. What? Cosmic starry sky fire? Was it the legendary divine fire? Many people were stunned. This kind of fire was extremely attractive to saints. Even a small saint couldn't stay calm. Sure enough, the eyes of the people around immediately turned red after hearing the news. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, we must find a way to get to the front. We must get this fire. The 9th Nether clan's eldest young master and 3rd young master were also ecstatic. They took out many weapons and filled the sky. The others also made their preparations. This thing is mine. None of you have the right to get it. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong roared. The lightning on his body surged in all directions and formed 8 lightning dragons. Many people who were close to him were pierced. Heavens, it's too terrifying. However, Yuan Mo didn't care about such terrifying lightning. He kept waving the broken black sword in his hand, as if it could destroy everything. The 8 lightning dragons were trembling from the beating. The two fought while moving forward. Obviously, the two of them wouldn't give up. On the other side, the little sword saint also roared and pushed his way of the sword to the extreme. The other saints of the older generation all made their moves, although Lei Qianzhong wanted this thing, and they were all subordinates of Lei Qianzhong. They were all enraged now. If they could get this thing, the benefits would definitely be huge. So even with Lei Qianzhong's threat, they couldn't care less. The stronger ones were preparing to resist the terrifying cosmic starry sky fire. But at this moment, they noticed a figure rushing towards them from behind. That speed was so fast that it shocked them. Heavens, who is this? Is it another expert of the older generation? No, it was that person. Someone screamed. It was the person who had provoked them before. They saw Lin Xian's figure. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace sneered. They didn't know what was good for them. If the other party charged forward like this, he would definitely be burned to ashes by the raging flames. The flames ahead were too terrifying. Lin Xian rushed over and frowned as he felt the terrifying heat wave around him. He released a cold snort. His body erupted with endless radiance, supporting a world as he quickly advanced. He actually blocked it. He actually didn't die. This was simply too inconceivable. The people at the back were all stunned. How did the other party survive such terrifying flames? What kind of treasure did he have? Could it be that the physique of that person was so strong that it could withstand the universal starry sky flame? Impossible. Even a saint of the third heaven would find it difficult to resist unless he had an extremely terrifying physique. However, we can recognize that kind of physique at a glance. He definitely isn't that kind of person. The experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace shook their heads frantically. They were all crazy. The other party didn't have a peerless physique. Then how did he reach the front? The first and third young masters' faces were pale. They threw out countless weapons, but they were still burned and screamed crazily. However, at this moment, a figure flew past them, causing their hairs to stand on end. Who was that? How could he be so strong? The little sword saint was also stunned. Even Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo were startled. They all looked over. There was actually another expert. Yuan Mo was shocked. Lei Qianzhong's eyes were brimming with killing intent. Damn it, I already said that it's all mine. Go to hell. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 bolts of thunder struck forward. Wong. Lin Xian sneered as he waved his arm. His opponent's lightning energy was sent flying by his stellar transposition toward the flames in front of him. Immediately, a crack was torn open, causing his speed to become even faster. How is this possible? Lei Qianzhong couldn't believe it when he saw that the other party's speed had increased. The others were also stunned. Who was this person? Wasn't he too strong? No, they had to use their full strength. They couldn't let that person get the upper hand. They gritted their teeth and began to use their trump cards. Lin Xian took the lead. The flames here were too terrifying. Even his 9-yang divine physique was trembling from the heat. However, he didn't use his sword qi to extinguish the flames. Instead, he used the stellar transposition to redirect the flames. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. Otherwise, a third heavenly layer sage would have a hard time advancing. Even if they had a saint artifact, it wouldn't be easy. Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo also charged into the flame mountain. Their battle shook the heavens and the earth. Countless flames trembled and large cracks appeared. Some people took the opportunity to enter through the cracks. Great, we're close to the cosmic starry fire. Put away the flames. Several people stretched out their big palms, covering the sky and covering the earth as they tried to grab those starry sky flames. Not good. How dare you? Let go. The eyes of some people at the back instantly turned red as they roared crazily. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were also anxious. Elder, quickly think of a way. We can't fall behind. The young disciples were extremely anxious. However, the elder of Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Don't worry, you're all fire elemental sages. Can't you sense the power of the cosmic starry fire? Do those people think they can use the cracks to get close and subdue it? How naive. Just wait and see. They'll definitely die. Whoosh. In the flame mountain, the illusions of stardust rotated and a terrifying heat wave swept through the world again. Several sages who reached out with their huge hands instantly wailed in pain as their palms were instantly pierced. Not only that, the flames also followed their arms and wrapped around their bodies. Their entire bodies were ignited. These people quickly retreated and even surged with endless power in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, in the blink of an eye, they were burned to ashes. Dead. Those who wanted to enter the crack stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with fear. Such terrifying sages were burned to death in an instant. The power of the flames was beyond their imagination. Damn it, without some extraordinary means, they wouldn't be able to get close. Chapter 35:28. The great prince took out a red gourd and started absorbing the flames. The third prince took out a jade bottle. These were 2 half-step sage tools. However, as soon as the flames were absorbed, the 2 half-step sage tools exploded. The third prince and the great prince were shocked and quickly retreated. The armor on their bodies was burnt to the point of cracking, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to do anything else. They fled as if they had gone mad. The others saw this, and their scalps went numb. Those were the 2 young masters of the 9 Netherworld clan. The weapons in their hands were extremely powerful. Even so, they couldn't absorb any of the flames. Apart from a true sage tool, nothing else could absorb the flames. It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian saw this, and his eyes flickered. He increased his speed and rushed forward. He was courting death. Lei Qianzhong also saw him. This time, he didn't stop him. So what if he rushed to the front? He didn't believe that he could subdue the flames. Lin Xian gradually moved forward and came close to the mountains of flames. He looked at the flames of the stars, and his eyes flashed with a shocking light. He flipped his hand and took out a black spiritual boat. The boat was extremely exquisite, and it floated above his hand. It was really a modified black earth. Next, it's up to you. He waved his hand, and the black earth shot forward. Immediately, the black earth floated up, and the flames in the sky descended and enveloped the black earth. Lin Xian's heart was also in his mouth. The heaven and earth Tao patterns on the black earth flickered and began to refine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the black earth wasn't destroyed immediately. It seemed that the refining process had begun. With the cosmos starfire, the time needed to evolve would be greatly reduced. He used stellar transposition while waiting patiently. He didn't dare to be too far away. If the weapons were stolen, it would be a great loss. Therefore, he could only stay nearby and guard. After such a long time, that kid should have turned to ashes. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The people from Dragon Valley were also gnashing their teeth. However, the people from Ba Huang Hall started screaming. No, he was still there. One of the elders held the Ba Huang mirror, and when he opened it, it illuminated the area in front of him. Amidst the flames, a figure stood there. It was that guy. He actually didn't die. These people were all crazy. How did the other party do it? Because no one could walk into those flames that brat wouldn't absorb more fire seeds, right? As soon as these words were spoken, those experts sucked in a breath of cold air, instantly losing their calm. With a roar, 10,000 lightning bolts struck out. After repelling the opponent's broken blade, he quickly charged over. Die, brat! In the sky, the claw of a thunder beast appeared. It was abnormally malevolent and horrifying, as if it had reached out from the primordial era. In an instant, it shattered the void. The flames in front of him continued to surge. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened when he felt the terrifying thunder claw. Unparalleled light burst out from his eyes, and the aura on his body continued to rise. At this moment, the entire world shook. Get lost! With a furious roar, the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. Lin Xian made his move. The golden palm was like a mountain range. It rushed out and collided with the claw of thunder. Boom! The area in front of him was completely blown apart, forming a huge black hole. And this force also sent the flames flying. Those who were close to the flames were all set ablaze by the flames. Retreat quickly. Those who were weak did not dare to come closer. Their faces were filled with fear. The two of them were actually fighting in the depths of the sea of flames. After one strike, the two palms were both pushed back. Lin Xian sneered. Lei Qianzhong's face was extremely ugly. The other party was actually able to contend with him. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was no longer suppressed by the seal. He could use all of his strength. How terrifying was a third sky supremacy? Compared to before, his strength had increased countless times. Killing the other party was as easy as flipping his hand. But now, this move shook his heart. The other party's strength was also stronger than before. Could it be that the other party had not shown his strength? How could it be? Was the other party also a third sky supremacy? After carefully sensing, he almost fainted. First sky. The other party was only a first sky supremacy. Then, how did the other party block his attack? This was impossible. Lei Qianzhong threw another thunderous fist at Qin Lai. This fist was really too terrifying. Lin Xian also roared and fiercely clashed with the other party. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The two fists were like two meteorites constantly colliding. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Lei Qianzhong was about to go crazy. What was the other party's physique? Wasn't it too terrifying? He had never heard of a physique that was comparable to that of a saint of the third heaven. Could it be one of those legendary physiques? Who the hell are you? Terrifying thunder appeared in his eyes. A thunder god's eye appeared on top of his head, as if it wanted to see everything clearly. So what if you're a genius from the second astral realm? I thought you had some ability. Lin Xian grinned. You're courting death. Lei Qianzhong roared. Lightning surrounded his body, and every part of the starry sky trembled. At this moment, the destructive power was too terrifying. A berserk aura surged from his palm. It directly pushed back Lin Xian's fist. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. As he waved his hands, it was as if he had created a starry sky. The terrifying thunder could destroy everything. At this moment, even a saint of the same level wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The surrounding sages felt their scalps go numb when they sensed the apocalyptic lightning. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by the thunder. The terrifying flames, in addition to the terrifying thunder, caused his body to suffer a violent impact. Even his 9-yang divine body couldn't withstand it. As expected, many cracks appeared on his body. The blood in his body roared. So powerful. As expected of someone from the second astral realm, Lin Xian was shocked. But in the next moment he roared. Endless sword energy quickly rushed out from his body. It was as if they were giant dragons that were looking up at the sky. A golden sword energy with unparalleled sharpness slashed out. His right hand turned into a flame qilin and quickly rushed out. The sound of a violent collision rang out, and a violent power erupted. The laws on Lin Xian's body surged out and rapidly healed his wounds. Chapter 35:29. The eldest and third young masters of the Nine Netherbird clan trembled, as if they had seen a ghost. The saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Desolation Hall were also terrified. No one wasn't afraid of Lei Qianzhong. He was a godlike young man in their eyes, but now he was sent flying. To be able to send Lei Qianzhong flying. Interesting. You should try my blade too. Another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw the man in the black cloak rushing over with the short blade in his hand. An ink-colored blade descended from the sky like a water qilin, roaring in all directions. The power of this blade was too terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than Lei Qianzhong's lightning. Was it another third heaven sage? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He could naturally feel the power of this blade. His opponent's blade contained the terrifying law of water, and it wasn't an ordinary law of water. He didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. The 9 young divine body and great dragon sword spirit erupted together, releasing a shocking sword qi. The sword qi rushed out and turned into a phoenix. It fluttered in the air, covering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The water qilin and fire phoenix clashed in the sky, destroying the 9 heavens. Countless cracks appeared all over the sky. In the end, the 2 divine abilities disappeared from the world. Lin Xian withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. On the other side, Yuan Mo laughed. You're really strong. I wonder if you're over 1,000 years old. If you're not, then I'll be surprised. I didn't expect the first astral realm to have someone as strong as you. Over 1,000 years old? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't answer, but the answer was no. He was only a little over 100 years old. If Yuan Mo found out about this, he wondered what Yuan Mo would think. Luai's divine claw. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong attacked again. His claw was surrounded by the law of lightning. The claw could destroy the sky. Lin Xian turned into a kunpeng and dodged quickly. At the same time, he punched out again. However, he didn't attack Lei Qianzhong, but in another direction. There, a figure was pushed back. His face was pale and filled with shock. Little sword saint. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that the little sword saint would also charge over. Humph, ants. Lei Qianzhong glanced at the little sword saint and ignored him because he was also a first heaven saint. Yuan Mo was shocked. You must have a terrifying weapon in your hand to be able to kill me at the first level of heaven. That's right, the little sword saint also had a shield in his hand. It was filled with cracks, and he had relied on that shield to reach this place. I don't care about your grudges, but none of you are allowed to enter this area. As Lin Xian spoke, he waved his hand, and a few rays of sword qi flew out, enveloping the sea of flames. This was his territory, and he was refining the black earth inside. He would not allow anyone to enter. The little sword saint's face turned ugly while Lei Qianzhong was enraged. Damn it, you dare to control me? Yuan Mo retracted his smile. Although I admire you, no one can stop me. Is that so? Just because there wasn't one in the past didn't mean there wouldn't be one in the future. I said, no one is allowed to enter this area. Lin Xian's face also darkened, but his eyes were filled with determination. The surrounding people went crazy. They couldn't imagine who the man in front of them was. They were facing 2/3 heavenly layer sages. Moreover, they were geniuses from the 2nd heavenly layer. Any one of them could make Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Desolate Palace bow their heads. But now, there was someone who could fight against two such peerless geniuses at the same time. It was unbelievable. Go to hell, Lei Qianzhong roared, and quickly attacked. On the other side, Yuan Mo said coldly, "Let's see what kind of strength you have to block my path." He also attacked. The 2/3 Heaven Saints attacked. Lin Xian instantly felt a great pressure. However, he wouldn't take a single step back. He used his body and sword soul to resist the opponent, and at the same time, he used stellar transposition to disrupt the power of this space. The power of the starry sky flame was mobilized by him. Not only that, he was also using the power of these two people. The battle erupted, and it was extremely chaotic. The little sword saint used all his strength to activate the black gold shield in his hand. He couldn't attack at all, and could only protect himself. The people in the distance couldn't do the same. Between heaven and earth, terrifying scenes filled the sky. Thunderlock appeared, carrying with it a terrifying Thunder Dao aura that covered the sky. On the other side, an ink-colored Qilin appeared, roaring in all directions. These were two peerless geniuses, and the power they used was truly terrifying. Lin Xian shuttled back and forth between the two mystic skills. While it looked simple, it was actually way too dangerous. Every attack caused his blood to boil. Even if the energy gently brushed past him, it would still cause many cracks to appear on his body. He reached out with both hands, and there was a mysterious power circulating around them. This was stellar transposition, and it was thrown out by him. The two behemoths were originally charging towards him together, but at this moment, they were fighting each other. The violent power caused Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo to tremble. "Damn it, you dare to attack me? Humph, don't attack me anymore." Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo's eyes shone with a cold light. The three of them kept attacking, and it became a chaotic battle. Everyone was an enemy. Yuan Mo blocked Lei Qianzhong's attack, and at the same time, he swung his saber at Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned into an ocean, and a huge whirlpool wrapped around his opponent's water Qilin. At the same time, he smashed out with one hand, and it turned into a golden heavenly steel. It carried a terrifying aura as it pressed down on Lei Qianzhong. The three's attacks were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. In the end, cracks appeared on their bodies, and some of them were even shocking. Lei Qianzhong roared, "Yuan Mo, let's put aside our grudges and work together to kill this kid. When we enter the depths of the Sea of Fire and fight for the Fire Seed, we'll decide who's better." "All right." Yuan Mo nodded, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. What was the meaning of this? The 2/3 heavenly layer geniuses were going to work together? That person was definitely dead. No one could stop the joint attack of two peerless geniuses. At this moment, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace and Octagon Palace revealed sinister smiles. The little sword saint's face turned pale. Although he had the black gold shield, he decisively retreated at this moment. Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo didn't attack each other again, and they both stared at Lin Xian. This time, Yuan Mo held his saber with one hand, and his other hand formed a terrifying seal. Chapter 3530. Not good. Sage Mubai, Meng Meng, and the others became nervous. Could Lin Xian stop the two of them? They even wanted to help him. However, before they could do anything, Lin Xian made his move. Facing the two's shocking attacks, he directly made his move. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring as he pushed the stellar transposition to the extreme. The stellar transposition was a mysterious divine ability that the Sage King had taught him, coupled with the boost from the great dragon sword soul's combat prowess. At this moment, its might was truly at its peak. The starry sky fire on both sides were activated. They turned into two starry sky fire dragons, roaring as they rushed out. The surrounding sea of fire was even more turbulent. The monstrous fire wolves rolled forward. Boom, boom. It was like the end of the world. The starry sky fire was too terrifying. Even a minor saint would not dare to face it head-on. They could only defend themselves. Now that so many starry sky fire were activated, they rushed forward together. The opponent's attack was instantly engulfed. Not only that, the two of them were also sent flying by the terrifying flames. They vomited blood, and their bodies were charred black. What? They were pushed back. The people in the distance were still preparing to attack. In their opinion, the opponent would definitely die if the two great sky prides attacked. After the opponent died, they might be able to take advantage of the situation. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. That person didn't die, but Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo were sent flying and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. How could it be? How could the opponent block the attack of two-third heavenly layer saints? Damn it, the starry sky fire. He actually used the starry sky fire. Countless saints were dumbfounded. They clearly saw that the starry sky fire had turned into two fire dragons, circling in the sky. How could he use the starry sky fire? Even a minor saint could not do this, right? What made them even more terrified was that the opponent was still at the first heavenly layer. It was driving them crazy. Impossible! Lei Qianzhong roared crazily. Yuan Mo was also dumbfounded. He could not believe that the person in front of him was so mysterious. Lin Xian's face was also somewhat pale. That attack just now had been extremely dangerous. If he had not been able to block it, he would definitely have been blasted into a bloody mist. Fortunately, the power of stellar transposition was boundless. In addition, De Long's marriage could increase his battle prowess, so he was able to block this attack. His soul shot out and swept behind him. At this moment, the black earth had reached its most critical moment. It had to be said that these starry sky flames were too powerful, and the quantity was beyond imagination. Even the living fossils of the Nine Nether clan could not have imagined this. He would not give up such a good opportunity. Lei Qianzhong looked forward with an extremely ugly expression. Since his opponent could use the starry sky flame, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if the battle continued. However, it was impossible for the other party to monopolize the starry sky flame. He looked behind him and roared crazily. Are you guys just going to watch and not do anything? Didn't you bring a sacred artifact? And the Netherworld tribe, this is your territory. Hurry up and get a little saint here and kill him for me. As soon as his words came out, the crowd behind him became restless. The third heavenly saint of the Dragon Valley walked out again, the divine artifact in his hand glowing brightly. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Not good. Meng Meng and the others' faces changed. Even Lin Xian frowned. At this critical moment, Mu Bai made his move and stopped the other party. There were still a few experts who wanted to come out, but they were stopped by Meng Meng. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The others were extremely anxious, but they were powerless. Lin Xian was in a place where the flames were so terrifying. Even if they wanted to help, they had to consider their own strength. Otherwise, if they were to attack rashly, they would probably be burned to ashes before they even reached their destination. Boom! Just when everyone was extremely anxious, the sky suddenly shattered. Countless people were pressed to the ground, trembling. The people of the Nine Nether clan were overjoyed. The experts of the Nine Nether clan had come, and from the looks of it, they had brought a sacred artifact. This wasn't an ordinary sacred artifact. The moment it appeared, the aura it brought was no weaker than a minor saint. In other words, this was definitely the power of a minor saint. This is great. Kill him. Lei Qianzhong shone brightly. Kill him and help me get the cosmic flame seed. I guarantee that your 9 Nether clan will definitely benefit greatly. Boom. In the sky, the 9 Nether clans saint waved a purple flag. He had the combat strength of a minor saint. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian felt his body go numb. The aura was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the chain attack of Lei Qianzhong and Meng Meng. After all, a minor saint was too terrifying. It was far beyond the strength of an ordinary saint. Not good. Mu Bai, Meng Meng, and the others exclaimed. They didn't expect the other party to have such an expert. Moreover, this sacred artifact was too terrifying. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. Lei Qianzhong sneered. There was only one ending for anyone who dared to block his path, and that was death. The big purple flag swept over. With an aura that could destroy everything, it descended towards Lin Xian. As soon as the aura appeared, Lin Xian felt that his body was about to split apart. This energy was too strong. He roared as his body shone brightly. He used stellar transposition to disperse the energy to the sides and used the cosmic flame seed to block the attack. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He roared in a low voice. He turned into the Kunpeng first class and quickly dodged. Black Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow rushed out from his body. Then, boundless black, demonic chi spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies go cold, as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. This aura was really too terrifying. Lei Qianzhong's expression instantly changed. The two of them were shocked. How could someone of this level appear? They quickly retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. The expert from the 9 Nether tribe also gripped the purple flag tightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. The sacred artifact shone brightly and covered him. A 5th heavenly layer saint with a sacred artifact. He was comparable to a minor saint. But so what? Even if a true minor saint came, I wouldn't put him in my eyes. The black shadow's cold voice sounded, carrying with it an unparalleled domineering aura. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Who was this person? Was he also a minor saint? Or was he a saint sovereign that was even more terrifying than a minor saint? They didn't know, but the opponent's aura was too terrifying. It suppressed the 9 Nether clan's experts. Mu Bai and Meng Meng were stunned. The opponent was obviously here to help Lin Xian. Who was this person? Why was there such a terrifying person beside Lin Xian? Chapter 35-31. To be honest, the 5th heavenly layer saint of the 9 Netherbird clan was also stunned. This time, he brought a saint tool with him. He was confident that he could even fight against a true minor saint. But now he did not dare to make a move because he felt that the opponent's aura was even more terrifying than a minor saint. Who is he? Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. A saint venerable could destroy the 9 Netherbird clan. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move. The others were also stunned. The opponent's aura was too terrifying. Even Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo felt like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the Black Mountain's aura was still effective. At this moment, he received a message from the other party. Kid, don't just stand there. I'm just releasing my aura. If we really fight, I won't be able to defeat that guy. Quickly think of a way to absorb some of the flames, and then we'll leave. Lin Xian nodded and acted quickly. It was impossible for the Black Earth to continue tempering here. However, he would not let go of this opportunity. Since he couldn't stay here, he would take the flames away. This kind of flame was very dangerous. He had seen many people trying to absorb it, but none of them succeeded. Therefore, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. he directly used the Great Sage Pagoda. With the power of the Great Sage Pagoda, no matter how strong the flames were, they wouldn't be able to escape. After taking out the Great Sage Pagoda, he crazily absorbed the surrounding starry sky flames. The kid was absorbing the flames. Although the people in the distance did not dare to make a move, they could clearly see the scene. At first, they did not believe it. Until now, no one had succeeded in absorbing the flames. In their opinion, the opponent should not be able to do it. But soon, they realized that the pagoda in the opponent's hand was rapidly absorbing the flames. It was not damaged at all. How could this be? The flames were actually taken away by the opponent. Damn it! Lei Qianzhong's face became incomparably ferocious. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace also had ugly expressions. At this moment, everyone's heart was bleeding. They wanted to rush over and cut the opponent into pieces. However, with the existence of the demon-like figure, no one dared to act rashly. Just when he was feeling extremely anxious, another powerful chi descended from the sky. A real minor saint had arrived. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, he was also an elder from the 9 Netherworlds tribe, a little saint. Roaring, he charged forward with murderous intent. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. Heishan also spoke and prepared to leave. As he spoke, he let out an angry roar, and the array formation that he had secretly set up exploded. Countless flames and attacks covered the sky as they collided with the other party. Immediately after, the violent energy became chaotic. The entire space was filled with violent flows of energy. The starry sky fire was completely stimulated and filled every corner of the void. Not good. Retreat quickly. For a moment, the crowd was in a panic. Countless people were frantically fleeing. The little saint wanted to attack again, but Pan could no longer find the little saint, who was surrounded by layers upon layers of flaming mountains. In the end, the monstrous flames were simply too terrifying. Even with saint artifacts in their hands, they didn't dare to stay inside. They could only retreat. Lei Qianzhong roared in anger. They couldn't stay in such a terrifying flame, so they must have escaped. Quickly seal the entire golden fire plane. Seal the entire alchemy valley. Don't let anyone out. We must capture them. Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Palace, and even the 9 Netherworlds tribe were moving with all their might, quickly sealing the entire alchemy valley. They would never let them escape. The alchemy valley was also in a state of panic. They had also heard the news from the underground and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there was another world under their ground. Moreover, there was a terrifying starry sky fire inside. However, no one dared to enter without permission because the starry sky fire was completely chaotic. Even the little saints didn't dare to stay inside. At the same time, they also discovered that the entire alchemy valley was sealed. It seemed like they were searching for something. All kinds of news were spreading. It was rumored that a mysterious expert had fought against Lei Qianzhong and Yuan Mo at the same time, attracting the attention of countless people. However, that mysterious expert had disappeared. Some people guessed that he had been burned to ashes by the flames below. However, Lei Qianzhong and the others still believed that the mysterious expert should be able to escape with his means. The mysterious expert was now hiding somewhere, preparing to leave quietly. They wouldn't let the mysterious expert get away. In the underground world, the starry sky fire was still extremely violent. No one would have thought that there would be 2 figures in such a terrifying place. Naturally, they were Heishan and Lin Xian. Previously, Heishan had completely activated the flames below, causing the starry sky fire to surge wildly. Even the little saints were forced to leave. However, Lin Xian stayed. He used the Great Sage to protect himself. That was why he could stay here. This place was temporarily very safe. Therefore, Lin Xian let He Shan look after the Black Earth while he prepared to cultivate. The fire elemental energy in this place was really too strong. He cultivated the 5 elemental law, which originally had the power of the fire law. So, how could he give up this good opportunity? Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate underground. Time flowed by. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A huge roar came from his body, and a terrifying saint aura spread between heaven and earth. All kinds of laws and great Daos also rushed out and surrounded him. He had broken through. Late-stage first sky saint. Lin Xian was wild with joy. He Shan also sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of breakthrough speed was too fast. This was the saint realm. How many people found it difficult to break through a small realm in a few hundred years? Some even needed 1,000 or 2,000 years to do so. But now, the other party had reached the late-stage first sky saint in such a short time. It was really amazing. This was definitely in existence, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, he also knew that there were 2 reasons for this. First, there were very few people like Lin Xian who could fight continuously. One had to know that Lin Xian had fought against 2/3 sky saints. This kind of experience was absolutely rare. Second, the starry sky fire was really too powerful. The law it contained was probably something that even little saints would be jealous of. Therefore, the combination of the 2 allowed Lin Xian to break through again. Feeling his own power, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. If he met Lei Qianzhong again, he was sure to beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. How was the Black Earth? He turned his head around. The current progress was good, but it would still take some time to become a true saint artifact. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and continued to use the Great Sage Pagoda to absorb the surrounding flames. Then he put the Black Earth into the Great Sage Pagoda and prepared to leave. He Shan entered his crescent moon pendant. Chapter 3532. The underground world was extremely terrifying. When the energy was chaotic, Lin Xian had already sent a message to Mu Bai and Meng Huan, so the 2 of them had already left. They should be outside now. He didn't plan to find them in a hurry, so he decided to investigate the situation first. Lin Xian changed his appearance again. He realized that there were more people in the Golden Fire Plains. So these people came because they heard about the legend of the Starry Sky Fire. They wanted to see if there was a chance to get some benefits. He also realized that the Golden Fire Plains and even the Alchemy Valley had been sealed off. He couldn't get out for a while. It seemed like these people didn't give up. The Golden Fire Pavilion was a place similar to the 9, Dragon Mountain. It was a place for saints and experts to entertain. At this moment, there were indeed many people loitering around the Golden Fire Pavilion. They were dissatisfied. A man standing at the door said coldly, "Go back. This place has been booked by our young master." "What? You want to defy young Master Lei's orders?" Young Master Lei. Naturally, it was Lei Qianzhong. So no one dared to defy him. This guy was still so arrogant. Lin Xian sneered at the scene. "I heard that your young Master Lei was defeated by a level 1 celestial stage in the underground world. I wonder if it's true?" The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. What? Young Master Lei was defeated by a level 1 celestial stage. No way. This must be fake. No, it seems to be true. Many people are spreading this rumor. This young Master Lei is actually so weak, this kind of trash dares to tell us to scram. Many people were instantly enraged. They thought that Lei Qianzhong's strength was unparalleled, so they didn't dare to provoke him. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The man in blue at the door was instantly enraged. "Kid, do you want to die? Who told you that? Do you still want to tell me? The whole world is saying that your young master's strength is nothing. So don't be arrogant in front of me. You. The man in blue armor was furious. He wanted to say something, but a hand landed on his shoulder. In the next moment, a figure walked out from inside. Instantly, the sky was filled with lightning. Everyone retreated in fright, not daring to speak. Only Lin Xian was left behind. He looked at the people in front of him, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Io, the legendary Mr. Lei has appeared. I heard that you were defeated by a saint of the first celestial layer. Why don't you tell me what happened? The surrounding people were going crazy. It was fine if the other party had just said it, but now he dared to repeat it in front of young Master Lei. Was he courting death? Kid, kneel down, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lei Qianzhong's voice was incomparably cold. At the same time, a few more voices rang out from the Golden Flame Pavilion. What are you looking at? The Golden Flame Pavilion has been booked by us today. Saints below the third heaven stage aren't qualified to enter. This voice was merciless. When the surrounding people heard it, their scalps were about to split open. Saints below the third heaven were not qualified. Fuck, who is this? What a big mouth. Saints of the third heaven were extremely rare. How many could there be? Could it be that the other party was having an important meeting? A saint below the third heaven? Sure enough, he was really domineering. But why didn't he scram? Lin Xian pointed at the man in blue. The man in blue wasn't a third heaven cultivator, but a second heaven cultivator. The others also looked over. That's right. Why could a second heaven cultivator be here? Lei Qianzhong coldly snorted. He's our companion, so of course he can stay here. If your companion isn't strong enough, then he can stay here. If the others aren't strong enough, they have to scram? Who was the one who set this rule? It was Bullsh*T. Lin Xian sneered. The others were also dissatisfied. Isn't this too domineering? How dare you question us? Do you want to die? Young Master Tang's eyes were cold. This is the rule I made. Whoever doesn't agree, come and die. His gaze swept over, carrying a destructive aura. The surrounding people lowered their heads. Who would dare to go against Lei Qianzhong? Wasn't that just courting death? What's there to be arrogant about? You can't even beat a first heaven cultivator, and you have the nerve to be arrogant in front of me. I advise you to kneel down now and count out to me 10 times. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll end up in a miserable state. Hearing this, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. No matter how bad the rumors about Lei Qianzhong were, the opponent was still a third heaven cultivator. How weak could a third heaven cultivator be? If he wanted to kill them, he only needed to lift a finger. Who is this guy? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he have some kind of trump card? Maybe he's also a third heaven cultivator. That's right, because of the starry sky flame. Many experts have been attracted recently. Maybe he's one of them. Because Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, they didn't recognize him at all. They were all guessing. However, when someone probed Lin Xian's cultivation, he fell to the ground with a thud. His legs turned to jelly. Holy shit! A first heaven cultivator. How is this possible? The others didn't believe it and probed further. They were also dumbfounded. He really is a first heaven cultivator. Damn it. A first heaven cultivator dares to challenge Lei Qianzhong? Is this kid's brain flooded with water? He must have heard too many rumors. Rumor has it that a mid-stage first heaven cultivator and Lei Qianzhong were evenly matched. That's why he thought that a late-stage first heaven cultivator could contend against Lei Qianzhong. How is this possible? These people shook their heads. Although the rumors might be true, that mid-stage first heaven cultivator definitely had some kind of super weapon. It was very likely that it was a sacred weapon that could contend against Lei Qianzhong. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, when they saw a first heaven cultivator provoking them again, they felt that it was too surreal. And do you want to die? Lei Qianzhong roared crazily, lightning surging from his body. Indeed, He had previously fought to a standstill with a first celestial layer cultivator. This made him feel great shame, but that didn't mean that anyone could provoke him. Now that his opponent was a first heaven cultivator, he was filled with killing intent. But at this moment, a few more figures walked out of the Golden Fire Pavilion and came to Lei Qianzhong's side. "Brother Lei, let us do it this time. Yeah, you just came back from the underground world and probably haven't rested well. Let us do it," these people said. They didn't dare to let Lei Qianzhong take the risk. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Lei Qianzhong nodded. He didn't make a move because it was very strange recently. The first heaven cultivators he met here were all very powerful. If he were to fight them to a standstill, it would be very funny. Chapter 35-33. TSK. After all that talk, you don't even have the guts to accept the challenge. You want someone else to fight for you? What a coward. How can someone like you be called a genius from the second astral realm? The surrounding people were in an uproar. What's going on? Lei Qianzhong really doesn't dare to accept the challenge? What nonsense! What do you mean he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Brother Lei just doesn't want to fight with you. That's right. Brother Lei just came up from the underground world. His body hasn't adjusted yet, so it's not convenient for him to fight. "I'll fight you. It's not too late to be arrogant, if you promise me." A figure walked out of the cave. This person's aura was also very strong. He was actually a third heaven sage. Once the aura was released, the crowd was in an uproar. An expert. This was definitely an expert. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Another third, celestial layer saint? And from the looks of it, he was very familiar with Lei Qianzhong. Lin Xian guessed that he wasn't from the first celestial layer. He should be a genius from the second celestial layer. There were actually so many people from the second astral realm. I have to say, you're really stupid. You actually want to take the thunder for Lei Qianzhong? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian stepped out, and his aura exploded. Late stage first heaven. So weak. That person sneered. The youth had long white hair and wore a purple Taoist robe. He looked mighty and had a hint of evil. The white-haired man said, "Should I let you have 3 moves? Or should I let you use 1 hand?" In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an arrogant guy. However, his true strength should be like an ant. He was a third heaven sage. He could probably kill a first heaven sage with 1 slap. "Let me have 3 moves? You're so generous." "Thank you." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. That energy covered the sky and earth, and it caused the world to tremble. Boom. The energy formed a huge figure in the sky. It was like a giant dragon. Its black eyes looked down, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. It was as if their souls were about to be devoured. Boom. This illusion formed by the Tao of heaven, and earth rushed down with an unparalleled aura. It destroyed everything in front of it. What? The white-haired man's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Due to his carelessness, he could only block in a panic. A fierce gust of wind rose from his body, forming a huge wind shield between heaven and earth. Boom. That gigantic dragon phantom ruthlessly smashed onto the wind shield, emitting a deafening sound. Everyone was pushed back, their faces pale. Under their shocked gazes, the white-haired man was directly pushed back. The wind blade in front of him kept shattering, and the law on it was pierced through. "That damned brat. I want you dead." The white-haired man's expression instantly turned ferocious. His body was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian laughed. "Oh, you're anxious now? Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves first? This was only the first move. There were still 2 more. Boom. Above his head, the giant dragon's phantom roared, and opened its mouth to spit out endless waves that swept across the entire sky. This wave once again swallowed the white-haired man. "Die for me," the white-haired man roared. He had said he'd let Lin Xian have 3 moves first. Now, he didn't dare to let Lin Xian have 3 moves first. The law of wind on his body trembled violently. It was as if he had turned into a wind god. The incomparably sharp blade on his body cut through the surrounding seawater and rushed out from the seawater. "Brat, I admit that you're strong. I was wrong. I take back what I said just now. However, you've angered me. I must kill you personally. Wind Spirit Finger." He stretched out his finger, and green Dao runes spread out, intertwining with a terrifying storm as he pointed forward. Whoosh! The surrounding seawater collided with the storm, and Lin Xian merged into the sea. He cultivated the law of 5 elements and could use any law of the 5 elements. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a sea god. Boundless waves wrapped around the wind spirit finger, and then he rushed out. The seawater on his body instantly turned into flames. The monstrous flames had an aura that could burn everything and instantly melted the surrounding storm. Boom! He threw out a punch, causing explosions in all directions. This punch carried the law of fire, causing the entire world to shatter. Not good. The white-haired man's face became extremely ugly. His body turned into countless gusts of wind and scattered in all directions. He wanted to dodge. However, he still underestimated this punch. Although his opponent's body was weathered, he couldn't dodge at all. Everything in front of him was completely destroyed, including the wind and the air. Everything was spread in the raging flames. A miserable cry was heard as the white-haired man fell to the ground. His body was transformed by the wind again. His body was charred black, and his internal organs were burned. He was struggling in pain. A mere early third heaven sage was nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. To be honest, he was really shocked. The increase in his cultivation had caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. In the past, he would have to use his full strength to fight a third heaven sage. But now, it was obviously much easier. Defeated? How could it be? The surrounding people went crazy. That was a third heaven sage. And now he was defeated by a single punch. Lei Qianzhong's people were all stunned. Lei Qianzhong couldn't believe it, and his heart was filled with fear. His companions' faces were filled with shock. How could this be? They weren't dreaming, right? How could a first heaven sage defeat them? Damn it, what was going on in the first astral realm? Where did all these monsters come from? The white-haired man fell to the ground, his body twitching, and his eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Seeing you stand up for Lei Qianzhong, I thought you were some kind of expert, but now it seems like you're really disappointing. I didn't expect you to not even be able to take a single punch from me. That means Lei Qianzhong should be at the same level as you, and also unable to take a single punch from me. The second astral realm wasn't much. Kid, you're courting death. How dare you look down on us? Those people were furious. They felt provoked, insulted, and humiliated. Lin Xian sneered. Why are you angry? Then prove it with your strength. Do you really think you're a god that can look down on everything? In my opinion, you're just ants in the eyes of others. So, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. The surrounding people felt their scalps tingle. This scene was really hard to believe. A group of geniuses from the second astral boundary was actually suppressed by someone here, unable to raise their heads. Lei Qianzhong was also dumbfounded. To be honest, he didn't expect it to be like this. How could it be? How could there be so many powerful first heaven sages in this world? Chapter 35-34. Looking at the murderous gazes around him, Lin Xian smiled. If you're not convinced, then come at me. I'll take you on. Of course, if you think you can't win one-on-one, you can attack as a group. Attack as a group? Everyone's mouths twitched. Lei Qianzhong's group's faces were terrifyingly dark. To be honest, they did have such thoughts, but they would never do it. Who were they? They came from the second astral realm and came here to become heavenly gods. Now that they were fighting a first sky cultivator, if they attacked as a group, they would lose all their face. From then on, no one would look at them highly. They would be mocked endlessly. Therefore, attacking as a group was impossible. What? You don't dare to attack as a group? Pooh. They finally couldn't take it anymore. Some even vomited blood. They didn't dare to attack as a group? They didn't care. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. That's right. That kid isn't that strong. White Demon must have been careless before. That's why he got what he wanted. We'll treat him as a third sky saint, and we won't lose. His companions clenched their teeth. A few of them prepared to come out. Lin Xian glanced at them and shook his head. Forget it. You trash shouldn't come out and embarrass yourselves. Trash? The second astral realm's geniuses were going crazy. No one dared to call them trash, but Lin Xian didn't hold back. Your strength is about the same as white hair. You can't even take a punch from me. Let Lei Qianzhong come out personally. What? Is he going to be a coward? Is he going to watch his companions fall one by one for him? Lei Qianzhong, you can't be trash like this, right? Lin Xian decided to settle this once and for all. This Lei Qianzhong was very arrogant before. Now it's time to end it. Countless gazes turned towards Lei Qianzhong. Even his companions turned to look at him. Lei Qianzhong felt a great pressure. Damn it. It seems like he has no choice but to fight. Furthermore, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay here. But was he confident in winning? His opponent's punch was indeed terrifying, and it made him feel threatened. Although it was threatening, I wouldn't necessarily lose. Moreover, that should be the strongest attack of the other party. If I can withstand that move, I'll definitely win the next round. Lei Qianzhong quickly simulated the battle scene in his mind. He felt that his chances of winning were very high. Therefore, he stood out and said, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you myself." Did Lei Qianzhong make a move? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. In the distance, even more people were rushing over. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. Do you really dare to accept the challenge? Lin Xian was also stunned. He thought that the other party would continue to be a coward. However, he quickly stopped laughing. Fine. Let's settle this once and for all. Wong. Lei Qianzhong let out a furious roar as his body erupted with endless lightning laws, forming a sea of lightning. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area, causing the surrounding sages to tremble. Wong. Lin Xian's body also emitted a terrifying flame that enveloped him. The flame formed 4 vermilion birds that fought in 4 different directions, stabilizing the space. The surrounding sea of lightning couldn't get close. This little bit of lightning isn't enough. If you don't have any other trump cards, you can kneel down and admit defeat now. You're courting death. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am, Lei Qianzhong roared. I'll make you kneel on the ground and never let you rise again. His hands trembled as terrifying lightning bolts rushed over. Lightning struck the heavens. One had to admit that Lei Qianzhong was really strong. He was so strong that even the older generation figures trembled. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He stood there, his golden eyes emitting a cold light as the flames on his body burned fiercely. The 4 vermilion birds spread their wings and flew. The firestorm collided with the sea of lightning, isolating the destructive power. Wong. The sea surged out from under his feet. Waves after waves of horrifying aura swept forward. At the same time, one mountain after another appeared in the sky and smashed towards Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong roared crazily as a lightning blade, and a lightning sword appeared in his hands. He slashed in all directions, splitting the mountains and waves apart. However, this wasn't the end of the heaven and earth phenomenon. The mountains that were split apart healed, and countless vines grew out of them. All kinds of dense forest plants filled the sky. Even Lei Qianzhong's body was about to grow, sucking his life force dry. Explode. With a roar, 10,000 bolts of lightning exploded, turning the area into nothingness. The battle between the two sides was terrifying. Everyone was terrified when they saw this. However, gradually, they realized that Lei Qianzhong was being suppressed, and the suppression was getting stronger. In the end, Lei Qianzhong was sent flying by the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky. It was the combination of the 5 elemental laws, forming a 5 elemental sword that sent him flying. Cough, cough. He was sent flying, smashing through the void, and half kneeling on the ground. Looking at the blood he spat out, his body trembled slightly. I'm injured. I'm actually injured. I don't believe it. Impossible. He roared crazily as the lightning on his body surged crazily. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. To be honest, he was going crazy. He was defeated by a first celestial layer before. At that time, he thought that the first celestial layer's strength didn't count. But now, another first celestial layer sage had appeared. He was defeated in the end. How could he explain it this time? The first celestial layer definitely didn't rely on the first celestial layer flame. This was his true strength. He even suspected that the first celestial layer sage was a peerless old monster that hid his aura and cultivation to come out and play with him. Otherwise, how could someone in the first celestial layer defeat him? Even if the first celestial layer sage was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't believe it. He didn't know that the reason he was defeated by a first celestial layer sage was because of one person, Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian wasn't the successor of a great emperor, his physique and dragon soul were incomparable to Lei Qianzhong's. Lei Qianzhong was unlucky to have provoked Lin Xian. You don't believe that I can fight above my level? Then I can only say that your standards are too low. I didn't expect the people in the second celestial layer sage to be so weak. Haven't you heard that there's always someone better than you out there? Lin Xian said coldly. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. I won't lose to you. You must have eaten some kind of pill that stimulated your potential. That's why you can fight with me. Soon, you'll become weak. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Lei Qianzhong stood up once again, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Lin Xian snorted. Ignorant fool. Disappear from my sight, or I'll kill you myself. Chapter 35. The people in the second astral realm trembled, as fear appeared in their eyes. Lei Qianzhong was even more agitated. You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? I'm from Sky Thunder City. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, Sky Thunder City will tear you to pieces. Tear me to pieces? So you're threatening me? Huh? Lin Xian's smile disappeared as a golden light flickered in his eyes. I hate being threatened the most. He walked forward as the heavens and earth trembled with him. Countless cracks spread out from under his feet. Everyone was terrified. What was this kid doing? Was he really going to attack Lei Qianzhong? Lei Qianzhong was also shocked. He looked at the approaching figure and screamed, You dare to kill me? Do you know what kind of existence Sky Thunder City is? You're thinking too much. You're too naive. Do you think I can only torture you by killing you? There are many ways to make you wish you were dead. Some ways to make you regret being born in this world. I can let you have a taste of all of them. Don't worry, I have many elixirs in my hands. I can guarantee that you'll still be alive after the pain. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of method was this? If Lei Qianzhong really fell into his hands, it wouldn't be easy even if he wanted to die. Lei Qianzhong also retreated in fear, his face pale. He never thought that someone would dare to treat him like this. One must know that when he came to the first astral realm, whether it was the Nine Nether Tribe, Vermilion Bird Palace, or Dragon Valley's experts and elders, they were all extremely respectful when they saw him. No one dared to offend him, and no one dared to offend Sky Thunder City. But now, such a fearless person had appeared. He directly injured him and wanted to torture him to the point where he wished he was dead. To be honest, he was really scared. Buzz. Lightning flashed on his body as the law spread out. He quickly retreated. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't move, but the seawater under his feet formed a clone and blocked his path. In the next moment, Lin Xian's Kuan avatar moved at lightning speed and appeared in front of the Kuan avatar. Block for me. Lei Qianzhong unleashed 18 lightning laws, forming a terrifying shield that covered the entire area. However, they were all shattered by a single slap. Lei Qianzhong's face also received a heavy slap. His bones were cracked from the beating. He fell to the ground, and the earth was smashed apart. Damn it, I won't let you off. He roared like a madman, but what greeted him was a kick. Lin Xian's feet were covered with nomological laws. At this moment, it was as if they had turned into a heavenly monument as he stomped down. With a cracking sound, everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Who knew how many bones had been crushed by this stomp? This caused Lei Qianzhong to roll on the ground. Every time he rolled, a part of the world would shatter. However, he couldn't break free at all. The pair of claws firmly stepped on his body, making him despair. I don't have any grudges with you, but you've tried to kill me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Now, I'll let you taste the consequences of your arrogance. Lin Xian exerted more force with his foot, causing more cracks to appear on his opponent's body. What? When Lei Qianzhong heard this, he raised his head with a trace of confusion. Did he offend this person? Lin Xian sneered. Don't you recognize me? Previously on 9 Dragon Mountain, I didn't provoke you, but you used your status to suppress me. You even wanted to kill me. At that time, did you ever think that today would happen? It's you who deserves to die. Lei Qianzhong screamed like a madman. How could he forget what happened on 9 Dragon Mountain? That was the first time he felt someone provoke him. At that time, it was also someone at the first celestial layer. He didn't expect it to be this person. Damn it, I hate you so much. I should have killed you back then. Lei Qianzhong roared like a madman, but he was slapped to the ground. Half of his face was smashed. Lin Xian sneered. You're very strong. Do you really think this is the first time you lost to me? To be honest, this is already the 4th time we've fought. It's also the 2nd time I've completely defeated you. Do you really think you're a genius? To be honest, you're just an ant in front of me, so you don't have any right to be arrogant. Out of the 4 exchanges, he had lost twice. Lei Qianzhong couldn't believe it. Who is this person? Suddenly, he thought of a scene. It was when he was at 9 Dragon Mountain, when he was in the Alliance, when he was in the underground world. And now, these 4 people were all at the first celestial layer. He originally thought that there were so many monsters in the first celestial layer, but now he realized that he was wrong. These 4 people were all the same person. It's you. It's always been you. Lei Qianzhong finally understood. Seeing his eyes, Lin Xian smiled. Looks like you're not that stupid. You can understand. But so what? You're already my prisoner. If I want to kill you, it'll only take a moment. Kill me? Do you dare? If you kill me, Sky Thunder City will send even more terrifying saints to kill you. Humph, although you can defeat me, you don't dare to do anything to me. This kind of bone fracture is nothing to a saint like me. It's not even a scratch. Lei Qianzhong laughed. Speaking of which, You're still worried about my identity. Although I've lost to you, as long as you give me a chance, I can fight back. If I kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead." Everyone's scalp went numb. Indeed, Lei Qianzhong's identity was too terrifying. No one dared to go against him. Even that person wouldn't dare to kill him. You're very confident in yourself, but this time, you're still wrong. I've said it before, there's a kind of pain that's worse than death. Since you still don't believe me, I'll let you experience it. Golden runes revolved in Lin Xian's eyes as he activated his eye technique. Lei Qianzhong was instantly hit. His soul twisted as he screamed like a madman. This time, his voice was much more miserable. The saints who heard it felt their hair stand on end. "Kill me, quickly kill me." Lei Qianzhong's consciousness was already blurred. He'd rather die than suffer this kind of torture. "Damn it, let Brother Lei go." His companions around him roared like crazy. Lei Qianzhong's identity wasn't ordinary. He was from Sky Thunder City. If something happened to him, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, they would also be implicated. So now, they couldn't care less about their face. They could only attack together. Looking at those people, Lin Xian turned his head, and the blue sea tide surged. Suddenly, the golden light in his eyes turned emerald green. With him as the center, a soul attack swept out in all directions. In an instant, the saints near him were hit. All kinds of miserable screams rang out. They didn't expect the opponent's soul attack to be so fast. The onlookers were also scared stiff. They quickly retreated. At the same time, they were terrified. Too strong. Who is this person? Chapter 35-36. Stopping so many saints by himself and torturing Lei Qianzhong to the point of hovering between life and death was just too terrifying. Everyone was horrified. They had no doubt that Lei Qianzhong's fate would be miserable. However, at this moment, a monstrous divine aura came from afar. Following that, a figure rushed over. "Who is it? How dare you attack someone from Sky Thunder City? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and accept your death." This voice was filled with endless thunder. A saint, an even more terrifying saint. When they saw the law of heaven and earth, the surrounding people went crazy. This saint's aura was too strong. It had already surpassed Lei Qianzhong and the other geniuses from the second astral realm, and it seemed like this person was also an expert from Sky Thunder City. "Senior brother, save me." Lei Qianzhong was overjoyed when he saw the figure. Great! An expert from Sky Thunder City came. He was saved this time, and after he was saved, he would use all his means to torture this person to death. A saint from Sky Thunder City? Lin Xian stepped on Lei Qianzhong, his eyes flashing as he looked up. "Hurry up and let go of my junior brother. Do you know that you have already committed a capital offense?" When the figure arrived and saw Lei Qianzhong's appearance, he was instantly enraged. Their Sky Thunder City's genius was being stepped on by someone. This was unforgivable. "Kneel down and accept your death." A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian laughed. "So arrogant. Can't you see that your junior brother is in my hands? You want to save your junior brother? Fine, as you said. Kneel down and count out to me, then I will consider sparing your life." What? The geniuses from the second astral realm felt their scalps go numb. This kid actually dared to say such words. Lei Qianzhong roared crazily. "Kid, you're dead. My senior brother is a fourth layer saint. You're definitely going to die." "Noisy!" Lin Xian coldly snorted, stepping on the opponent's face, crushing it. Blood flowed onto the ground. As for the fourth heaven sage, he was enraged. Damn it! His aura was monstrous, turning into an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on Lin Xian. As far as he was concerned, he could destroy the other party with a single glance. Lin Xian felt immense pressure. He had to admit that the strength of a fourth-level saint was extremely terrifying. But so what? With a cold shout, he directly grabbed Lei Qianzhong's stage with one hand and lifted him up, using him as a shield. A terrifying pressure crashed into Lei Qianzhong's body, causing his body to shatter. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. When the saint of the fourth heaven saw this scene, he quickly withdrew the laws of heaven and earth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable and shameless! You actually dare to use my junior brother as a shield. Am I despicable and shameless? You, a fourth heaven sage, attacked me, a first heaven sage. Aren't you despicable and shameless? In terms of shamelessness, I can't compare to your Sky Thunder City." The fourth heaven saint was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, and no one had ever dared to provoke the Sky Thunder City. But now, a mere level 1 ant dared to be so audacious. "Brat, I advise you not to make a mistake. The strength of our Sky Thunder City is not something you can imagine. So, if you obediently release my junior brother now, I can spare your life." "Spare my life? What a boastful tone. Should I be the one thanking you?" Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You didn't even ask what was going on, and you directly attacked me? How domineering. Why didn't you ask me what happened? Maybe your junior brother did something wrong? There is no right or wrong. What the disciples of my Sky Thunder City do is right. You are indeed arrogant. But I can also say that what I did was right. If you want to spare your junior brother's life, then obediently do as I say." "What do you want?" The fourth heaven saint clenched his teeth. "It's very simple. Scram back to where you came from. I can spare his life, but he provoked me time and time again. He even tried to kill me many times. I have to take revenge for this. He can be spared from death, but he can't escape punishment. Once I'm done punishing him, I will let him go." "What? You really dare to attack the people of Sky Thunder City?" The fourth heaven saint was instantly enraged. "Humph, if you don't scram, I can guarantee that he will die." With that, Lin Xian exerted force and broke one of Lei Qianzhong's arms. Sacred blood instantly flowed out. The fourth heaven saint was instantly enraged. A terrifying aura rose from his body. Boundless lightning intertwined and formed a thunder god's hammer. It floated between heaven and earth. His Thunder Dao law was much more terrifying than Lei Qianzhong's. "Do you want to fight?" Lin Xian's eyes exploded with killing intent. He was ready to kill Lei Qianzhong at any time and fight to the death. But at this moment, the void rippled and another powerful figure descended. Countless red lights fell between heaven and earth. When the crowd looked carefully, they found that it was Fu Hongya. Red leaves fell from the Sky Palace one after another, carrying the Tao of Law. They were like leaves from the immortal world, causing countless people to exclaim. Needless to say, the one who came was definitely an expert. Indeed, they saw a figure walk out from the crack in the void. It was a man dressed in red. He was tall and slender, his hair was silver white, and his face was incomparably handsome. His long and narrow eyes carried endless sacred aura. The moment he appeared, he blocked the thunder god's hammer in the sky. Lin Xian felt the pressure on his body instantly lessen. He also raised his head and looked at the red-robed, silver-haired man in surprise. "It's you, Fu Hongya." The fourth heaven saint was extremely shocked. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles. It was obvious that he knew the newcomer, and he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. After the initial shock, his face sank, and he said coldly, "This matter has nothing to do with you, right?" The red-robed, silver-haired man said indifferently, "Of course it has nothing to do with me. Then why did you come to make things difficult for me?" "I stopped you because I couldn't stand it. I didn't expect the people of the second astral realm's Sky Thunder City to be so shameless, using the difference in cultivation and age to bully a junior. I don't want them to think that the second astral realms people are all shameless scum. That's why I came to stop you. Do you have any objections?" The red-robed, silver-haired man's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. His voice carried a domineering aura. At the same time, it was filled with disdain. It seemed that the red-robed, silver-haired man disdained the other party's actions. "Damn it, don't be arrogant." The fourth heaven saint gritted his teeth. How dare the other party call him a shameless person? This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he didn't act rashly because the man in front of him was very strong. He was a little afraid. "You saw what happened to Fu Hongya. That kid injured my junior brother, and now he wants to torture him. How can I not act? This is the matter of my Sky Thunder City. You'd better not interfere. Moreover, it's not that I want to interfere. It's that kid who doesn't know what's good for him." Chapter 35-37. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. If he obediently releases the hostages and kneels down to admit his mistake, I can consider sparing his life. After saying this, he looked down. The red-robed, silver-haired man also looked down. He saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and said loudly, "You want me to admit my mistake? What a joke. I didn't do anything wrong. Sky Thunder City was the one who bullied me throughout the entire process. I was just defending myself. If I have to kneel down, it should be you from Sky Thunder City." Lin Xian's attitude was very firm. He doesn't know what's good for him. The fourth heaven sage snorted coldly. "Fu Hongya, did you see that? I didn't want to attack him. He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Is that so? Why do I admire him? I feel that he's not afraid of power. His courage is commendable. What do you mean by that? Do you really want to go against Sky Thunder City? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" At this point, the winged thunder hand appeared behind the fourth heaven sage's back, and the thunder scepter appeared in his hand. It was formed from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Its power was unparalleled. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a shocking light. In the next moment, he flipped his finger and a red leaf appeared on his fingertip. There was a sharp sword drawn on the red leaf. Although it was just a leaf, it made the fourth heaven sage feel like he was facing a great enemy. He hurriedly summoned a lightning god's shield, and the thunder battle armor appeared on his body as well. Many people appeared in the surroundings again. They were the people from Dragon Valley, 8 Desolation Hall, and Vermilion Bird Palace. The people from the 9 Nether Tribe also rushed over and tried to persuade them. Among them, an expert from Dragon Valley walked out and said, "This fellow Taoist must be an expert from the second astral realm. I wonder which saint city you're from?" He was naturally asking the red-robed, silver-haired man. "I'm Fu Hongya from Wushuang City." Wushuang City, everyone was shocked. This was a major force from the second astral realm. It was the second saint city that they heard about after Sky Thunder City. The expert from Dragon Valley smiled. "So it's a fellow Taoist from Wushuang City. I have some 10,000-year-old spirit tea here. I hope you can come over and have a taste." "That's right, Tao friend. This is their Sky Thunder City's matter. Why don't we let them settle it themselves?" Was the Dragon Valley going to intervene? The crowd was shocked, but Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. How shameless. That sounded fair. But how could he solve it himself? Let a fourth heaven sage attack a first heaven sage? He immediately snorted coldly. "Since you know that this is a matter of the Sky Thunder City and has nothing to do with your Dragon Valley, then why did you jump out? Are you qualified to meddle in my affairs? Brat, you really don't know what's good for you, right?" The expression of the Dragon Valley expert also darkened. "I was advising you out of goodwill." Trying to persuade him out of goodwill? Lin Xian sneered. "I can't tell what good intentions you have. You pulled the expert away and let a level 4 celestial layer attack me. Is this kindness? I think you're just heartless and unscrupulous. Impudent. You're courting death. He was furious, and a biting, cold killing intent appeared on his body. Kid, do you believe that I can destroy you without the Sky Thunder City's help? Why? Are you angry from embarrassment? Didn't you jump out to curry favor with the Sky Thunder City? Didn't you want to enter the second astral realm and enter the Sky Thunder City? Why do you speak so righteously for your own selfish interests? Why are you helping me? What a joke. Also, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The Dragon Valley sage wasn't a fourth heaven sage, but a third heaven sage. How could such a sage be so arrogant in front of him? Do you really think that you can contend against a third layer sage? You're acting recklessly. The Dragon Valley expert was also furious, and the killing intent on his body became even colder. You're just relying on your cultivation to be arrogant. You've only lived for a few thousand years. If we're at the same level, there's no difference between killing you and killing you. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to fight with the Dragon Valley again, and his attitude was still as arrogant as before. Reckless kid, no wonder you offended the Sky Thunder City. Seems like you're really hopeless. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you, an ant. The Dragon Valley expert was thoroughly enraged, and the surrounding people sneered. First, he went against the Sky Thunder City alone. Now he's going against the Dragon Valley. Is he tired of living? You want to use me to curry favor with the Sky Thunder City? You've got the wrong idea. If you dare to jump around in front of me again, I'll kill you as well. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with incomparable killing intent. He didn't have a good impression of the Dragon Valley because both sides had a grudge to begin with. Good. Kid, since you said so, don't blame me for taking action. The Dragon Valley sage walked out directly. Crackling sounds came from his body, and a huge hand came out and slapped forward. That palm brought with it unparalleled power, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and enveloped Lin Xian. The Dragon Valley was the bloodline of the dragons, and their physique was extremely strong. Humph, shameless old dog indeed. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian grabbed Lei Qianzhong's head with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist and punched forward. Boundless flames danced on his fist, converging to form a sun. It blasted over, giving people an itchy feeling. Boom, boom. The fist and the palm collided in the sky, and the violent aura spread out in all directions. After the exchange, both of them retreated at the same time. Everyone was stunned. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to a sage's. Moreover, this was an expert from the Dragon Valley. Dragons were super strong, and they were much stronger than ordinary third heaven sages. But now they couldn't do anything to the opponent. Is this what you used to show off in front of me? Not much. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The Dragon Valley sage was going crazy. I'll definitely kill you. He was completely enraged. If he didn't kill his opponent, he would lose face. Die. The Dragon Valley sage roared, and his dragon blood surged. Together with the laws of heaven and earth, it formed 36 rays of light. Like 36 dragon spears, they directly pierced down. These rays of light were too bright, and they carried a terrifying power that made people tremble. Even a third heaven sage would be instantly pierced through. 36 dragon generals filled the sky, and they were invincible. They directly enveloped Lin Xian. Dragon blood divine spear. It seemed like the Dragon Valley sage was really angry. He used such a terrifying technique right from the start. Facing such a terrifying technique, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He snorted, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Then, 81 rays of sword chi rushed out from his body. Chapter 35-38. Each of the 36 dragon spears was extremely terrifying, but Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. Furthermore, the number of sword chi was twice that of the opponent's. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the 81 sword chi destroyed the 36 dragon spears. The remaining sword chi also attacked the Dragon Valley Sage. As expected, the Dragon Valley Sage roared and waved his dragon fist. It hit the sword chi and made a clanging sound. His fist was actually cut open. Dragon blood flowed out and dyed the sky red. He was also pushed back by this power. In a simple exchange, he was injured. Moreover, he was in a very sorry state. He couldn't stand it. With a roar, he took out a real dragon spear. It was a sacred weapon. He was the expert who fought with Mu Bai with a sacred weapon. Now that he was facing Lin Xian, he took out his sacred weapon again. A terrifying saint path aura spread out and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone frantically retreated. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and then sneered. Sacred weapons are really shameless. Why? You can't beat someone of the first celestial level, so you want to take out a sacred weapon? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? No one will say anything if I kill you. The Dragon Valley Sage's face was extremely cold. This time, he had to kill Lin Xian even if he lost face. Boom! He waved his dragon spear and pierced the sky. It was as if a real dragon was dancing between heaven and earth. Oh no, that kid is in danger. That's right. The Dragon Valley Sage was originally a 3rd celestial level, and with the sacred weapon, he was comparable to a 4th celestial level. No matter how strong that kid was, he couldn't beat him. That was for sure. He would probably be completely killed this time. Everyone was discussing. The people of the Dragon Valley and Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The people of Sky Thunder City also had a cold look. It seemed like they didn't need to do anything. Someone else could kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. To kill him, they took out a sacred weapon. However, did they think that a sacred weapon could kill him? How naive. Competing with weapons? He wasn't afraid of anyone. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda and threw it forward. The Great Sage Pagoda enlarged in the sky like a huge mountain and shattered the void. Boom! Clanging sounds rang out, and the world began to rumble. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb from the shock. Some of them vomited blood, and many of them quickly opened their saint domains. The intense rumbling continued for a long time. There was chaos in the world before it gradually calmed down. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. They saw a pagoda blocking the dragon spear. Not only was he not killed, he even managed to block the attack. Everyone was stunned because, in their opinion, there was no way he could block that attack. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Not only was the young man still alive, he even managed to block the dragon spear. Damn it, what was that pagoda in that kid's hand? He was actually able to block a saint artifact. It must be another kind of saint artifact. This kid actually has a saint artifact in his possession. Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian's trump card to be so deep. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were also taken aback. Their eyes were filled with shock. The fact that his opponent had a saint artifact in his hand made him feel incredulous. Damn it, who exactly is this kid? However, he couldn't care less. Both sides had already fallen out, and he had to kill Lin Xian. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a saint artifact. This is really surprising. However, it's a pity that your cultivation is too low. You can't unleash the power of the saint artifact. Once you die, this saint artifact of yours will be mine. Now, I'll show you what the difference in cultivation level is. The Dragon Valley Saint sneered. The dragon blood in his body surged, and his power erupted. The dragon spear in his hand flickered with dazzling Dao runes, and a huge dragon's voice rang out. The surroundings started to sink, and the terrifying cracks spread out again. It was too terrifying. The saint artifact was awakening. Everyone's scalps went numb. They knew that the Dragon Valley Saint was right. The difference in cultivation level caused the power of the saint artifact to be different. Even if Lin Xian had a saint artifact, he probably wouldn't be able to fight against the Dragon Valley Saint. Old man, you're overconfident. However, you're right about one thing. When you die, your dragon spear will be mine. Lin Xian sneered and opened the Great Sage Pagoda. A ball of flame came out and swept forward. Whoosh! The moment the flame appeared, it released a terrifying heat. Everyone's expression changed. Not good. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. He was too careless. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange flame in the Great Sage Pagoda. Therefore, he was too close, and it was too late for him to retreat. The flame inside was the universe starry fire. The moment it appeared, it enveloped the Dragon Valley Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint roared and waved his dragon spear. He opened a crack and escaped. However, his body was still affected by the heat. One of his arms was burned to ashes, and a large scorch mark appeared on his body. That terrifying flame caused half of his body to burn. Ah, a miserable scream was heard, and it made everyone's scalp tingle. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. A third heaven sage was actually burned to the point of hovering between life and death. There was no way for him to resist at all. How could this be? The people of Dragon Valley went crazy. Elder! They roared crazily. Some wanted to get closer, while others spat out water. However, the water evaporated into white mist as soon as it got close. Those who wanted to help were also ignited. They screamed in pain. For a moment, no one dared to move forward. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He waved the Great Sage Pagoda again and smashed it forward. The Great Sage's weapon was terrifying. Although Lin Xian couldn't unleash its full power, it was already very scary. It was as if an immortal mountain had descended from the heavens, slamming into Saint Longu and sending him crashing to the ground. With a boom, his body was blasted into a pile of flesh and blood. Ah, I want you dead! Saint Longu roared crazily. He started to burn his dragon blood, wanting to fight back. You want me dead? You don't have the chance. Now, you can go to hell for me. Lin Xian sneered and opened the Great Sage Pagoda again. Another ball of starry fire flew out. This time, it completely ignited the Dragon Valley Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint screamed. In the end, he abandoned his body and escaped with his soul. However, he couldn't escape. The starry fire burned his soul. In the end, it turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. The entire world was silent. Everyone was spitting, their faces full of fear. Dead. Chapter 35-39. Everyone was completely stunned. They could not believe that a dignified third heavenly layer sage had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been completely annihilated. This was simply like a fantasy story. The fourth heavenly layer sage of Sky Thunder City was stunned as well. His face turned cold. To be honest, he was extremely shocked. What kind of flame was Yi Chen's flame? It gave him goosebumps. Sky flame. That's the sky flame. Someone finally screamed. What? Sky flame? That kind of flame from the underground world? How could he have it? Screams rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Sky flame. That was a flame that even minor saints didn't dare to get close to. But now it was used by Yi Chen. It's really unbelievable. That's right. Looks like you guys are quite knowledgeable. This is the Sky Flame. Lin Xian sneered. He looked at the fourth heavenly layer sage of Sky Thunder City again. Didn't you want to attack me? Come on, I'll take it. Damn it. The Sky Thunder City sage's face turned ugly. Even minor saints didn't dare to touch the flame. Was he going to take it head on? What a joke. Although he was powerful, he hadn't even reached the minor saint realm. He couldn't resist the flame. He was in a dilemma. Trash. You knew that I was a first heavenly layer sage with a weak cultivation base, so you wanted to bully me. Now that you know that I have a heaven-defying divine flame, you don't dare to attack me? You think that I'll let you go if you don't attack me? I'll let you have a taste of it today. The feeling of using strength to bully others. Don't you like to be high and mighty and use your strength to crush your opponents? Fine. I'll use this sky flame to crush you. I'll let you taste the taste of despair. Damn brat, how dare you? The fourth heavenly layer sage roared. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He waved his hand and burned Lei Qianzhong into ashes. What a pity! Lei Qianzhong, the genius of the second heavenly layer, didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into ashes. The others went crazy. Was Lei Qianzhong dead? They felt their scalps go numb. This was too unreal. It was like a dream. The Sky Thunder City's saints' pupils constricted. You dare to kill my junior brother? He was crazy, really crazy. Lin Xian sneered. So, what if I killed your junior brother? Not only will I kill your junior brother, but I will also kill you. He was already furious. Whether it was Lei Qianzhong or this fourth layer saint, they had never put him in their eyes and wanted to take his life as they wished. How could he be soft-hearted? With a wave of his hand, the great sage pagoda opened directly. Terrifying starry fire flew out, vast and boundless, engulfing everything in its path. Not good, I can't take it head on. Retreat quickly. The level 4 sage's expression changed as he quickly retreated. Brat, just you wait. If you dare to kill the people of my Sky Thunder City, I will definitely not let you off. The fourth heaven sage quickly left. He was prepared to find another opportunity to make his move. Whoa! A long spear descended from the sky, cutting off the other party's path. With a clang, he collided with the dragon's spear, and his body trembled. Damn it! Another saint weapon! Another saint weapon! Lin Xian held the dragon spear in his left hand and waved it quickly. With the great sage pagoda in his right hand, he controlled the starry fire to chase after the saint. This scene was too shocking. A level 4 sage was here to suppress everything, but now he was being slaughtered, scared, witless. It could be said that there was no door in heaven, no door in hell. This scene caused everyone to panic. In the end, he was surrounded by flames and finally panicked. No, I beg you, spare my life. Half of his body had already been burned and had just healed. However, he could not resist at all. He could only beg for mercy. Spare your life? Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Are these the words of a high and mighty level 4 sage? Didn't you come here looking like a god, wanting to control my life? Why? Are you begging for mercy now? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. If you had this attitude from the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have killed you. But now, don't you think it's too late? Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The level 4 sage roared. Endless thunder laws burned on his body. He swallowed 2 pills, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. The terrifying thunderbolt power turned into a thunderbolt sword which he held in his hand. Die. The sword slashed down, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the saint's strength was equivalent to a level 5 sage. It could be said that this method was really heaven-defying. But so what? Even a small sage was afraid of the starry fire, let alone the saint. In the endless karmic fire, the saint's thunder god sword was directly enveloped and burned into nothingness. As for the level 4 sage of Sky Thunder City, His soul was also burned to ashes. Whoosh, whoosh. The remaining starry fire returned to the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian held the Great Sage Pagoda in his right hand and the dragon spear in his left hand, sweeping in all directions. Who else was not convinced or wanted to stand up for Sky Thunder City? The surrounding people were silent, not daring to speak at all. For a moment, the silence was terrifying. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, the people of Dragon Valley spoke. Lin Xian stopped and turned his head. Do you want to die? Feeling Lin Xian's aura, the people of Dragon Valley were stunned and speechless for a long time. It was only after Lin Xian had left that they realized what had happened. Damn it, he had taken away our sacred artifact. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he control our saint weapons? These people are all crazy. They wanted to stop Lin Xian and ask for their saint weapons back, but Lin Xian had just killed a level 4 sage. His murderous aura was too strong. They did not dare to fight against him at all. Because of this hesitation, their saint weapons were taken away. The people of 9 Netherbird Clan, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Desolate Palace felt their scalps go numb. Sky Thunder City had lost 2 Sky Prides. One was a level 3 Sky Pride, and the other was a level 4 Sage. It was definitely a huge shock. How were they going to explain this? The people of Thunder City would definitely be angry. At that time, millions of corpses would be floating and blood would flow for thousands of miles. No, I must catch that kid and kill him. That's right. So what if he's strong? The threat is the flame in his hand. As long as I can block that flame, I can kill him. These people did not stop. Instead, they were prepared to send more experts. Sure enough, before long, a real minor saint from 9 Netherbird Clan appeared. In addition, 8 Desolate Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace each had a minor saint. Meanwhile, the Dragon Valley sent out 2 little saints. They must take back their saint weapons. Not only that, but they also wanted to cut Lin Xian into pieces. 5 minor saints gathered in Alchemy Valley. They were ready to join forces. 5 minor saints joining forces was such a big scene that the people of Alchemy Valley went crazy. What kind of power was this? 5 minor saints joining forces could definitely destroy everything. Not only that, but this time the 9 Netherworld clan also provided a saint artifact, the clear water bottle. Chapter 3540. 5 minor saints, together with the other saints, formed an army. Their strength was enough to terrify everyone. The minor saints of the 8 Desolation Hall held an 8 trigrams plate and divined the heaven's secrets. Soon, they locked onto a direction and quickly activated it. On the other side, Lin Xian left after killing Lei Qianzhong and the 4th Heavenly Layer Saint of Sky Thunder City. After leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was too dangerous. Even a 4th Heavenly Layer Saint had appeared. Fortunately, he had a trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape the 4th Heavenly Layer Saint's pursuit. Sky Thunder City, huh? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. If he were to go to the 2nd astral realm in the future, he would have to be careful of this saint city. At the same time, he was curious. That Fu Hongya and Wushuang City seemed to be an existence that wasn't weaker than Sky Thunder City. He wondered why the holy cities had sent people here. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Mu Bai and Meng Meng had already met up with Lin Xian. The 3 of them were resting in a hidden mountain range. As for what was going on, Mu Bai shook his head. He wasn't sure. He said, Hall Master Lin, after this matter is over, you should head to the 2nd astral realm. The 2nd astral realm? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It made sense. He had met many people in the 1st astral realm. Among them, The strongest enemy was his old enemy, the Great Devil. It was a life and death battle. Other than that, there was Yen Nantian, who was also a strong opponent. If he hadn't broken through to the Saint realm in advance, it was hard to say who would have won. Now, he was very strong. He had many secret arts and saint weapons. In the first astral realm, there were no geniuses who could be compared to him on the ancient path of stars. Now, those who were fighting with him were the older generation experts, including fourth heavenly layer saints. Therefore, it was time for him to head to the second astral realm. In the second astral realm, Lei Qianzhong had reached the third heavenly layer saint before he was 1,000 years old. He could imagine that there were even more saints and geniuses in that world. That was the place he wanted to go. It was the ancient path of stars that he had to walk to become a sovereign. While he was thinking about it, Heishan sent a voice transmission. Run! Someone was chasing after them. Someone? Lin Xian was stunned. Heishan would only warn him if it was an ordinary enemy, but Heishan's tone was so anxious right now. One could only imagine how terrifying this person was. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He kept forming seals with his palms, forming a 5 elements formation and pressing it on the ground. The 5 elements formation contained his aura. Furthermore, there was a 5 elements mirror within the formation. After he finished setting up the formation, he waved his hand and brought Mu Bai Meng with him. He used the void escape technique and disappeared into the void. At the same time, they completely concealed their auras. Just as they left, the void shattered, and countless figures descended. Among them, 5 were extremely powerful. It was as though a heavenly god had locked down the void, causing the entire starry sky within 1,000,000 miles to sink into oblivion. No one? The 5 godlike figures swept their gazes across the land, and the laws of heaven and earth danced in the air. They frowned. One of them took action, directly blasting through the great earth, grabbing out the 5 elements formation. It seemed that he had been discovered and escaped. He can't escape from us. From the looks of it, he should have left not long ago. Let's chase after him. The 5 minor saints' figures flickered, and they sped off, followed by the other experts behind them. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In another part of the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. What happened? Mu Bai and Meng Meng were stunned. My 5 elements formation was broken in an instant. I left a mirror in the formation, so I could see what was happening in that place. What did you see? Mu Bai was puzzled. With Lin Xian's strength, what kind of scene could make him so surprised? I saw 5 minor saints and more than 30 saints. What? 5 minor saints? Meng Meng sucked in a breath of cold air, and Mu Bai's face darkened. Damn it! Which power was it that dared to send so many minor saints? He was too shocked. When a minor saint came, they would have fled in fear, let alone 5 minor saints. This was definitely a one-way kill. Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Palace, Dragon Valley, and 9 Swimmers team had joined hands. Lin Xian's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. Damn it! These people still haven't given up? Let's go! Quickly cover up our auras. Lin Xian fled quickly because he felt that danger was approaching. Sure enough, no matter where they fled to, someone would find them. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's spatial divine ability that allowed him to escape through the void, they would have been surrounded long ago. After a few times, Meng Meng and Mu Bai felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian's face became colder. What's going on? How could they find us every time? Someone must be divining the heavenly secrets, using your aura to lock on to our location. Divining the heavenly secrets? Lin Xian frowned. This was really a terrifying method. Is there a way to cut off the heavenly secrets? Lin Xian asked. I have a way. Mu Bai took out a few jade pendants and gave them to Meng Meng and Lin Xian. Then He put them on himself. These are our jade pendants that can cut off the heavenly secrets. Lang Yastar was a sect that divined the heavenly secrets, so they definitely had this kind of reverse divination method. Sure enough, after the three of them put on the jade pendants, the uneasiness in their hearts seemed to disappear. On the other side, the 5 little saints were moving quickly, but suddenly one of them stopped. The others also stopped. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? The little saints of Dragon Valley frowned and asked. They were the most anxious. Their opponent's aura had disappeared. The 8 desolate palaces' little saint frowned. He was also a little saint, and he was the one who divined Lin Xian's location. But now he couldn't do it anymore. The heavenly secrets were cut off, and the opponent should have a magical treasure on him. Damn it, could it be that we can escape from him? They gritted their teeth. Saint Long Goose said to let us try. He has our saint weapon, and we don't believe that he can completely erase the mark on it. Having said that, the 2 little saints of Dragon Valley formed hand seals to communicate with the dragon spear. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. But soon Lin Xian frowned again. Damn it, the dragon spear has changed. He realized that the saint weapon he got from Dragon Valley was shaking violently, as if it wanted to pierce through the void. What's going on? Has the soul mark been erased? Saint weapons were different from ordinary weapons. Just erasing the soul mark wasn't enough. Some saint weapons had their own soul and life. Some had been refined by the little saints for hundreds or even thousands of years and had already merged with their blood. Chapter 3541. Lin Xian took out the dragon spear and threw it into the great sage pagoda. Let the void flame refine it. The moment the dragon spear entered the great sage pagoda, it was engulfed in flames. Then, blood mist filled the air and a painful dragon roar could be heard. Lin Xian snorted and closed the great sage pagoda. He cast a few seals, and it should be enough. As expected, the 2 minor saints of the Dragon Valley cursed angrily. They could no longer feel the connection between the saint weapons. This made them extremely depressed. The 5 minor saints looked gloomy, but they did not give up. Instead, they prepared to split up and conduct a thorough search. Each minor saint led a team and set off quickly. The 5 minor saints were connected to each other and could teleport at any time. In this way, they could cover a wide area. Lin Xian was temporarily out of danger. Mu Bai said, Palace Master Lin, why don't we return to the Langus Stars? Yes, it's too dangerous out there. Moreover, it seems like something big is going to happen in the 2nd star realm. It's better to go back. Lin Xian nodded. He felt that it was about time to go back. However, he said, I can go back, but not now. Let's wait a little longer. Those people still dare to kill me. I won't let them go. Palace Master Lin, don't be impulsive. Those are 5 minor saints. Although you have a strange flame, they must have a way to deal with you, since they dared to hunt you down. Don't worry, I won't clash with them. I can't kill the 5 minor saints, but what about the other saints? It's not the first time they came to kill me. I will let them know the price of killing me. Following that, Lin Xian revealed his plan to the others. The 2 of them gasped. Lin Xian's plan was simple. They would split into 2 teams. Meng Meng and Mu Bai would be in one team, and they would head to the nest of these people. In other words, they would launch a sneak attack at the base of the Alchemy Valley. Of course, it was impossible for the 2 of them to launch a sneak attack with their strength. They couldn't defeat so many saints. Lin Xian did not plan to let the 2 of them fight. Instead, he planned to use the void flame to launch a sneak attack. As for him, he stayed here to deal with the hunting team. The starry sky flame was extremely terrifying. Unless it was a sacred artifact, it would be impossible to withstand it. Lin Xian currently had 3 saint artifacts in his possession: the Great Sage Pagoda, the Great Destruction Spear, and this Dragon Spear. Among them, the Spear of Great Destruction and the Dragon Spear were both offensive weapons that could not withstand flames. He couldn't give the Great Sage Pagoda to the 2 of them, so he decided to use the 3 quasi-sage artifacts. Then he used his own dragon-shaped sword chi to seal it, so that it could contain the void fire. He tested it out and found that these 3 half-saint tools could be stored temporarily. In other words, they could only be used once. It could also store void space, but it could only be stored for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 quasi-sage tools would be unable to withstand the might of the flame and would instantly crack. However, 3 days was enough for Meng Meng and Mu Bai. Therefore, Lin Xian began to prepare to use the 3 quasi-saint artifacts. These artifacts were made by the 9 Netherbird clan. Lin Xian had obtained them from the 9 Netherbird clan's saint. At this moment, he had filled the quasi-sage artifacts with his dragon-shaped sword chi. This was equivalent to adding another layer of defense. After he was done, he opened the Great Sage Pagoda and poured some starry sky flame into it. Then he handed it over to Mu Bai and Meng Meng. Mu Bai and Meng Meng did not dare to delay and quickly flew towards the golden fire plane with their shields. After they were completely gone, Lin Xian began his plan. He set up a formation and placed it in the void. Then he released a strand of his chi and hid in the void to escape. As expected, the 8 Wind Palace's small saint immediately noticed it. He immediately summoned the other 4 small saints to chase after him. He even took the lead. Soon he arrived at that place. However, he found that there was no one there. Moreover, they found another formation. Damn it! The 8 small saints broke the formation with a palm strike and continued to explore with the 8 trigrams. On the other side, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. The formation was broken. His formation not only allowed him to see the scene in the distance clearly, but it could also be used to mark these people after it was broken. Although he did not know the heavenly secret divination technique, he could use the formation to mark the location of these people. Now that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, these people were like bright lamps in the dark night. Humph, since you want to hunt me down, you'll have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian opened and closed his palms. The 5 elemental laws gathered and formed a 5-star bow. He held the bow in his hand. With his right hand on the bow, a dragon-shaped sword chi shot out and turned into an arrow. Then he used a half-step sacred tool and the dragon-shaped sword chi to create the forbidden tool that carried the starry sky flame and placed it on top of the sword chi. He pulled the bow and released the arrow. The arrow danced in the sky, piercing through the void at high speed. Lin Xian's target was the small saints that he had marked earlier. In the distance, the 8 Wind Palace's small saint was performing a divination. Beside him were 9 small saints. They were also looking around. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A violent energy was flying towards them. It was so sharp. What was that? These people all sensed it, especially the 8 Wind Palace's small saints. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. The void in the distance was torn open. A ray of light that looked like a shooting star streaked across the sky. The void within 1,000,000 miles was cut open. "It's coming for us," the small saints exclaimed. The 8 Wind Palace's small saint also snorted coldly. "Stupid." He raised his hand and threw a palm forward. With a boom, the palm collided with the sword chi, shattering sword 7. Not only that, the sacred tool that was attached to the sword chi was also shattered. The starry sky flame flew out instantly. With a boom, it spread in all directions. The palm of light was immediately pierced through. The small saints below also cried out in pain. When they were touched by the starry sky flame, their bodies were immediately pierced through. The flames instantly ignited on their bodies. Oh no, it's the starry sky flame. Damn it, it's that kid. For a moment, screams and wails were heard everywhere. The Eight-Wind Palace's small saint was also hit by the flame. He shouted coldly. The laws on his body formed a terrifying torrent to resist the flame. It's so scary. I can't extinguish the flame in a short time. The small saint was shocked. His strength was so terrifying that he could kill a small saint in the blink of an eye. But now he couldn't extinguish the flame easily. One could imagine how powerful the starry sky flame was, but in the end, he still managed to extinguish it, because there weren't many starry sky flames. Although he was able to withstand it, the sages behind him were unable to do so. 4 of the small saints were burned to death in an instant. 3 of them were injured. The other 2 were also affected and were in an incomparably sorry state. Nearly half of them had been burned to ashes, and the remaining people were more or less injured. What? That kid sneaked up on you? How is this possible? Saint Wuzun was also stunned. Haven't we been chasing that kid all this time? Hasn't that kid been dealing with us all this time? How could he still come over and sneak up on our base camp? Damn it. Did that kid use a clone? They did not know about this, but they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. This battle was a complete defeat. Their base camp was attacked, and half of their experts were killed. The team they brought out had 5 little saints who were still intact, but they lost more than 20 saints. In addition, the remaining 10 saints were also injured. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. When the others heard the news, there was an uproar. The news quickly spread throughout Alchemy Valley and even to Alchemy Planet. The whole world was in an uproar. They were stunned. Who exactly was that person? How could he play around with so many big families and sects? Damn it, this is too damn it. The little saint of the Netherbird clan roared crazily. This was their territory, and now they were being ruthlessly slapped in the face. Moreover, their foundation was almost destroyed. This was intolerable. Therefore, he quickly led his people to chase after the kid. The whole world was mobilized by the Netherbird clan. There was no other way. The Netherbird clan was also an overlord in this world. For a moment, Alchemy World was sealed. On the other side, Meng Mubai returned with a big smile and met up with Lin Xian. The 3 of them immediately laughed when they talked about the situation. However, when they were about to leave Star World, they were stopped by someone. Both sides fought a great battle. When the experts of the Netherbird clan arrived, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. Although the living fossil of the Netherbird clan helped him evolve the Black Earth, he also gave them 100 years of lifespan. It was a fair trade. Other than that, there was no other contact. However, the Netherbird clan had participated in the hunt for him. It could be said that they had offended him. However, he did not specifically target the Netherbird clan. But now the Netherbird clan dared to stop him. This completely enraged Lin Xian and challenged Lin Xian's bottom line. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not hold back anymore. A great battle broke out. It was very terrifying. In the end, Lin Xian activated his divine body and even used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed in all directions and frightened the Netherbird clan. Only then did they leave this world. The Netherbird clan suffered heavy losses, and the news was sent back. When the people of Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley learned about the situation, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, it's that kid. He actually came here. Go and kill him. Ooh, they were all crazy. They always thought that Lin Xian did not come out from Langyastar. Not only did he come out, but he also killed so many of their people. They could not bear it. In an instant, the army chased towards Langistar crazily. At the same time, they contacted the experts around Langistar and prepared to stop them. It could be said that there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Lin Xian and the others were in danger again. Langistar was not to be trifled with. Mu Bai had already contacted them when they were near. They directly teleported to Langistar. Lin Xian's return allowed Langistar to heave a sigh of relief. Such an important sky pride could not be allowed to die. At the same time, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace from Alchemy Star arrived. They met up with the surrounding army and decided to attack immediately. Chapter 35-43. They wanted to attack quickly, but their backyard was on fire. News began to spread from their world. They had sent a large number of experts to besiege the Langistar, but their base had been ambushed. They had suffered heavy losses. Damn it! These people gritted their teeth, especially the Vermilion Bird Palace. They heard that many of their palaces and territories had been destroyed. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Who did it? These saints roared madly. Those who came to report quickly knelt in the void and said, some of them were from the enemy forces, and some were experts from the Langistar. Did a Langis saint come to ambush them? Langistar. These people looked at the star in front of them and gritted their teeth. Elder, what should we do? Those people asked. For a moment, these saints were all thinking, let's send some people back to solve our problem. Then we'll turn around and attack the Langistar. Yes, that's right. We must attack the Langistar. Their sneak attack on our base is to lure us away from our base, but we won't let their scheme succeed. The people of the Eight Desolate Palace and Dragon Valley gritted their teeth. They sent some people back to quell the chaos, but the rest of them stayed here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the Langistar. This time, it was really dangerous. Meng Meng and Mu Bai still had lingering fears. After all, they were chased by 5 minor saints. This was probably the only time in their lives. Lin Xian returned to the 8th Palace to rest. Many people came out from the 8th Palace. Among them, the Northern Demon, his sister, and the Dark Red Divine Dragon came out. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon had broken through to the Saint Realm. The two of them were very happy. Kid, you're finally back. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. I'm also a saint now. This is great. Lin Xian was also very excited about the two's breakthrough. These two were important to him, so he was naturally happy when their strength increased. Buzz. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a few figures appeared. One of them suddenly shouted, Sinner Lin Xian, kneel down and accept your punishment. Everyone from the 8th hall was stunned by the voice. Even Meng Hao, Mu Bai, and the others were stunned. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at him. He realized that these people were from the 3rd hall. These people were really persistent. He had a conflict with the people from the 3rd hall before. He didn't expect that these people would still dare to come. Immediately, he laughed coldly. Oh, what did I do wrong? Kid, don't try to quibble. Do you dare to say that the terrifying army of saints outside has nothing to do with you? These people were all lured here by you. You've consigned my Langistar to eternal damnation. Tell me, what crime have you committed? You have committed a capital offense. That's right. Why don't I bring you along on the Langistar? I've even protected you so many times, but now you've actually put the Langistar in such danger. Are you saying you're not guilty? Another elder jumped out. If you still have a conscience, you'd better leave obediently and follow those people. Don't implicate our Langistar. Yes, that's right. Or you can hand over the great emperor's inheritance and let our brother Langya cultivate it. Only then will he be able to resist the enemy. Another voice was heard. D***M. These guys are too despicable. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. The northern demon's face also turned cold. Lin Xian laughed. The great emperor's inheritance. It seems like you guys still want the great emperor's inheritance. Do you want to attack me? We don't want the great emperor's inheritance. We just want the great emperor's inheritance to be maximized. That thing might not be useful in your hands. Why don't you take it out and let the entire Langistar study it? That's right. That's the great emperor's inheritance. Why do you want to monopolize it? The eyes of the people from the third hall turned red. Then what right do you have to look at it? What does the great emperor's inheritance have to do with you? Also, who told you that I have the great emperor's inheritance? We'll know whether you have it or not after we search for it. Many people press forward like a black cloud. Do you dare to attack us? Dreamy shouted. She had already regarded herself as someone from the 8th hall. The northern demon and the dark red divine dragon also stood out. Mu Bai's face darkened. The 3rd hall still hasn't given up? It's fine if you don't want a hand over the great emperor's inheritance. Then let this kid go out and draw a line between him and the Langistar. We won't bear any consequences for him. Those people roared. Lin Xian laughed coldly. So the 3rd palace was so cowardly and afraid of death? Kid, what did you say? The people from the 3rd hall were instantly enraged. Lin Xian sneered. I said that you guys are cowardly. Am I wrong? The Langi Palace master hasn't said anything yet, and the 3rd hall jumped out. You dare to say that you're not cowardly? That's right. 3rd hall, don't go overboard. Mu Bai walked out. Since Lin Xian has decided to join the Langistar, we have to stick together. We can't give up on him at this time. Mu Bai, are you out of your mind? Although this kid is talented and his future is limitless, that's if he can survive. Now that there's such a huge army, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and other forces have joined forces, can we stop them? We can stop 1 or 2 of them, but how are we going to fight the 6 major sects together? You don't have to worry about this. We've already sent people to attack their nest. I think the news will come back soon. Mu Bai said. However, the 3rd hall is still unwilling to give up. So what? We'll just disturb them for a while. They'll still attack us later. Who can stop them at that time? Saint Mu Bai was speechless for a while, because he didn't have full confidence that he could stop the attacks of so many sections. I can stop them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his mouth. His voice was incomparably firm. What? When these words came out, Meng Meng and the others were stunned. To be honest, they didn't expect Lin Xian to speak at this time. In the sky, the people from the 3rd hall laughed. You can stop them? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a great emperor? No matter how talented you are, that's only among the younger generation. Moreover, you're fighting alone. Do you know what's going on outside? Do you know how many sages there are? There are even a lot of small saints. Can you stop them? What a joke. The people from the 3rd hall sneered. They didn't believe it at all. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. If I say I can stop them, then I can stop them. This matter is indeed caused by me. Naturally, I'll take responsibility. Do you think I'm afraid of death like the 3rd hall? Chapter 3544. Hall Master Lin, don't worry. We'll talk to the palace master about this. When the time comes, our Langistar will defend together. Lin Xian said, Don't worry. I've already said that since I'm the cause of this matter, I'll take responsibility. When the time comes, you just need to help me from the side. What? Meng Meng and Mu Bai were stunned. They originally thought that Lin Xian only said those words to anger the 3rd hall, but now It seemed that he really wanted to take action. If it was before, they wouldn't have believed it. But this time, they had followed Lin Xian and experienced so many things. They even saw 5 minor saints and a group of saints being played around by him. They knew that Lin Xian might really have such ability. Well, there's no time to lose. I'll talk to the palace master, and the others first. Mu Bai left, and Meng Meng continued to stay in the 8th hall. Kid, you said you have a way. What is it? After returning, the dark red divine dragon asked. Of course, it's to set up a formation and add the flame in my hand. Formation and flame? Kid, you're not bragging, are you? You can't beat me in terms of formation. I can't even think of a formation to deal with those people. Also, what's the flame you're talking about? 9 suns divine flame? But your flame, I won't be able to deal with so many saints. Ruffian dragon. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I am no longer the same person as before. He waved his hand, took out the hall, and released a trace of flame. Immediately, the dark red divine dragon was shocked and quickly retreated. What the hell? What kind of flame is this? He felt a huge threat. Although he had just broken through, he was already a first heavenly layer saint. With the power of the dragon's divine ability and bloodline, he could fight those with higher realms. But in the face of this flame, he couldn't resist at all. How about it? Do you believe me now? This is called Universe Starry Sky Flame. I got it in another world. Even minor saints don't dare to easily resist this flame. If there are enough of it, it won't be a problem to burn a minor saint to death. I have a lot of such flames now. Wow. It's so fierce. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. He asked, what about the array formation? What kind of array formation do you plan to use? Could it be that you've also found an ancient array formation outside? The dark rainbow divine dragon was very confused. As an expert in array formations, most of Lin Xian's array formations had been taught by him. Could it be that after not seeing him for a few days, this kid's attainments in array formations had already surpassed his? As for the formation, I'll have to ask him. Black Mountain, was what you said just now true? Who was Black Mountain? What the hell? The dark red dragon was stunned and frowned. In the next moment, he saw a wisp of black smoke fly out from the pendant on Lin Xian's neck and transform into a hazy figure. He was extremely shocked. There was something here. What terrifying demonic energy. When he felt the aura of the other party, he was greatly surprised. He Shan said, of course, you still don't believe me? As he spoke, he looked at the dark red divine dragon. What a terrifying dragon bloodline. He was also surprised by the aura and bloodline of the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon jumped over and pointed at the black figure. Kid, what is this? Lin Xian briefly explained his previous experience. The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. You're saying that he's the remnant soul of the great sage. Immediately, he sucked in a cold breath. He knew that great sages were terrifyingly powerful. They were only a step away from becoming great emperors. That was an existence at the peak of the sage realm. Although such a remnant soul might not be able to unleash much of his strength, his experience and the array formations that he had mastered were definitely beyond imagination. No wonder Lin Xian was so confident. It turned out that he had such a remnant soul in his hands. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. In that case, the array formations that he had mastered were extremely exquisite. Ha ha ha! I'm rich. He was extremely excited. Black Mountain said, Little Red, I didn't promise to teach you array formations. You're Little Red. Your whole family is Little Red. The dark red divine dragon's face turned red. You have to call me the great divine dragon sage. What the hell is Little Red? All right, you two stop fooling around. Let's deal with the array formation first. Also, Black Mountain, don't underestimate this guy. Although he's usually unreliable, he's very reliable when it comes to array formations. Lin Xian changed the topic and asked, "What array formation are you talking about?" Black Mountain said mysteriously, "Have you heard of the saint-slaying array?" Lin Xian was stunned. The dark red divine dragon jumped out. "Damn, what kind of array formation do you know?" "You know of it?" Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon said, "How can I not know? It's too famous." This was an array formation from tens of thousands of years ago. It was a famous killing array among the ancient arrays. It was rumored that someone had used this array formation to kill many sages. That battle was truly earth-shattering, and all the worlds in the universe were scared silly. The dark red divine dragon told Lin Xian about the legend he knew. After hearing it, Lin Xian gasped. It turned out that there was a sage in the ancient era. For some reason, he had provoked many enemies, and he had obtained the saint-slaying array. He had spent 500 years to set up the saint-slaying array and attracted all his enemies. Over the years, his enemies had offended many large factions and sects, so those sages could cover the sky and cover the earth. They could basically kill him with a casual attack. But in that battle, the 10 great sects had come, and countless sages had been killed by the saint-slaying array. Because of that, the 10 great sects had declined. For a formation to be able to kill the sages of the 10 great sects, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Lin Xian gasped when he heard that. However, he frowned. According to the rumors, the other party had used 500 years to set up the array. How could they have so much time? "Kid, don't worry. Rumor has it that the 10 great sects came out in full force. That's why they used 500 years to set up the array formation. Right now, we're only facing the 6 great sects, and only a portion of them. So, the situation is much better than before. With me and Little Red, 2 array formation experts, we can definitely speed things up a lot. Moreover, don't you still have the Starry Fire? If you integrate the Starry Fire into the saint-slaying array, its power will increase a lot." Basically, we can complete a simple saint-slaying array in 3 months, although it can't compare to the 500-year-old one. It should be enough to kill those people. Next, Black Mountain and the dark red divine dragon began to set up the array formation. Lin Xian provided the Starry Fire. As for the various materials needed to set up the array formation, they were provided by the Langya Star. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and the saint-slaying array was set up. Outside, those people were moving again. Chapter 35:45. The moment the formation was formed, all the sages on the Langya Star were stunned. They stood up one after another and looked around in bewilderment. "What's going on? Why do I feel a terrifying power?" "Me too." These people were extremely frightened. Could it be that the enemy had attacked? The palace lord was also alarmed, but soon Lin Xian sent a message to them. "Don't panic. This is the array I set up." "What? This is an array." And it was set up by Lin Xian. They were stunned. "That's right. This is the array I set up. It will definitely help us withstand this attack. You don't have to panic." "Great." The people around all breathed a sigh of relief. The palace lord of the Langya Star also smiled. With such an amazing array, they were absolutely safe this time. The people of the third palace were really stunned. How was this possible? How could the enemy have such a terrifying array? To be honest, when Lin Xian said that he would be responsible, the people of the third palace were disdainful. They wanted to see how the other party would embarrass himself. When the other party was helpless, they would stand up and join forces with the other elders to put pressure on the other party. In this way, the other party would definitely die. But now, they found that they were wrong. They had underestimated the other party. The other party had really set up such a terrifying array, and it was in 3 months' time. It was simply unbelievable. Not good, they're attacking. Someone sent a message, and suddenly the Langistar Palace was facing a great enemy. The Langia Palace Lord said, "Everyone listen up. Follow me to resist the enemy." At this moment, all the 12 palaces of the Langistar moved. They gathered their forces and prepared to fight together. Lin Xian also led the people of the 8th palace and rose into the sky, standing above the clouds. At the same time, on the ground below, where the 12 palaces were located, there were arrays flickering. Of course, there was one place except for the 3rd palace. There was also an array there, but it was an array native to the Langistar, and there were no traces of the Zhuxing array, because Lin Xian did not set up an array there at all. The people of the 3rd palace naturally also found this palace. They were a little flustered. The leader of the 3rd hall stood up and shouted coldly, "What are you panicking for? Could it be that your formation is better than ours? Don't forget, our 3rd point has a long history, and our powers are ranked among the top 3 among the 12 palaces. Our array formations. How could that kid compare to it?" Hearing the hall master's words, the people on the 3rd point heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they didn't have time to think about anything else because the enemy had arrived. In the sky, the dense and terrifying power of heaven and earth surged, and a terrifying desolation aura filled the air. Countless saints from the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Palace, and the rest of the 6 major sects had arrived. This time, they were all led by a small saint. That aura was truly earth-shattering. In the sky, countless large cracks spread out. On the Langistar, formations were activated. One after another, formations flickered to resist the saint aura. However, it was useless. Soon, those formations were torn apart, and the 6 major sects descended on the Langistar. People of the Langistar, listen up, hand over Lin Xian, and I'll spare your lives. His loud and clear voice reverberated throughout the world. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. "Humph, you're really haunting me. How dare you come here to capture me? Today, none of you will be able to leave." Lin Xian stood above the clouds, looking up at the starry sky. His voice was filled with biting, cold, killing intent. "Kid, you're really here." Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. Of course, some of them were looking in another direction. The person standing there was the Langia Palace Master. The Langia Palace Master said loudly. Lin Xian's intention was the Langistar's intention. "Fellow Taoists, if you're here to ask for him, then go back. If you want to use force, then the Langia Star has never been afraid of anyone. Stubbornly stubborn, the end of the Langia Star has arrived. Today, we'll make the Langia Star submit completely." The Vermilion Bird Palace Master said coldly. The 8 Desolation Palace Master also shouted coldly. Everyone listened. "Capture Lin Xian. Those who dare to stop them will be killed without mercy." Their voices were like thunder. Those people in the sky were about to make their move. The Langia Palace Master also shouted coldly. The Langistar and the 12 palaces all took action at this moment. Countless arrays intertwined. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy roared. A great battle broke out. The 6 great sects, led by the Vermilion Bird Palace, were very powerful. When they joined forces, the arrays of the Langistar couldn't resist at all. Therefore, the people of the Langistar were forced to retreat. Their faces were extremely ugly. "Humph, stupid idiot. Do you think that the Langistar can resist the alliance of the 6 great sects? You're really reckless. The people of the 6 great sects sneered. The feeling of breaking through a bamboo stick was really good. Next, they would capture Lin Xian and obtain the great emperor's inheritance. Moreover, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit and the 9 young divine body. All of these secrets would belong to the 6 great sects. Boom. Just when they thought that they could break through the blockade of the Langya star and capture Lin Xian, the entire Langya star suddenly trembled. Then countless arrays lit up again. This array was based on the 12 palaces and covered the entire world, completely enveloping everyone. What was going on? There was an array, and it didn't look ordinary. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace were stunned at first, then they sneered. So what? No matter how strong the array was, it couldn't stop them. Kill. They quickly rushed over. In the 8th hall, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He Shan, you can attack. As soon as he finished speaking, He Shan attacked. The dark red divine dragon was also at the side, controlling the array. Suddenly, the Vermilion Saint array was activated. The terrifying thing was that the murderous aura combined with the power of heaven and earth rumbled together. In an instant, the saints who rushed over were attacked. Their bodies were split open, and their screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this array is too powerful. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect the other party's array to be so powerful. Let's join forces and go to hell together. Orders were given one after another. Suddenly, countless saints joined forces. Their saint domains were connected as the terrifying laws of heaven and earth danced in the air together. They resisted the terrifying killing array. Boom, boom, boom. But they still couldn't resist. This was the saint-slaying array, an extremely terrifying killing array in the ancient times. How could these people resist the power that was erupting at this moment? Sure enough, it didn't take long for their joint forces to be broken through again. Another sage had fallen. Damn it, the array was too strong. Looking at the bodies that were split open and pierced, everyone screamed again. Saint artifacts. Quickly use the saint artifacts. Boom, boom. Chapter 3546. In the sky, the laws danced and energy surged. It was a scene of apocalypse. Kill. The battle was unusually intense. Some minor saints had arrived and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're going to die today. What a big mouth. You 5 minor saints didn't even manage to kill me. How dare you say such words now? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? 5 minor saints had arrived. Hearing this, the minor saints of Vermilion Bird Palace and 8-Wind Palace changed their faces instantly. Damn it, it's really you. They gritted their teeth in anger. When they were refining the gold star, 5 minor saints led more than 30 minor saints to chase after the other party. However, they didn't even see the other party's figure, and more than 20 minor saints were killed by the other party. They were in such a sorry state that they were ridiculed by the world. Now that the other party mentioned this matter, it really drove them crazy. Damn it! The minor saint roared and shot out a terrifying ray of light. The terrifying saint aura spread out between heaven and earth. Buzz. Lin Xian dodged, and the saint-slaying formation rushed out. The sky full of starry fire formed a huge fireball and rushed forward. In an instant, a huge battle broke out. Kill him. We must capture this kid. The other minor saints also rushed over, gritting their teeth. They had suffered too many losses in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered. A group of old farts, how shameless. If you have the ability, fight one-on-one with me. I'll slap you to death. He stood in the formation without fear. As for those people, they were so angry that they started to shout loudly. A young man of the younger generation actually dared to challenge them one-on-one. They were really pissed off. Some of them couldn't help but want to go up, but they were stopped by the elders. Don't be impulsive. Don't fall into his trap. We have such a huge advantage now. How can we fight him one-on-one? Yes, don't let this kid provoke us. We must destroy them. Kid, you don't need to provoke us. You'll cry later. These people sneered and attacked crazily. Lin Xian snorted. So what if you have more people? Today, I'll let you know what despair is. At this point, he ordered Black Mountain to attack again, and the array formation continued to rumble. The attacks of those minor saints were all blocked by the void flame. Lin Xian stood inside the flame and watched this scene. He sneered, "Are minor saints that powerful? If you have the ability, come and kill me." Damn it. The little saints were furious. They were so strong, but they couldn't kill the other party. These flames were too terrifying. It was at this moment that one of the laughing saints roared furiously. These people split into several groups and charged towards the 12 palaces. At that moment, the 12 palaces were all under fierce attacks. The people from the 12 palaces of Langistar were also fighting back in a frenzy. The battle was extremely tragic. There was one place that was exceptionally tragic, and that was the third palace. The people of the third palace were originally full of confidence. They believed that they had a long history and were powerful, so they did not care. But when they really started fighting, they realized that they were wrong. This time, the 6 great sects had sent too many experts. Under their joint attacks, their formation kept shaking. It couldn't withstand it at all. Cracks had appeared in many places, and they would soon be damaged. And the people of the third palace were falling one after another. Boom. The formation cracked, and countless people rushed in. Not good. We can't hold it. Palace Master, what should we do? The people of the third palace retreated frantically and screamed, "Block it! Damn it! Block it for me! Activate the formation!" The elders of the third palace were roaring crazily. The palace master was also roaring as he began to control the formation. But it was impossible. Their formation couldn't withstand the attacks of so many saints. There were even sacred weapons that were rumbling between heaven and earth. How could it be possible? The formation was broken in an instant. The people of the third palace were going crazy. They saw that the other palaces were not broken and could withstand it. They thought that they could do it too. But they didn't know that it was the power of the saint-slaying formation. It was not something that their formation could compare to. Damn it, we were tricked. That kid's formation is very strange. It's beyond our formation. At this moment, they finally understood. They were all furious. This kid is obviously tricking us. He didn't even set up the formation for the third palace. Yes, that's right. It's too abominable. These people cursed. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. This scene was very ironic, because the people of the third palace were laughing at Lin Xian, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Xian to set up such a formation. Now that they were being attacked, they were blaming Lin Xian. How despicable! But it was useless to complain now. The battle was very intense. No one gave them time to complain. The people of the third palace screamed, "Stop! You can't attack us. We are the third palace. There is no Lin Xian here. If you want to kill Lin Xian, go to the 8th palace. That's his territory. What 3rd palace or 8th palace? All of you, from the Langya, Star deserve to die." The people of the 6 great sects were in a killing frenzy. They didn't care about the internal conflicts. As long as it was someone from this world, they would kill them. It's over. The people of the third palace were in despair. What else could they say? This was a world-level war. They were here to destroy this world. Now, they were asking them to stop. What kind of joke was this? Were they crazy? Holy slaying array, rise! Black Mountain controlled the array. The holy slaying array kept shining. Countless laws danced on the ground, and heaven and earth rumbled. They formed huge swords one after another. There were a total of 11 swords with the 11 palaces as the foundation. Apart from the third palace, the other 11 palaces were enveloped by a huge sword. The power of the huge sword was too terrifying. In addition, it was surrounded by the starry sky flames, increasing its power even more. Kill! With a roar, the 11 huge swords began to descend. Boom! The powerhouses and saints of the 6 great sects were shrouded by the sword chi and were torn apart. Some were even pierced through. What kind of array is this? Run! With one strike, the people of the 6 great sects were defeated. They couldn't block such sword chi at all. This was a sword chi that could kill a saint. The 11 sword chi moved between heaven and earth. The powerhouses of the 6 great sects fell like meteorites. At this moment, there were wails and howls. At this moment, everyone was stunned, whether it was the people of the 6 great sects or the people of the Langya Star. How could there be such a terrifying array in this world? Also, the flames were too terrifying. The saints were immediately ignited when they touched them. There was no way to extinguish them. That sword aura was also incomparably powerful. It was capable of cleaving a sage in half with a single sword strike. After the people of the Langya Star recovered from their shock, they were ecstatic. Great, this is the array set up by Lin Xian. They definitely had hope this time. Chapter 3547. The people of the 6 major sects went crazy. The power of the formation was even more terrifying than before. They couldn't believe it. Run. Leave this place as soon as possible. We were too careless. We didn't expect them to have such a trump card. For a moment, everyone retreated. Ha ha! Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian laughed. Today, this place will be your graveyard. Damn it, we can't escape. This space is sealed. We can't open it. There are terrifying sword chi everywhere. Screams rang out one after another. The people of the 6 major sects found that they were really trapped in this world. They couldn't open it at all. Let me do it. A minor saint roared and waved his long fist. It was like 100,000 meteors rumbling between heaven and earth. The sky and the earth cracked, but they couldn't break it at all. Instead, they attracted a sword chi. With a boom, he was hit by the sword chi. 2 more sword chi slashed at him. Get lost! The minor saint fought with the sword chi. Boom. In the end, 2 more sword chi slashed the minor saint away. The minor saint's body was split in half. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even a minor saint couldn't defeat the sword chi? What should they do? For a moment, everyone was incomparably terrified. Use the sacred weapon. Another minor saint with Saint Chi blotted out the sky and earth. It was a sacred sword that emitted incomparable light. Its power was not weaker than the divine sword of piercing sky. Therefore, when the two collided, the divine sword of piercing sky kept trembling. The others regained their confidence. Great! A minor saint with a sacred weapon should be able to resist the sword chi. But soon, they found that the minor saint was also screaming because the monstrous starry flame had surrounded him. The minor saint was powerful and had a sacred weapon. But this time, there were too many flames. Except for the flames needed to refine the black earth, Lin Xian basically didn't hold back the rest. He used all of them this time, because he knew that this battle was related to his life and the life and death of Langya Star. He didn't dare to be careless. The minor saint was extremely miserable under the starry flame that blotted out the sky. The people of the 6 major sects swallowed their saliva. It was over. The minor saint couldn't resist it. They were really desperate. Could it be that they were wrong? They shouldn't have come to kill him. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. Run! Break out of the encirclement! A minor saint roared, crazily. There were minor saints in each of the 6 major sections. Now that 2 of them were injured, the rest didn't dare to fight head-on. They could only try their best to dodge the attacks. Their eyes were red because once this peerless array formation was activated, saints would fall at every moment. That place didn't have a peerless array formation, nor did it have flames. Suddenly, they exclaimed. They discovered that there was a place on the Langus star that did not have such a terrifying formation. This made them wild with joy. Perhaps this place was their chance to escape. All of a sudden, the people from the 6 great sects rushed in that direction. The place that was not covered by the holy slaying array was naturally the 3rd hall. The people from the 3rd hall were also stunned by the terrifying scene. They hadn't expected Lin Xian's formation to be so exquisite. Not even a little saint or a saint artifact could withstand it. This made them extremely shocked, but soon their scalps went numb, and they were so scared that they peed their pants. They saw the people from the 6 great sects rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Damn it, what's going on? Why are they coming towards us? Shouldn't they be fighting Lin Xian? Lin Xian's true technique is the most powerful, and our 3rd hall is not covered by that kind of formation. They're trying to break through from here. An elder screamed. The other martial artists from the 3 halls were so scared that their scalps went numb. Break through from here? What a joke. Although the 3rd hall was powerful, it was only relative. They were facing the 6 great sects now. Damn it, hurry up and run. The people from the 3rd hall turned around and fled. But they couldn't escape. They were surrounded by the people from the 6 great sections. When the people from the 6 great sects saw the people from the 3rd hall soaring into the sky, they thought that the other party was going to counterattack. Immediately, laws and divine abilities fell from the sky. Those people didn't even have the chance to speak before they were blasted into a bloody mist. Kill them. We must occupy this place. This is our only chance. The eyes of the people from the 6 great sects turned red. The people from the 3rd hall had gone crazy. They couldn't escape at all. The 3rd hall master could only bite the bullet and say, "Defend!" They once again formed a formation and even took out their sacred artifacts to defend. But this time, the other party also had sacred artifacts. The other party had more saints than them, and they were instantly beaten back. The 3rd hall master kept vomiting blood. The elders' bodies were also broken, and their faces were pale. Stop fighting. We stop fighting. The people from the 3rd hall screamed crazily. However, the people from the 6 great sects ignored them. This was their only chance. On the other side, Lin Xian heard the voice and immediately snorted. Stop fighting? 3rd hall, how dare you? Are you betraying the Langus star? Are you going to be traitors? His voice was extremely sonorous, and the people from the 3rd hall knelt on the ground. Damn it, when did they say that they were going to be traitors? Damn kid. How dare you trick us? The 3rd hall master screamed, crazily. Hurry up and help us. Yes, you are abusing your position to take revenge. You can't do this to us. The elders also roared crazily. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3rd hall master, you are wrong. I didn't trick you at all, nor am I abusing my position to take revenge. I am gathering the power of the formation for the ultimate attack, but it will take some time. And this period of time is very important. The formation can't be destroyed by them. The 3rd hall master did a good job and attracted most of the firepower. You guys did a great job. This action of yours will allow me to focus all my attention on condensing the formation and unleash the ultimate attack. Lin Xian raised his thumb and waved it in the distance. Well done. Beautiful your head. The people from the third hall vomited blood. Damn it. Gathering the formation? Ultimate attack? Who would believe that? What you're doing is taking revenge. They roared crazily, but no one paid attention to them. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, there will definitely be sacrifices in a battle. The sacrifice of the third hall today is witnessed by the Langya Star. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. The final victory will belong to the Langya Star. Third hall, you guys have to hold on." After hearing this, the corners of Meng Meng and Mu Bai's mouth twitched. Hall Master Lin was really ruthless. Chapter 35:48. The corners of the other palaces' mouths twitched. They knew about the grudge between the third palace and Lin Xian. The third palace had tried to suppress Lin Xian many times, and even tried to snatch Lin Xian's treasures. The third palace had even tried to join forces with them to exert pressure. However, they did not agree at that time. Now, it seemed like they had made the right choice. If they had joined forces with the third palace, they would have ended up in the same miserable state as the third palace. This time, the third palace had made the wrong decision. The other palace masters and elders shook their heads slightly. The third palace was filled with wails and howls. It had turned into hell. The people of the third palace could not withstand such a huge impact. In a short time, they had lost countless martial artists. The small saint of the third palace had also come out to fight against the enemy. However, he was also severely injured. The third palace was about to be destroyed. The surviving elders of the third hall and the hall master of the third hall kept wailing, "Hall Master Lin, I was wrong. Palace Master Lin, please be merciful and save us. Hall Master Lin, we won't dare to go against you in the future." They begged for mercy. They finally realized that Lin Xian was the only one who could save them. What? His palace master was silent. At this time, the Langya Palace master spoke. "Palace Master Lin, the third palace belongs to the Langya Star. Don't worry, Palace Master. My formation is ready to attack." Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Langya Star would not allow the third palace to be completely destroyed. Therefore, it was time for him to take action. At this time, the third palace had already learned their lesson. They had basically suffered heavy losses. Even if some of them survived, they were severely injured. After this battle, the third palace would only exist in name. Boom, boom, boom. A huge sword chi with starry sky flames soared into the sky again and attacked the third palace. Damn it. The people of the 6 major sects were also in despair. Their mood was not much better than the third palace. These people were frantically trying to resist. However, the formation had completely exploded. Its power was unparalleled and could not be stopped. The people of the 6 major sects were dying one after another. This battle was world-shaking. The formation lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire world was filled with rumbling sounds. In the end, when the formation disappeared, the people from the 6 great sects were almost all dead. Another wave of sword chi swept out, and everyone was killed. As for the third palace, it was in tatters, beaten beyond recognition. There were only a few people left in the third hall. Not even 1% of the original number was left. On the other hand, the other 11 palaces were basically unscathed, and this scene made many people rejoice. At the same time, they were even more shocked. If the people of the third hall hadn't defended Lin Xian, then that place would also have been set up with a peerless array formation. In that case, the Langistar would basically not suffer any losses and would be able to completely eliminate the experts of the 6 great sections. Thinking of this, they sucked in a cold breath. What kind of formation was this? The eyes of a few grand elders flickered. They were very similar to the legendary Zhu Xingzhen. Even if it wasn't, it would be an array formation of a similar level. Zhu Xingzhen. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Xian actually had such a level of formation in his hands. No wonder he was so confident. They naturally knew about the legend of Zhu Xingzhen. It was a formation that resounded throughout the starry sky. The young disciples of the Langistar were first stunned for a long time. Then they burst into cheers like a tsunami. We won. We actually won. This was really unbelievable. Previously, the atmosphere of the Langistar was extremely solemn. Everyone thought that they would definitely die, so they were prepared to fight with their backs against the wall. But they didn't expect that Lin Xian's formation would actually reverse the situation, and it was a shocking reversal. They looked at Lin Xian and kept shouting, "Lin Wuti! Lin Wuti! Thank you for taking action. Hall Master Lin." The other hall masters and elders were also grateful. Indeed, if it wasn't for Lin Xian, they would have ended up like the third hall. They could only survive because of Lin Xian's formation. Everyone, you are too polite. As a member of the Langistar, I naturally have to face the enemy together, Lin Xian said with a smile. The remaining hall masters and some elders of the third hall walked over. Their faces were extremely ugly. After this battle, the third hall was completely finished, but they didn't dare to say anything. They still had to thank Lin Xian. If Lin Xian had taken action a little later, they would probably have been killed. So they could only thank Hall Master Lin for saving them at the critical moment. The entire Langistar was cheering. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. They even felt that it was unreal. However, the Langya Palace Master, Lin Xian, and the other 12 hall masters and elders weren't too excited. Because they still had things to do, they decided to fight back. This time, the 6 major sects joined forces to besiege the Langistar, which attracted the attention of all the worlds. If they didn't fight back, wouldn't everyone think that the Langistar was easy to bully? So they immediately took action. Countless powerful hall masters and elders took out their formations and sacred artifacts and attacked one after another. Lin Xian also went. They weren't worried at all that someone would sneak attack their nest because the dark red divine dragon was guarding it. With the protection of this formation, the 6 major sects wouldn't have a problem coming. So these people didn't have to worry. The Langya Palace's palace master, Lin Xian, led many saints to attack, causing an uproar in the myriad worlds. They all investigated the news and found out that the 6 major sects had joined forces and were actually killed by the Langistar. When the news came out, all the worlds were in an uproar. How was this possible? They guessed countless results. The worst was that the Langistar was destroyed and Lin Xian was captured. In the best case, the Langistar had submitted, but it had been smashed to pieces and never recovered from the setback. But now, the situation was completely different. Only one hall of the Langistar was attacked. As for the remaining 11 palaces, they were basically unscathed. This was just too unbelievable. This was simply a miraculous skill. How did they do it? These people were crazy. So at the same time, they saw the Langistar moving out in large numbers. Needless to say, they were attacking the 6 major sections. Sure enough, in the following days, news of the war came one after another. The 6 major sects were attacked by the Langistar one after another and suffered heavy losses. The 6 major sects tried to counterattack and sneak attack the Langistar's nest, but they were instantly killed. This scene made everyone go crazy. They knew that the Langistar had a peerless and terrifying foundation that could protect the entire world from attack. In the end, the 6 major sects asked for peace. They could only compensate countless natural treasures to calm the war. There was no other way. If the war continued, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Langistar's aura was too strong. Moreover, due to the Langistar's victory, they directly gathered many allies. This way, the 6 major sects wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. After the war, the 6 major sects suffered heavy losses. Without a few hundred years of recuperation, they wouldn't be able to recover their vitality. Therefore, after compensating a large number of natural treasures, the 6 major sects directly sealed the world and entered seclusion. Chapter 3549. This battle shocked the first astral realm. Everyone knew how terrifying the Langistar was, and at the same time, they also knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. This was because it was rumored that the Langistar was safe and sound because of Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He led the army of the Langistar with the Langya Palace Master and killed everyone. From now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. He was simply a killing god. The Langistar was jubilant. The return of Lin Xian, the Langya Palace Master, and the Langistar army caused a stir in the Langistar. At this moment, the entire world was cheering. Lin Xian also became a legend of the Langistar. In addition to being the 8th Palace Master, he also became a new core elder and a legendary elder. At the same time, half of the heavenly treasures obtained from the 6 major sects were given to Lin Xian. This was simply a shocking amount of wealth. However, everyone agreed that it was all because of Lin Xian that they were able to survive this time, and even kill in all directions. Lin Xian gladly accepted these heavenly treasures. He had consumed a lot of resources now, so he would not be polite. Next, Lin Xian began to go into seclusion. He wanted to consolidate his strength again. At the same time, he also asked the Langistar to help him gather information. Firstly, it was about the Rinnegan and the reincarnation sword. Secondly, it was about the reincarnation pearl. Lastly, it was about the 2nd astral realm. Lin Xian went into seclusion to cultivate the dark red divine dragon pester black mountain, wanting to learn array formations. 3 months later, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. At the same time, the Langistar also sent the information over. As for the reincarnation sword and the Rinnegan, they were too mysterious and unpredictable. They could not find out at all. As for the reincarnation pearl and the Langistar, they received some information that seemed to be related to the 2nd astral realm. As for what happened in the 2nd astral realm, they also knew. They did not even have to deliberately investigate. The entire 1st astral realm was talking about this at this moment. After the massacre on the Langistar, things gradually calmed down. At the same time, another piece of news arrived that caused the heaven and earth to boil. Some of the holy cities of the original 2-star realms began to recruit new disciples. Among them, Wushuang City was the most famous. This was because Wushuang City's Wushuang Holy King seemed to be recruiting disciples. That was a saint king. Therefore, it caused the 1st astral realm to rumble and shake. Countless experts and geniuses set off for the 2nd astral boundary. When Lin Xian received the news, he too took a deep breath. Unparalleled Holy King? It seemed like it had something to do with Peerless City. When he thought of Peerless City, he thought of someone. Previously, when he was training Gold Star, someone from Peerless City had appeared. That person was called Fu Hongya. The moment he appeared, he shocked the 4th heaven saint of heavenly thunder. This scene was unforgettable. It seemed that Fu Hongye had come to the first star realm to spread the news. He had almost reached the first star rank. Basically, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Therefore, he also planned to go to the second astral realm. In addition, now that Wushuang City was recruiting disciples, Wushuang City naturally had to go. The Langya Star was also very clear about this matter. They also hoped that Lin Xian's path would be longer. This way, the Langya Star would have a stronger backing. Therefore, no one stopped him. Instead, they supported him. Even the Langya Palace master specially selected a batch of treasures and natural treasures to give to Lin Xian. It was for him to cultivate on the way. The dark red divine dragon must be with him. The northern demon thought about it, and also prepared to go. However, he did not plan to bring his sister along, because when they went to the second astral realm, their survival was uncertain. They would definitely encounter more battles and geniuses than now. He might be in danger if he brought his sister along. Therefore, he let his sister cultivate on the Langya Star for the time being. After he made a name for himself in the second astral realm, he would bring his sister over. Next, the three of them left the Langya Star and prepared to go to the second astral realm. The Black Earth was still in the process of evolution, so it couldn't be used. Lin Xian and the others took another spirit ship. The spirit ship sailed through the universe. During this time, many people passed by them. Those people from the spiritual state were very fast, and they all seemed to have the same goal. In the spirit ship, Lin Xian and the others were holding a lot of information. These were all about how to go to the second astral realm. It turned out that they couldn't reach the second astral realm by themselves, because between the first astral realm and the second astral realm was the disordered star sea. The disordered star sea was rumored to be able to disturb the world of stars. It was very terrifying. Only some powerful saints could fly in it with the help of their sacred artifacts. However, the most dangerous place was a region in the disordered star sea, the fog of death. It was a star region in the disordered star sea. There would be a kind of gray fog there, making people unable to see clearly. This was not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that the fog could devour everything. If one was contaminated by the fog of death, their corpses and souls would rot. Even if a small saint barged into the fog of death, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was the most dangerous thing. After receiving this news, Lin Xian and the others gasped. The fog of death that even small saints didn't dare to enter? It was too terrifying. The fog of death's range wasn't as large as the disordered star sea, but that was only relatively speaking. It was actually a very large star region. Moreover, it was a place that many worlds had to pass through. For example, from the first astral realm to the second astral realm, one had to pass through the fog of death. Therefore, if they wanted to pass through, they had to take the fog ship. At this moment, they were heading to one of the star realms that had the fog ship. These realms were similar to the ports on the continent. It could be said that anyone who wanted to go to the second astral realm had to set off from these realms. Just like that, Lin Xian and the others learned the information while driving the spirit ship and quickly flying towards those star realms. On the other side, on the Langya Star, the area of the third point, the third palace, was still in the process of being rebuilt. Under the ground, among the countless corpses, one of the corpses moved a little. No one noticed the situation in the ruins. The corpse suddenly flipped over, and a reddish-brown stone rolled out. The reddish-brown stone was very big and covered with veins. When it squeezed out from the pile of corpses, it directly rushed into the void and flew rapidly. Soon, it left the Langya Star. When it completely left the Langya Star, the reddish-brown stone was covered with cracks. Then it suddenly split open and a figure appeared from inside. The figure was abnormally young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Chapter 3550. In the cold void of the universe. A spirit boat was flying quickly. There was a group of 6 people in the spirit boat. There were 3 women and 3 men. Among them, there were 2 young girls and 1 middle-aged woman. Of the 2 young girls, one was very noble and wore a veil on her face. The one beside her was obviously a little maid. The other 3 people were all guards, including the middle-aged woman. She was also a guard. Their auras were very strong. They were all sages. The strongest one had reached the late 3rd heaven of the sage realm. Miss, we are really lucky this time. I didn't expect to get that thing so quickly. The green-robed little maid smiled. Although she was just a maid, her cultivation had reached the early 1st heaven of the sage realm. Her elder sister, who was the woman in white, nodded her head as a smile appeared in her eyes. That's right. This time, we came to the 1st astral realm secretly in order to keep a low profile and obtain that thing as quickly as possible. Now, it seems that everything is going smoothly. We just need to return to the 2 astral realms secretly. Don't worry, miss. No one found out about our whereabouts this time. The middle-aged woman smiled. While they were talking, the spirit boat was moving quickly. Their destination was the few worlds at the edge of the scattered star ocean. Blue Moon Star. One of the worlds at the edge of the scattered star ocean could be said to be a dock. It had the fog boat to the 2nd astral realm. At this moment, in a luxurious hall on Blue Moon Star, a young man was sitting there. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and listened to the report of his subordinate, who was kneeling in front of him. That woman, where is she now? The purple-robed man asked indifferently, reporting to young master. That woman is very close to Blue Moon Star. She should be able to reach there in 1 more day. Very good. Pay attention to her movements at all times. Don't be exposed. We will take action when she enters the scattered star ocean. You may leave. The purple-robed young man waved his hand. The warrior who was kneeling on the ground turned into nothingness and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, countless spirit boats flew towards Blue Moon Star. Something happened near the Blue Moon Star. It turned out that due to the sudden increase in the number of warriors heading to Blue Moon Star, some people started robbing. At this moment, there were some people riding on powerful demonic beasts that blocked the path of the spirit boats. One of them was riding a 2-headed demonic wolf and wielding a giant saber. With a slash of his saber, a crack appeared in the starry sky. The surrounding spirit boats all came to a halt. There were a total of 4 ships. Among them was Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others frowned as they looked outside. The dark red divine dragon immediately jumped up. Damn. Someone dares to block our path. Let me go out and kill them. He had just broken through to the Saint Realm and was worried about not having a place to fight. Lin Xian stopped him. Don't rush. Let's observe the situation first. The North Goblin nodded as well. That's right, there's no need to rush. We'll make a move if things don't work out. After all, the Blue Moon planet is right in front of us. We can't offend the native forces there. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to take the fog ship. The people inside, listen up. I won't bully you and I won't kill you either. If you hand over 50,000 caddies of divine crystals for each spiritual boat, I'll let you pass. 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals. That was a shocking number. One had to know that when Lin Xian was refining Venus, he only bought 50,000 caddies of divine crystals for the materials for the sage artifact. Now, the other party was asking for so much. They were really greedy. Damn. Are these people crazy? How dare they ask for so much? The dark red divine dragon was a little angry. Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry. Even if they ask for 500,000 caddies, we won't give it to them. The dark red divine dragon also sneered. He wanted to see how strong these people were to dare to rob them here. The other 3 spirit boats also stopped there. In one of the spirit boats, there were the 6 people from before. The masked woman frowned. Have we been discovered? Previously, they were worried that their enemies might have discovered them. Now, it seemed that they weren't. They were just robbers. The green-robed maidservant was also angry. These people from the first astral realm are too arrogant. They want 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Which ordinary person can afford that? If it was in the past, few people would be able to afford it. But now, it was a special time. Many people wanted to go to the first astral realm and become a disciple of a sage king. Those who could come to Cerulean Moonstar were definitely not ordinary people. Hence, they were very rich. The group of robbers probably had this idea. The middle-aged woman at the side also snorted. "Miss, what should we do?" The maidservant asked. Just then, a burly man at the side said, "Why don't I go out and kill them all?" This man was tall, and his body was covered with Tao patterns. He was obviously a sage expert. However, the masked woman shook her head. She didn't want to act rashly. If they were exposed, those people would probably catch up. By then, the situation would be bad. Hearing this, the burly man behind her retreated. He stood there like a javelin, motionless. The other 2 spirit boats also stopped there. The people inside were probably discussing. But at this moment, one of the spirit boats shook violently. Countless runes appeared on it. Then, a beam of light flew out. Like the heavenly sword, it slashed at the robbers in front. This attack was very sudden and terrifying. It mobilized the Tao of heaven and earth and enveloped the robbers. "Humph, let's see how you die." In the spirit boat, a young man in black sneered, "How dare you stop us and steal our things? You're really courting death." There was a loud explosion in front of them. Countless large cracks spread. "All right, we can go now." The young man in black smiled. The masked woman also regained her composure. She waved her hand and prepared to let the spirit boat continue. However, on the other side, Lin Xian frowned as a trace of surprise appeared on his face. In the large crack in front, a cold voice sounded. "Ha ha, how dare you attack us? Seems like you don't want to live anymore." As soon as he said that, a blade light flew out of that terrifying crack like a heavenly river. It directly slashed at the 3rd spirit boat. With a clang, the saber landed on the spirit boat, sending the rest of the boat flying. An even more terrifying crack spread out. At the same time, a large hand fell. There was a golden net on it that was shining brightly. That was the Tao of heaven and earth. In an instant, it enveloped the spirit boat. In the next moment, the large net completely imprisoned the spirit boat in the void. Chapter 3551. The immortal trapping net was an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. It was said that it could even trap immortals, which was enough to show how powerful it was. No, it wasn't the immortal trapping net. At least, it wasn't the real immortal trapping net. It should be a replica. The veiled woman frowned. It seemed that this group of people wasn't simple. They actually had such a thing in their hands. Under the replica immortal trapping net, the spiritual boat couldn't escape at all. Instead, the people inside were caught. The black-robed young man, and the others were in a terrible state. They looked at the net above their heads in horror. "Damn it, how dare you attack me? Do you know who I am?" The black-robed man roared. The bandits on the other side sneered. "Who cares who you are? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a bandit beside him took out a giant axe and slashed it forward. This time, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. the black-robed man, and the others were directly sent flying, vomiting blood. They looked terrified. Stop fighting. I'm willing to pay 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. They didn't dare to say anything else. They took out a storage ring and threw it forward. After the bandit in front caught it, he scanned it with his soul spirit and sneered. Very good, you should have done this earlier. Get lost quickly. He ignored the bandit and looked at the other 3 spiritual boats. The golden net in his hand kept expanding and enveloped the 3 spiritual boats. Inside, Lin Xian and the others felt a force that seemed to want to drag them out. What a strange weapon. Let's go out and take a look. Liao Xian and the others got out of the spiritual boat. On the other side, the masked woman and the others also came out. There was a 4th spiritual boat, and the people inside it also came out. The leader was also a man in green armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. Do you want to die or obediently hand over the divine crystals? The bandits looked forward and sneered. Suddenly, they saw the masked woman and the others and were instantly interested. Hey, there's a beautiful girl too. Although the masked woman's face was covered, her figure and temperament were unparalleled. She immediately attracted the attention of the bandits. Girl, take off your veil and let us take a look. The bandits in front laughed arrogantly. The man in green armor looked towards the center. Lin Xian and the rest also looked over, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. That veil was also a terrifying weapon. It was actually able to isolate the probing of souls. It should be known that everyone present was a saint. Their souls were extremely powerful. However, they couldn't see through each other's faces, which was really surprising. It seemed that this masked woman had an extraordinary background. The masked woman didn't say anything. However, the people beside her looked gloomy and cold. As long as the order was given, they would immediately attack and tear the people in front of them to pieces. Little girl, didn't you hear what I said? What could it be that you want me to personally take off your veil? The bandits laughed, and one of them couldn't wait to leave. At the same time, the other bandits also began to attack Lin Xian and the green-armored man. Some of the bandits were the first to spot Lin Xian and the others. The 3 saints of the first heaven were really trash. People like you want to go to the second astral realm? You're overestimating yourselves, aren't you? Kid, hand over everything you have. If you don't have 50,000 divine gems, I'll make you wish you were dead. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? The dark rainbow godly dragon slapped over. The terrifying dragon claws covered the sky and pressed down on the bandit in front of him. With a boom, the bandit was sent flying. An earth-shattering sound was heard. This scene stunned everyone. Among the other 2 groups of bandits, those who wanted to flirt with the masked woman stopped and turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it. How dare they resist? Kill them. These bandits were infuriated. They were not ordinary bandits, but saints. They also had terrifying weapons. Now, someone dared to provoke them. They were courting death. Suddenly, a giant axe that reached the sky like a mountain rushed towards the dark red godly dragon. The dark red godly dragon sneered and spat out thunder and rain that filled the sky. It fought with the bandits. Although the dark red godly dragon was only a first heaven saint, he was still a dragon. The power of dragons coupled with the power of his bloodline was really terrifying. As soon as he attacked, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the seas dried up, and the rocks crumbled. Before long, those bandits were all sent flying. Damn it, go to hell. The bandits controlled the golden net to envelop the dark red godly dragon, trying to seal him. The dark red godly dragon sneered. His dragon blood surged, and the dragon scales on his back spread out, forming a dragon saber that charged towards the sky. With a crack, it collided with the golden net and tore it apart. The bandits were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with fear. The masked woman and the others were about to attack when they were provoked, but they did not expect the person next to them to attack first. Moreover, what surprised them was that a First Heaven Saint was able to defeat these saint-level bandits. Furthermore, he was even able to tear the Golden King apart. This was truly beyond their expectations. This guy is a demon, right? He's so strong. The little maid was surprised. Beside her, the middle-aged woman said in a low voice, "It seems that he has the bloodline of dragons. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of exposing ourselves." "Damn it, who are you?" The bandits gritted their teeth and roared. The dark red godly dragon snorted. "Listen up, I'm a mighty dragon saint. I'm the supreme dragon saint. How dare you rob me? You must be tired of living, right? Fine, just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead," the bandits said viciously. Then they turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. The masked woman and the others looked in the direction of the dark red godly dragon. They were surprised and kept sizing him up. He realized that other than the dark red godly dragon who had the bloodline of dragons, the other two people seemed to be at the first heaven. One of them had a slender figure. His life aura was abnormally strong. He should be cultivating the wood element. Moreover, there was a faint demonic aura on him, which surprised him. Could it be that this is a team of demons? She then looked at the third person. She realized that the third young man was very special. He was wearing a black robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood there calmly. Moreover, he was terrifyingly calm, as if he did not care about what had happened. Is he pretending to be calm, or does he have a plan? The masked woman did not know. However, she still took a few more glances because she had never seen such a calm gaze, especially from a young man. Lin Xian seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at him. He also saw the masked woman, but his gaze was calm. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.